Call the July 18, 2024 board meeting to order, and the time is 9:18. I apologize. We're in a new room. We have new members, and technology is great when it's all working like it's supposed to. So I appreciate your patience for us to get started. I would like for you to all stand and pledge allegiance to our American flag and the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And the Texas flag is honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Now the board's mission statement and philosophy. Our mission statement. The mission of the Texas Board of Nursing is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that each person holding a license as a nurse in the state of Texas is competent to practice safely. The board fulfills its mission through the regulation of the practice of nursing and the approval of nursing education programs. This mission, derived from the Nursing Practice Act, supersedes the interest of any individual, the nursing profession, or any special interest group. Our philosophy. Acting in accordance with the highest standards of ethics, accountability, efficiency, effectiveness, and openness, the Texas Board of Nursing approaches its mission with a deep sense of purpose and responsibility and affirms that the regulation of nursing is a public and private trust. The board assumes a proactive leadership role in regulating nursing practice and nursing education. The board serves as a catalyst for developing partnerships and promoting collaboration in addressing regulatory issues. The public and nursing community alike can be assured of a balanced and responsible approach to regulation. I'd like to welcome all of our board members, board staff, and audience this morning to this board meeting. This meeting is being held pursuant to the Texas Government Code Section 551.127. Please remember to mute and turn off any cell phones. Today's meeting is being held in person at the George Herbert Walker Bush Building, located at 1801 Congress Avenue, room 4.300, Austin, Texas, and is open for anyone of the public to attend and observe. We will begin the board meeting with board member roll call. Dr. Benton?
Kathy Boswell, representing AD in Education.
Kathy Boswell, present.
Manny Cavazos, representing Consumers.
Present.
Daryl Chambers, representing Consumers.
Present.
Laura Disk, representing RN Practice. Ms. Disk is absent. Carol Hawkins Garcia, representing RN Practice.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, present.
Maisie Jameson, representing Consumers.
Maisie Jameson, present.
Ken Johnson, representing Vocational Nursing Education.
Ken Johnson, present.
Mary Grace Landrum, representing Consumers.
Mary Grace Landrum, present.
Nancy Lewis, representing LVN Practice.
Nancy Lewis, present.
Kathy Lederhorn, representing LVN Practice. Ms. Lederhorn is absent. Allison Porter Edwards, representing Baccalaureate Nursing Education.
Allison Edwards, present.
Drew Riddle, representing APRN Practice.
Drew Riddle, present.
Melissa Scott, representing LVN Practice.
Scott, present.
Kathy Ship, representing APRN Practice.
Kathy Ship, present.
And Rick Williams, representing Consumers.
It's not here yet.
Mr. Williams is absent. Okay. Madam President, we have a quorum.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with introduction of board members and staff. Ken, do you want to start?
Good morning. My name is Ken Johnson. I represent LVN Education, and I'm faculty at Howard College in San Angelo.
Nancy Lewis. I represent Rural Health Clinics. I work for Ascension, Texas.
Good morning. I am Melissa Scott, and I represent LVN Practice. I live in Granbury, and I work in Fort Worth.
I'm Manny Cavazos. Can you hear me? I don't know if I'm operating this correctly. I'm a CPA, an attorney, and a public member.
I'm Kathy Boswell. I represent Associate Degree Nursing Education, and I am from Weatherford College. That's my primary employer.
Good morning. My name's, is this on? It is, okay. It doesn't seem like it's live. My name's Allison Edwards. I represent Baccalaureate Education. I'm faculty at UT Health Science Center, Houston, and I live in Bel Air, Texas.
I'm Mary Grace Landrum, and I'm a consumer representative. I live in Houston, master's degree in education, and semi-retired.
Good morning. I'm Carol Hawkins Garcia. I represent RN Practice. I work acute care clinical educator in San Antonio, Texas.
Good morning. I'm Drew Riddle. I represent Advanced Practice Nursing, and I'm a nurse anesthetist and practice in Fort Worth, and I'm faculty at TCU.
I'm Daryl Chambers. I represent consumers. I'm from Grand Prairie, Texas, and I'm an accountant.
My name is Maisie Jameson. I live in Dallas, Texas, and I represent consumers.
Hello, Kathy Shipp. I represent Advanced Practice, and I have just moved in the last 2 weeks from Lubbock, Texas to Canyon, Texas, so I can be closer to the grandkids. And so welcome today, and we'll start with staff.
Good morning. I'm Kristen Benton. I'm Executive Director. Welcome, everyone. We're glad you're here. There are restrooms outside this door, and there's also water. Help yourselves. I do want to remind board members that the mics on the dais are always on. So just an FYI. And those in the audience who are coming before the board for a business item today, if you haven't already and you're presenting, please grab a speaker form. They're in the foyer as you enter, and fill those out, and if you'll pass those off to our staff representative. And for the record, Rick Williams is present. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Anthony Diggs, Director of Enforcement.
Good morning. Hemant Macon, Director of Operations. John Vanderford, Deputy General Counsel.
Bruce Holter, Information Specialist.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dusty Johnson. I'm General Counsel for the board. That's mine, but I use yours.
Okay, just checking.
Cindy's, yeah, sorry.
Hello, I'm Kathy Smith. I'm the new Director of Nursing for the board.
Good morning. Paul Bradley, Lead Consultant for Nursing Practice.
Good morning. Jan Hooper, Lead Consultant for Education.
Good morning. Beverly Skloss, Nursing Consultant for Education.
Good morning. Gail Farnell, Nursing Consultant for Education.
Brian Evans, Admin Monitor, Live Stream Producer, and just want to reassure you, your mics can be heard on stream and in the back room. They're all working.
Okay, so we're not going to introduce the whole audience. I know you guys got in on the end of that. Sorry. Thank you, Sarita. So we have a lot of new staff. We're so excited to have new staff. I think we had one.
Brian, will you introduce yourself?
Yeah, Brian Miller, Assistant General Counsel.
Okay. And Patricia. Done.
Patricia Villanas Cabrera, Executive Assistant.
So we have new staff, we have new board members, we have a new building, we have a new room in the building because we haven't been in this but just a couple of times now. And so I think we're on a roll. So let's get started and welcome. We're glad you're here. As Dr. Benton said, make sure if you're going to be presenting in front of us that you have those forms and filled out that are in the foyer there. We always appreciate having our DPS guy here for us this time too. Thank you. So let's start with looking at the agenda. I do want to say one thing. We have a lot of information. We had our agenda there in the foyer area for you, and we have spent a lot of time looking at a lot of this information. And so it seems our procedures here in the beginning, like we're really going fast and covering, but as board members, we've prepared for the meeting and looked at this information, and then we'll go into some of it in more depth. So are there any changes, corrections, or amendments to the full agenda? Okay, could I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Madam President, Ken Johnson, I move to approve the July 18th and 19th, 2024 board meeting agenda.
Thank you. And is there a second?
This is Maisie Jamison. I second.
Okay. Thank you. Having a motion and a second to approve the agenda, if no objection from board members, the agenda is approved. And this vote is being taken according to Board Policy 2.7, that's Simplified Parliamentary Policy, Rule 4. So board members, let's review the minutes from April 18, 19, 2024 board meeting. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
This is Melissa Scott, and I move to approve the minutes of the April 18th, 19th, 2024 board meeting.
Thank you. And do I have a second?
This is Maisie Jamison. I second.
Okay. Rick Williams, second. Having a motion and a second to approve the minutes, if no objection from board members, the minutes are approved. This vote is being taken according to Board Policy 2.7, Simplified Parliamentary Policy, Rule 4. Let's move on to the consent agenda. Board members, are there any items on the consent agenda only that anyone would like to have pulled off the consent agenda? And this is for consent agenda.
Yes, Kathy Boswell. I'd like to pull 3.2.4C.
Okay. So,
I'm recusing myself.
yeah, that's a recusal. Right. Thank you. So at this time, I have been given information that 8.7.1, consideration of order of dismissal and remand recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 1098431, issued to Gregory Ochoa, Oroka, sorry, SOA docket number 507-24-13949. And Ms. Hawkins Garcia and Rick Williams and Drew Riddle will be recusing from that. I am going to back up to Kathy Boswell, called 3.2.4C, consideration of findings from survey visit, Weatherford College in Weatherford, vocational nursing education program. That is where Ms. Boswell is employed. Then I have 8.7.2, consideration of order of dismissal and remand recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 1023604 issued to Kenneth D. Leon, SOA docket number 507-2409-572. Dr. Edwards, Ms. Jamison will be recused from that. And then I have 8.75, consideration of order of dismissal and remand recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 321505 issued to Mary Noel Stokes, SOA docket number 507-2413950. And this is Ms. Hawkins Garcia, Mr. Williams, and Dr. Riddle. So these members have been with the Eligibility and Discipline Committee, and so they will be recused as well. So are there any other items on the consent agenda only that anyone needs to recuse themselves from? This is from consent agenda only. Okay, hearing none. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of agenda items 3.2.4.c, 8.7.1, 8.7.2, and 8.7.5?
This is Drew Riddle. I move to approve the consent agenda minus those.
Okay, great. And I need a second.
This is Mary Grace Landrum. I second it.
Okay. So having a motion and a second, and this is to approve the consent agenda with the exception of agenda items 3.2.4.c, 8.7.1, 8.7.2, and 8.7.5. We will now take a vote, and you'll vote in your board docs. So that's the agenda with those items removed. And then we will take each of those items separately.
Melissa, is yours not coming up? I just did.
Is it up? I did. And the motion carries. So we'll now take a vote on consent agenda item 3.2.4.c. And can I get a motion to approve this agenda item 3.2.4.c, noting the recusal of board member Kathy Boswell due to her personal affiliation with this program?
This is Rick Williams. I move to approve.
Okay.
This is
Thank you, Rick. And Melissa?
This is Melissa Scott. I second.
Great. So if everyone will, we have a motion and a second. If everyone will please vote, and Kathy Boswell will recuse. It did. Thank you.
Takes a minute.
And motion carries. Thank you. We'll now take a vote on consent agenda item 8.7.1 and 8.7.5. Can I get a motion to approve agenda items 8.7.1 and 8.7.5, noting the following board members recused from the vote on these items because they were on the E&D committee that voted to temporarily suspend the nursing license involved in this PFD. So that is Carol Hawkins Garcia, Rick Williams, and Drew Riddle. Could I have a motion?
Madam President, this is Ken Johnson. I move to approve 8.7.1, consideration of order of dismissal and remand recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate 1098431 issued to Gregory Arocha, SOA docket number 507241399, and 8.75, consideration of order of dismissal and remand recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 321505, issued to Mary Noel Stokes, SOA docket number 50724139950.
And do I have a second?
This is Maisie Jameson. I second.
Thank you. So having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote. So mine's not up. There it is.
Clarify for Board Member Drew Riddle, I have you marked as against.
He just changed.
He changed it.
Changed to abstain.
Sorry.
Okay. And motion carries. Thank you. We'll now take a vote on consent agenda item 8.7.2. Can I get a motion to approve agenda item 8.7.2, noting the following board members recused from the vote on this item because they were on the E&D committee that voted to temporarily suspend the nursing license involved in this PFD. That's Dr. Edwards, Ms. Jameson. Those are the only two.
Madam President, this is Drew Riddle. I motion to approve 8.7.2.
So, have a motion.
Madam President, this is Mary Landrum, and I second.
Okay, so everyone will please vote. Thank you. And the motion carries.
We got all the recusal PFDs.
We have that we would start with Dr. Benton's report, but we are running behind, and we have the TPAPN group here, Dr. Bumpus and Ms. Majeski. So we will have you guys go ahead and come up, and we'll do Dr. Benton's after your report. 7.1.1, Texas Peer Assistance Program for Nurses Quarterly. Excuse me, report for the third quarter. Dr. Bumpus, who's the Chief Executive Officer of TNA, and Brittany Majeski, who's a Program Director for the TPAPN program. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for accommodating our schedule request. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Go for it. Should we get started? Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? I am going to be just reporting for our third quarter for 2024, which runs March 1st through May 31st. So typically, I do like to start with our referrals. Our referrals maintained about the same. We did have 4 fewer than we did the last quarters, but it's 126 versus 130. A couple of other numbers that you will see, we did have a slight decrease in our overall active cases. With that, one of the things I was recently appointed to the board of directors for the National Organization for Alternative Programs. And so we are working on this platform, and my colleagues are seeing this nationally. So we're working collaboratively to figure out, why across the nation, when we are in a huge need for support for our nurses in regards to not only, substance use, but mental health conditions, are we seeing a decrease in referrals? And that answer is quite lengthy, and I probably don't have the time in today's session, but I just want you all to be aware that we are continuing our efforts and increasing our outreach to help try to increase those referrals, and as well as the awareness and the education that we do in fact have two different tracks, and we have a track both for substance use and mental health, because we are finding that is still not well known out there in the community. So it's one of the things that we're really trying to work towards in our strategic planning. Other numbers to look at, we did have an increase in the number of successful nurses completing this quarter. We went from 20 successful completions to 31, which we view that as a big deal. Those are nurses out working effectively for us in the state of Texas. We also had a slight increase in the number of nurses that are in our program that are also actively engaged in their work, so that have nursing jobs and nursing positions. We had a slight increase. Again, that number really remained steady, but any increase we see there is one that we value. Otherwise, we did have quite a lot. My team was very, very busy this quarter. It's one of our busiest quarters in regards to outreach efforts, from presentations to our appreciation for being involved and getting a seat at the table at the Texas Nurses Summit that you all put on at the board, as well as the TNA conference was a really great addition for us to be able to secure some things in the future where we're able to present and go and outreach to facilities and communities that we have not yet been able to do. So we're continuing our efforts there, and our strategic plans that typically start, we have a big plan for this next year starting in September 1st, but our team is already giving valiant efforts towards meeting all of those goals. One of them is around marketing efforts, as well as a social media platform, and really increasing our efforts there, because we see that is definitely a need when it comes to reaching our Texas nurses. And in all generations. So looking at how we can further engage that, and we have some really good partners at TNA and our community outreach efforts in doing those social media platforms. So that is what I have for you today. Questions, comments, concerns, we're here for it.
Brittany, thank you for being here. Serena, thank you for being here. For the benefit of our 3 new members, could you just give a global high-level overview of what the Peer Assistance Program is and what it's about?
I would love to. Absolutely. So for anyone that is new in the room today and may not know a lot about us, we are what's considered the alternative to discipline program here for the state of Texas. And we help serve nurses that are struggling with substance use disorder as well as mental health conditions. We monitor them so that they can maintain in safe practice. So in those efforts, we really look at engaging with them and looking at a holistic view of health. So in those monitoring efforts, it is an individualized program, and we really value our efforts to become more and more person-centered when we're looking at the individual nurse and what's going to be most effective to keep them in healthy recovery, and as well as keep them in nursing. Our goal, I always like to put this out there for anybody that's new, but our nurses that are in our program are working incredibly hard to maintain that nursing license. Their passion for nursing is incredible. It is not easy to be in a monitoring program, and so a big effort there is to increase our awareness of these efforts, the reality that substance use and mental health conditions are frequent in our field, and our responsibility to help those nurses and ensure that they get the help that they need in recovery, but that they can also hopefully stay in safe practice and help us in Texas, because we have such a need for our nurses. And so the overall goal, of course, is just to early intervention, increase awareness of these issues, and then prevention in doing outreach, but also just being a resource in general for the state of Texas and nurses everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very helpful.
I think a couple of things, if you just want to say some of the things that they do the drug screens, AA,
Yeah, like for monitoring, absolutely. So a few of the things that, are requirements typically in the program, depending on what track you were in, because we do differentiate between our mental health track versus our SUD or our dual diagnosis. So drug screens are one of the most common things that almost everyone that's in our program does have drug screens, and we're seeing with our numbers, that is a statistic that's objective and that shows basically healthy recovery. I believe, and I don't want to lie to you all, I could get you these numbers, but based on, we look at overall drug screens, how many we do in a year, and then we look at how many positives we have that year, and it shows the potential efforts on what accountability does to help individuals in recovery. So from drug screening to support groups, and that could be places like NA, AA, but also looking at support groups in the peer assistance part. The one thing I didn't talk about was, why are we called peer assistants, right? So there's a lot of research out there, and a lot of hospitals are utilizing the peer assistance model and platform for assisting nurses through the different kinds of things that we see inherently to nursing that can be very traumatic, and everybody responds to it differently. So we have a large group of nurse volunteers, and we are always looking for more, that we help train on things like motivational interviewing, substance use disorder, mental health conditions, and goal setting, so that they can partner with our nurses that are in our program and be of support. It is just a supportive relationship. It is not one that particular relationship is not there to hold them accountable. It's to help them support and meet their goals. So that is why it's called a peer assistance program. We have about 141 peer support partners right now, and those numbers have increased. I've been very excited. Thank you, Texas nurses. You do not have to have had a lived experience to be a peer support partner. Thus, we call it kind of a hybrid group, because we will train you in those things. If you have a understanding and empathy for our nurses, we can help you become a peer support partner. So that's the part that's why it's called peer assistance. Other things that we do monitor, so we do have worksite monitors. So oftentimes our nurses do have that oversight at work. They have that person, we like to call them support people, that they can go to while they're at work. That person also has eyes on them. So it's another safety factor for our nurses. Oftentimes they are also seen, depending on why they're here, we get them hooked into and engaged with treatment, and that could be individual therapy, that could be intensive outpatient, inpatient, or residential. It's just really based on what the nurse's need is and why they are in the program. All of our nurses do require to have a comprehensive psychological evaluation, and that really helps guide us in directing that individualized monitoring plan, so that we make sure that they're meeting the goals that we need them to meet, both from a humanitarian standpoint and a safety standpoint, because as nurses we do have a safety sensitive profession. So did that answer that?
Yeah, that was great. And Dusty, you had a question?
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you want to go first?
No.
Okay.
I'd kind of like to go last.
Fine. Thank you for being here and for your report. I have a question, more clarification question. So starting on page 4 on your report, you have the 2024 Contract and Performance Monitoring Report, and you list all 104 or something cases. And I notice you have them broken down by license types. You have RN, LVN, APRN, and CRNA. Mm-hmm. And I'm curious, since CRNA is one of the 4 types of APRN, what is the other APR, like, how is that and why is that differentiated, I guess, is more for my own understanding.
No, that is a great question. So we look at those, our APRNs and our CRNAs often have different access.
What board are you on? The sort of
So it's the National Organization for Alternative Programs. So all across the nation, all of the other alternative programs, that's what it's for. So we're considered the Alternative to Discipline program. As you know, every state, though, runs it differently. Some states have it, where it's just volunteers, others are through the associations, and then some are through the board. So it's a collaboration of all of those individuals.
Yeah, I think that's great. I think for a long time, the under former boards and Kathy Thomas's leadership, and now this new, unbelievably diverse new board that we have, and Chris's leadership, we're always in Texas trying to be proactive, to try the best practices, to be the ones that don't follow but lead.
Mm-hmm.
And TPAPN, we want to be a partner with TPAPN in that regard. I think I would. I mean, be a partner with TPAPN to try to promote the best practices, because I think this area has a lot of stagnation with it, a lot of new research, a lot of misunderstandings, but it is serious, and it's very serious in particularly in nursing and medical areas, and so that I guess I felt like I wanted to talk and say it makes me feel good. It makes me feel good about that, and that we can share maybe having influence nationally and not just in our state. That's what.
Thank you for saying that, Dusty. Brittany and I were having a conversation here, and she was commenting on how we are so much more advanced in this program here in Texas than her peers who sit on that board and who participate in the lab. So that made me very proud to say that, we are a more progressive organization, and many others are much more conservative. That puts up a lot of barriers for their participants to be successful. So I say that's a testament to the work that has been done and the support of the board as well.
When we go to national council, state boards of nursing, many states, smaller, will turn and look to Texas about what we're doing, and so staying on that. And it's also been in my 13 years on the board has had great progress with what TPAPN does, and that's our contract from the Board of Nursing to the TNA, the foundation, to do this. So we appreciate what you're doing, and I looked at that when the numbers were down just a smidgen. And Dr. Benton and I even talked about, but Brittany's working on that. We have no doubt that things are being done to work on that. So, absolutely.
I think one thing that she has worked really hard on is to try to break down the barriers with organizations who have been hesitant to hire TPAPN or employ TPAPN nurses. And today, she's actually doing education about TPAPN, which is one of the reasons why we asked to go early. So.
Mm-hmm. Great. I guess we're just still having trouble with our sound.
I'm loud. I can use my mom voice.
Okay. Or the nurse voice.
There we go. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or statement, board members? Okay, this is an information item, I think, isn't it? So it's a report and discussion. So we're good. So thank you guys and for starting early. Appreciate it.
Thank you all very much.
So at this time, we have our 10 o'clock slot is 3.2.6.B, University of North Texas in Fort Worth Baccalaureate Degree Nursing Education Program. Dr. Varnell will be with this group, and you guys will be coming forward. Are they bringing back another microphone?
Yes, they're getting batteries for it right now.
Okay, we're getting batteries for, you know.
I didn't realize my batteries were up.
Oh, no. We were trying to get a microphone so that we can share it. You know, we're just a work in progress.
When we
trying to
get
this going.
started, we'll start with the BSN program first.
Yes.
Is that okay?
Yes. So at this point, this is a public hearing for a new nursing program under Section 301.157 of the Texas Occupations Code. The Board of Nursing is charged with the responsibility to prescribe and publish the minimum requirements and standards for a course of study in each program that prepares registered nurses or vocational nurses. The board has received a proposal from the University of North Texas to establish a new nursing education program in Fort Worth, Texas. The purpose of this hearing is to allow an opportunity for interested parties, individuals, and organizations to present testimony to the board in order that it may determine whether the proposal from the University of North Texas will meet the minimum requirements established by the board. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website, of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony related to this hearing and the instructions for doing so. Board staff has received no such requests. The proceedings today will be presented in the following manner. Persons who will be presenting on behalf of the nursing education programs will be given 20 minutes to make their presentation. Please make your comments as concise as possible. At the beginning of your remarks, please tell us who you are and who you represent. And if you're addressing particular parts of the proposal, please identify them before you begin. If you wish to submit written testimony or to supplement your oral remarks with written testimony, you may do so at the close of this hearing by submitting those comments to board staff via email. Will the representatives of the University of North Texas Nursing Education Program stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the Board of Nursing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. The board now recognizes board staff, Gail Varnell and Tim Sherman. Okay, I had someone else on here. Okay, and so we will have Dr. Varnell start. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll do the BSN one first since there's two programs.
Yes,
Correct.
and we will deal with the other program separately.
Okay, great.
Okay, great.
Good morning, Madam President, members of the board, staff, and guests. The purpose of this agenda item is to request board consideration of the University of North Texas Health Science Center College of Nursing proposal to establish a pre-licensure baccalaureate degree nursing education program in Fort Worth, Texas. The university was established in 1970 as the state's first college of osteopathic medicine. Currently, the Health Science Center is comprised of 6 colleges: the Texas College of Osteopathic Medicine, the School of Biomedical Sciences, the School of Public Health, the School of Health Professions, the College of Pharmacy, and now the College of Nursing. These combined programs have an annual enrollment of nearly 2,400 students and more than 12,000 alumni. UNTHSC has been regionally accredited by the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges since January 1, 1995. The Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board has authorized the Health Science Center to award degrees. The University Health Science Center received state appropriations in the 88th Texas legislative session to create the College of Nursing to address the nursing workforce needs in the state, with the greatest needs being RNs. The proposed BSN program is a full-time, face-to-face, 20-month program to be delivered over 5 college semesters. The BSN program is made up of 120 semester credit hours, and it will offer a total of 810 clinical hours that include direct patient care, nursing skills labs, and simulation experiences. Clinical learning experiences appropriate to baccalaureate level education have been secured with a wide array of clinical facilities in the DFW community, including John Peter Smith Health Network, Baylor Scott and White, the Texas Health Resources, HCA Medical Center, and Children's Health, and UT Southwestern Medical Center. In addition, they have a large organizations. The BSN program has secured over 10 clinical agreements with community-based organizations for clinical rotations throughout the curriculum. Dr. Cindy Weston, who's on my left, is the founding dean. She is an accomplished advanced practice registered nurse educator and nursing program administrator. Dr. Weston previously served as associate dean and associate professor of nursing at Texas A&M University, and she has been a co-recipient of more than $20 million in fundings to implement a variety of nursing and healthcare delivery models. The UNTHSC is requesting an initial enrollment of 2 cohorts each year of 30 students per cohort, starting in the spring of 2025 with a fall of 2025 admission of 30 students. And at this time, I would like to introduce Dr. Cindy Weston to my left, the founding dean, Dr. Chris Ray, the deputy, how do you say, deputy provost, and Darla Grumman, and she's over there, to speak to the issues and answer any questions that you may have. And I'm going to turn this over to Cindy. Right?
So would you please give your name and who you represent for the record?
Yes, thank you. I'm Cindy Weston. I'm the founding dean and professor at the University of North Texas Health Science Center in Fort Worth. And Madam President, members of the board, it is an honor for us to be here today and to discuss our programs that we have been working on for the past year. You heard that we received appropriations to launch the College of Nursing, but before that, the Health Science Center had been deeply involved in moving forward a College of Nursing. What those appropriations have allowed us to do is to advance and accelerate. We took that charge very seriously. And as with the nursing process, we started with assessment of our local community in the North Texas area, which is 7,000 registered nurses short this year, according to the Texas Nursing Workforce Studies. And we know that there's a great need for newly licensed registered nurses. We're also at such a unique opportunity in the history of nursing education, and that our professional organization, the American Association of Colleges of Nursing, a couple of years ago issued competency-based education with the new essentials. So launching a new college where we can launch a curriculum with these new competencies embedded was a charge we accepted and were ready to take on. We engaged with consultants from AACN and the competency-based education network, CBN, and have been working with them, and they have been providing us feedback as we're really leading with some exemplars on performance indicators that we've developed. I'm very proud of this incredible leadership team, and it could not have been accomplished without recruiting them and developing this in a well-established academic medical center. And while I have the opportunity, I'd like to mention the other colleagues that are here with us, our Senior Associate Dean, Elizabeth Wells Beatty, Dr. Rebecca Burns, our Associate Dean for Undergraduate Studies, and Dr. Cheryl Thaxton, our Associate Dean for Graduate Studies. But this is coalescing. What's unique, I would say, about the curriculum that we're designing is that not only were we able to design this curriculum with the AACN essentials embedded, but we also included the differentiated essential competencies that are unique to us as nurses in education in Texas. We also built in our University of North Texas Health Science Center values into our curriculum. We're a very values-driven organization in the North Texas region that attests to being curious and courageous integrity. We care, we're better together, and we show our fire. And you'll see this reflected in the curriculum that we've developed. The other thing is we've seen a shift in the use of registered nurses, and particularly in community-based settings. And we know that registered nurses practicing to the full extent of education in community-based settings are transforming community health and population health, addressing those social determinants, and really getting at that upstream care. So we have a community-based focus in this curriculum, and it's certainly a nod to our outstanding president of our Health Science Center, Dr. Trent Adams, who herself was a Rear Admiral in the Public Health Nursing Service, and indeed the first nurse appointed as an acting surgeon. So this nod to community-based care is threaded through our curriculum, and you'll see we actually launch our first semester with community health as a course, which oftentimes has been reserved for later courses in nursing curriculum. It's so that we can continue that thread throughout the curriculum. We also, through partnerships, heard very important information about the need for pipelines in nursing, specifically to some of the most difficult areas of recruitment into our profession. So we designed our curriculum with very much a lifespan focus. In fact, we only have one course that's dedicated only to adult. And we did that intentional. Many of you know in the North Texas area, $5 billion was allocated to Children's Health Southwestern to expand pediatric services in our area. There is a high need for pediatric prepared nurses who are launching pediatrics in particular, but also the state appropriations in the legislative session dedicated funding for a new state psychiatric facility that will be built in Dallas. And in our conversations with UT Southwestern, they mentioned a strong need for psychiatric registered nurses, as well as psychiatric mental health nurse practitioners, which you'll hear from us a little later on about that. So we took these charges and our community and the interest that we were receiving very seriously in the crafting of this curriculum to allow for us to prepare a nursing workforce that's very needed in our area, but also in our state. And then the final thing I would say is being an academic health science center, a health-related institution, we have a wonderful opportunity for interprofessional education of all of our nursing students. Interprofessional education and practice is a mainstay at the University of North Texas Health Science Center, where we have historically had medical students interacting with PA, PT, lifestyle coaches, nutrition, biomedical scientists, and pharmacists. Now we have nurses who will be not just delivering care as part of that team, but preparing in team-based care as a result. So we're very excited to launch this curriculum, this particular program, specifically designed to meet needs in North Texas and our state. And I welcome your questions, and I would also, if my colleagues have any comments as well.
Please introduce yourself. Okay.
My name is Chris Ray. I'm the Deputy Provost at UNT Health Science Center. And I want to start my comments just briefly by quoting you, Madam President. This morning when I was looking over my notes, you said, "We're on a roll." And that's the way we feel at UNT Health Science Center. Probably how many of you feel here today about the infusion of new team members, new leadership, new perspectives, new opportunities, new facilities. That mirrors the journey that we've been on. I'd be remiss not to also echo our Dean Weston's comments, that our appreciation to the 88th Legislature. My appreciation for, as we roll on, the founding dean, which as you can see is fantastic, the team that she's assembled, the faculty and staff, the enthusiasm that they bring to campus, and the energy that they've brought to UNT Health Science Center, and how it's galvanized, even from the very top, as she said, with our president having that nursing background. So we can't be more excited to be here today. We appreciate the role that you play in this. And when I wear another hat and I sit on a regulatory body, I always think of the student journey. I'm excited for the student journey at UNT Health Science Center. We believe in whole health, and how can we team-based healthcare, team-based education, team-based science, without nursing being a part of that portfolio. So we're excited to get to this point. We're excited for the insight that you guys provide, and we're excited for the outcomes down the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Darla Grubin. Thank you so much for having us here today. It is truly an honor. I'm an assistant professor at UNT HSC, and I'm also the BSN pre-licensure track coordinator. Thank you again.
Well, hello. You'll likely hear from me later on the Psych NP program. Well, I am Tracy Hicks. I am the program coordinator, associate professor for the Psychiatric Mental Health Nurse Practitioner program, and it's an honor to be here today.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I just have to say, my dad was an OB-GYN doctor, and he was a DO. And when he went to school, he's in heaven now, he went to Kansas City, and there was nothing in Texas. And so he worked with them and to get the school there. So from West Texas, and talking about getting, that foresight of they needed more. So it's exciting to see this and see what it's turned into. So did you have some questions?
Oh, I do.
Why are we not surprised?
Welcome, UNT. First, I have a more logistical question. How did y'all coordinate your attire? And is Kelly green the UNT colors?
Dr. Wells Beauty.
Y'all look great. You look wonderful. And Dr. Weston, I just want to commend you for being such a regular attendee at our board meetings. You did your due diligence for sure in preparing this proposal. I want to first comment on the proposal. One of the things that stood out to me was the new faculty orientation. This is remiss in so many programs. We have a faculty shortage, we have a nursing shortage, and I know you've got your assistant professor here, your track director. It's critical that we don't just dump these educators in and let them soar on their own, because they need help. And our new generation of students is more challenging than ever. So thank you for that. And what I loved is you had EI, you had team steps, you had mentorship agreements. It was really thorough. So I just want to commend you on that new faculty orientation. That for everybody else, that's on PDF 350, page 353 of the 1,143-page document. So thank you for that. So if you have a pen, I do think some things need to be revised in the proposal. And these are, I'm going to give you the PDF number, not the document number. So, your document's number, but in the PDF that we see that is also publicly available. So these are the page numbers where any reference to COVID needs to be removed. In the legislative session, we have executive order that says you cannot make any student or employee of state-supported schools take the COVID vaccine. So these are the page numbers I picked up where you've got to remove the COVID references. Page 884, PDF 884, 887, 922, 963, 971, and 1030. I think I caught them all. So you just got to get that cleaned up. That's not a big deal. You just do the find and get rid of it. On PDF 847, because my terminal degree is in public health, but I specialize in disabilities, there's a reference to handicap, and we just don't use that language anymore. So that's PDF 847. I would just recommend changing that to disability. But you do reference Section 504, which is great. Okay. Because my terminal degree is public health, I so appreciate the public health focus, the community focus. But I have to caution you, because I've taught in this course both clinical and starting your first semester upper division with community health, students have a hard time wrapping their head around macro populations, and they struggle, and that's in their senior level, their third semester at UT Houston. They typically don't do well in community health. So I just caution that beginning that, and also you have psych after that. So many of these vulnerable populations, thinking about social determinants of health, they are have comorbidities of psych. So I just, really think about that hard, because I think it would be a real pilot case if you're able to get them to grasp the concepts that early on in a curriculum. But that did concern me because of my past experience of teaching in public health for 15 years. And they're like, I don't understand, this sort of macro approach, thinking about larger populations and what's the benefit of the greater good. So it's a stretch. But also on that same, in keeping in step with your community-based focus, I counted 3 on your clinical affiliations, 3 hospice, 2, and I may have my numbers off, but I tried to count them all. 3 hospice, 2 memory cares, 4 home care companies, and 3 geriatric. But you have a SSLC in Denton. Please get a clinical affiliation, and please read what I wrote about state-supported living centers. These are robust opportunities, and particularly if you want to sort of throw these nurses into the fire, they need to be exposed to these populations. And those SSLCs are great experiences. You mentioned, and I don't have a PDF number on this, that your simulation center is ADA compliant, but is it really? I mean, is it physically? Yes, but are you giving descriptive narratives for students? That's super important with simulation. Is it closed or open captioning? Those are all important things. So it is completely ADA, not just physically?
I can speak. So we have, we also partner, and one of the resources on our campus is a Department of Academic Innovation. So everything that we create is vetted through them with software that helps it be ADA compliant. The resources at the Health Science Center have been phenomenal and truly unique to any other academic institution I've been in. And you'll hear this emerge as we talk about the MSN in developing online didactic content. We literally match an instructional designer with every faculty to ensure it's heaven.
Are you hiring?
Actually, yes. Yes, we are.
I'm teasing you.
No, I know.
That's amazing. Because so much of a faculty's time is taken up in instructional design.
Yeah.
Most most schools.
Yeah.
That's
truly
awesome. Okay, great. Thank you so much for that. So back to the community health focused.
Yes.
So the community clinical that you're jumping right in the first semester. That's 45 hours. Is that it?
And some of those hours will be simulation. We're developing some simulation.
Yeah,
in that. Yeah. And this is what's unique, and it's probably not reflected that you can see when you're looking at courses, but we spoke to it a little bit in the narrative, is this thread of pipeline. So we see community health, we see psychiatric nursing being able to be accomplished in the community. We see care of the chronic client to be able to be accomplished in the community. So through the entire curriculum, with the exception of the one course that's specifically labeled acute care, we look at all of our clinical immersion experiences to be able to be completed at least part of those clinical hours in community-based settings, and that is our intention to do. As we move to competency-based education, we see that the competencies of the professional nurse can be achieved in any clinical setting. We need to line them up and validate that they have these competencies that have now been defined and are even being deeper defined for us across the settings of where nurses practice. So it's a different model, certainly, as a College of Nursing, but we're really embracing what our professional organization has as a standard in moving to the professional nurse at entry level, level 1, and the graduate prepared nurse. And we're modeling these opportunities to develop nurses to serve.
And you mentioned the psych, that you're going to pull in, obviously, a lot of community-based opportunities with the psych clinical, but course 4401, which is global and community.
Yeah.
So I thought that was interesting how you broke out those courses to do global. Is there a clinical complement to that? I didn't see a clinical complement to 4401, or does it have it?
It does.
Okay.
It is.
Is that
yes.
45 hours also?
It is.
Okay.
It is.
So there's your 90. Okay. Which is minimum. And the reason I'm really harping on this is because, you know, the one thing that differentiates an associate degree, well, two things, an associate degree nurse from a baccalaureate nurses community and public health and professional practice and leadership management, right? So that's why it's difficult for them to grasp.
Yeah.
I'm almost done, I promise.
This is wonderful feedback. Thank you.
You had a great curriculum development workshop PowerPoint, and who conducts that? Do you do that?
Actually, it was put together by our team and with AACN consultants.
Okay.
We engaged with the consultants very early on, but our team put together the curriculum development and design. That's really when we formulated our first team with the September 1st hire. The very first thing we did was map out what are we going to do with this curriculum? And we had already received a lot of that feedback from our community-based organizations. We had some qualitative and quantitative data. We did a thematic analysis. We looked at all of that first, and then that fed into the workshop that you see.
Got it. PDF 561, you had an impressive deck table. I don't know who's going to use, I had to enlarge it because it was so detailed, right? I was like 200%, you know. That was impressive. But I wonder if your faculty are really going to.
Darla Grubin will ensure that faculty she is
the deck table,
the queen of maps.
Yeah, and impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Very impressive. You had a lot of electives, which is so refreshing, but I wonder, does UNT require a minimum number of enrollees in those courses for it to?
So they have not yet, but what I have been charged with is being good stewards of sustainability, and with 30 students and with all of our electives, that's a very small number. Mm-hmm. We are creating these electives in an online didactic platform. So they'll be facilitated as electives But you'll notice the titles of those electives were strategically developed to areas of high need in the profession. And that was very intentional so that we're, again, exposing nurses to these areas that, that they might not know or might not feel that they have the breadth to select that as a career pathway. So our goal is a pipeline strategy. Our pathway strategy.
Very, very nice. I went through the document 3 times, and I could not, there's a lot of references, even in the table of contents, and I promise this is my last question. You know I'm big on clinical evaluation tools. I couldn't find your CET. I found a lot of theory, I found a lot of foundation, but I couldn't find an actual tool that you would use either across clinical courses or within one course. Is that anywhere in the document, or do you just reference it in theory?
It is in the document because we made sure in our last iteration in the June 5th submission that it was there.
Okay.
I apologize that I could look
No,
it
that's
up.
okay.
The appendix,
If it's
it is.
there, I'm trusting you that it's there. You can tell me later where it is.
Yes.
I wanted an opportunity to review that.
It's in the appendix with the clinical handbook.
Ah, okay. But is that part of the 1143?
Yeah, I've got it on page 1060.
1060. Okay, very good. Let me just take a peek at that, and then
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Ken.
Sorry, I read the whole document.
Questions too.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll be quiet, and then if I have questions, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Ken?
Yes, Madam President. Like I said, I think the policy, or I believe your proposal was fantastic. I know it's very large, but it was actually a pretty good read. I know that you guys are using Canvas as your LMS, but I see reference to an EHR. What EHR? Did you guys make the EHR in Canvas, or are you using some kind of, what are you guys using for the EHR?
Thank you for that question. We've entered into an agreement with Wolters Kluwer and the resources that they have, and they have an electronic health record that is an educational platform that we're embedding for that competency development in students.
And how does that work with the care plans? How is that going to work with the care plans? Because it seemed like it was like part of it was going to be on paper, and then the other part was in the EHR. Are they going to be ending up like double documenting on a patient, like one handwritten and one in the EHR? How is that going to work as far as grading goes?
So the DocuCare will have some components of documentation. As we know, that is one of the things our clinical partners are really telling us, that our graduates come and they need more practice with documenting and finding all the pieces. There will be some elements of the clinical judgment model and tools that we have developed for them to be able to really think about that clinical judgment model. It's really a map that faculty and even preceptors can use in the clinical setting to really walk that student through that critical and that clinical thinking. So not duplication. I'm not a fan of double documenting at all. That sets a bad precedent for our students, but and time as well, and faculty time to grade. So we're really trying to be intentional about what our clinical partners, we have advisory council that we meet with, and we have discussions with them. And I had the last meeting we had, they're like, I really wish you would do this with documenting medication. So we're listening to that feedback and really hoping to make that an academic and practice partnership with our documentation.
Okay. What about your grading policy? As far as your standardized tests go, are you using them throughout your program? Are you within what the law states we can have?
Yes.
And what about the minimum passing grade for each of your RN classes? What is that for some of the other board members here? Because some schools set it really high. Where is yours at?
So at graduation, we want them to have a GPA of 3.0, but we do allow passing grades in the C category.
But is that a 70 C or is that like a 75? Where are you guys sitting at with that as far as what your students are required?
I believe
It's
we
a
called it
70 right now, but
Yeah.
we're working with our academic success, Department of Academic Success with Dr. Nikki McKee, and we have academic success coaches hired. And so we have developed a procedure that notifies, we have a whole process that notifies if a student makes less than a 75, so that we have a robust remediation plan with them.
Okay. And what is that, and what is available as far as the remediation goes? Is it just going to be an instructor one-on-one, or there's somebody at the school that handles nursing stuff? Because it is difficult for some schools, because
You're
nursing
right.
is very different than any of the other courses, and so finding somebody that can tutor or
I love how you're thinking, and these are such important questions to assess and in your role in regulating our profession, so thank you for that question. That has been on my mind as well, student success. And building out a new college. We're fortunate that we have a very robust academic health science center that has a whole division of student success that really delves into, we talk about social determinants of health, but these are really social determinants of success in educational programs. We have a food bank on our campus. We have a student assistance fund. We have counseling available for our students and access to many, many services on all of those areas. Oftentimes are elements of what we see academically when we really drill that down. One of the investments in forming a new college and a leadership team is we created a role. I created a role, assistant dean for student success, and created, she is not a nurse, but she has a doctorate in education and a depth of knowledge in student success. I also engaged with other colleagues as deans that have developed some really interesting platforms. They haven't published on these yet, so I got some behind the scenes scoop on what they're doing to track student success, particularly in vulnerable students, to use that term, so that there can be early identification and early intervention so that they are successful. And through that consultation, develop some variables that have sifted out. Now, we know every school is going to be different. Every population of school attracts is going to be different. But that is our starting place, is we're actually forming this bench of tracking metrics on our students from the very beginning. And Dr. Nikki McGee is our assistant dean for student success, and she's already started building that platform where Canvas will speak into that. We have an EIS system that will speak into that. And then there also is some financial aid, financial need components that will help give us almost an early identification metrics. And as Darla had said, part of that is when they score not at the threshold of passing, but just above the threshold of passing, we know that they may be in an area of opportunity for still undergirding support. So yes, it will involve one-on-one remediation and mentorship, but it also will involve drilling down how we can help them for really a whole health approach to student success.
Excellent. It's great to hear that. As far as the cohorts go, so we want to start out with 2 groups of 30, one in the spring, one in the fall.
Yes.
What is the future plan then, as far as, because it's a 4-year program, they will not have graduated by the time you start getting your 3rd cohort in.
Yeah.
What is your plan as far as how many students you guys want to enter into the program once we get into year 2, 3, and 4?
We would like to stay at 30 admission cycles, spring, fall, knowing that it will be August of 2026 when that first cohort graduates. We are going to strongly encourage that first cohort to take their NCLEX before December 31st so that they can be accounted for the April of 2027 board meeting for approval. And Mr. Johnson, we have a plan for expansion beyond that, but we will wait until, of course, it's appropriate. But we have taken the charge knowing the need for professional nurses in our state very seriously, and our mission at the Health Science Center is to create solutions for healthier communities, and we view that as part of our charge, our fabric, our DNA, and that is our plan and goal.
Wonderful. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
I just had a statement. Being faculty forever and ever, it's just, in my DNA, and I just retired from 10 years FNP faculty, and I've taught every level. Mm-hmm. And those essentials killed me when we were, I was in on trying to get that going, and starting a program and already having them is so good for you to not have the other, and now you have to change and you have to add all of those things in. So you're really in a good spot to have that. And then Dr. Hooper's decks that the rest of the country doesn't use and needs to have. So, you've just got the best of both worlds to be able to start out with this. So I don't know, other faculty in the room can identify with those new essentials there.
Okay. Madam President, I have a comment and two questions. So first of all, I do have some experience with competency development and instructional design, and I thought your competency work was phenomenal. It was well articulated, well measured, and well developed, so thank you so much for that. It was really a pleasure to see that. I do have, and you can give me this information afterwards, on page 105 of the actual and it's 118 in our documents. I don't understand the competency scale there, and whether that's your goal of 10%, is that passing or failing?
You want to?
And you can answer this later if you want.
It's where we said what our expectation for developing. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
That's our expectation for developing. So we worked with the Competency-Based Education Network.
Okay.
We're creating performance indicators or progression indicators. And so we have developing indicators developed, which is where we want them to be competent. And then they recommended we do proficiency. And those are those students that have really moved beyond, and we want their future employers to recognize, and we want them to be able to recognize that they've gone above and beyond that competency level. And so with our assessment plan, we're looking at each. We kind of have our, in the map, the crazy map.
I love the map.
We have it distinguished with the introduction, the reinforcing, and the demonstrating. Okay. And that's really how we've laid out our clinical evaluation tool as well. And so that's what we're looking at across our curriculum, knowing that we're going to do everything we can within a semester and the curriculum for them to be successful and move up. But we do have courses that we are going to be happy, and that's what we want. We want them to pass at developing. They may not be competent yet. They're on their way to competency.
Great.
Does that answer your question?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My second question was, when I looked at the budget, I didn't see any dollars in there of funding, scholarship funding for students. Do you anticipate any of that?
Yes, we are. We have a development advancement office, and some of you may have know that we actually are launching this fall with post-licensure programs that do not require the board approval because they're already licensed professional nurses. And we had very robust scholarships and awards that we're able to offer those first cohorts of students. We're expecting the same. I think that in terms of named scholarships, I'm up to 5, I think, through our advancement office that will, I'm told they sit for a year before they come to fruition. We would love scholarship money if you are interested in supporting nursing education, but they're in the process actually of hiring a development officer specifically for nursing.
Great. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Madam President, just a comment. Reading through the document, obviously this is phenomenal, and I am not a nurse. I'm the consumer representative, but little nurses coming into your school are consumers, and it's important that they're supported. And I love how you have detailed your center of academic excellence, because very often you will get first generation students, and they get into a program, and all of a sudden they learn things about themselves, such as having writing deficiencies and so forth. And in particular, nurses have a specific kind of writing that you all have to do. So it's wonderful that you have a plan already to reach out to them. And I love that you said when you look at those test scores and you see that they are just above passing, that is so crucial in young people's, and sometimes not so young people's, academic success. Too often you don't get the notice until you've fallen below. And when you've fallen below, that adds that level of stress to that person. And they tend to not take advantage of the academic resources. So thank you all for being so very detailed and thinking these things out going into your program.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. I'm a first-generation college graduate, and I appreciate those comments, because I think that has led us down this path of undergirding the support for student success, because and until you break through with one person, it is legacy changing. So thank you for that comment.
I think Drew, you have a question?
Good to see everybody. I have a question about the various articulation agreements that you included. And I noticed the dates on some of them were several years ago, and some of them are much more recent.
Yeah.
And it's just not picking on any one particular agreement, but overall, when you now look at standing up a new nursing program and you have articulation agreements with institutions in North Texas that have registered nursing programs, I'm sure you've thought about that, but do you find any rub there, or are some of those articulation agreements going to need to change potentially, because it's, maybe it's not UTA wanting to go to the osteopathic medical schools, but maybe it's a UTA undergrad who now wants to not go to UTA's program but rather go to yours. So I don't know if you could speak to that briefly.
Well, thank you for that question, Dr. Riddle. Those articulation agreements are umbrella agreements with the University of North Texas, and we are drilling down articulation agreements with the traditional 2+2 model. Our primary feeder into our program will be our UNT system, and we have a strong collaboration with UNT Dallas campus. I've been working with their dean of the track that will feed into our program from the very early days, and we've already solidified that program. But we do have these agreements with other entities. And what we do know is, and the number is 30,000 of qualified applicants are unseated in nursing, baccalaureate nursing programs every year. And that's probably an inflated number, because we don't know that real number, because everybody applies to multiple schools at once, and then it's all aggregated and who didn't get into a particular program. But we know it's in the thousands that are unseated qualified candidates. So that's really who I see as these articulation agreements being able to potentially offer that transition into our program, to a professional nursing program.
Okay, board members.
Can I ask a question?
No. Yes.
Dr. Weston, I'm not a board member, of course, and I'm not a nurse, and I'm not a nurse faculty or anything like that, but, you kind of came on and stated the vision, with the passion and the community nursing focus. And you're going to have all this community. Can I get some examples of what that looks like? What part of the communities are all these nurses going to, infest and then raise the level of health for all, for everyone?
So one example is UT Southwestern. When I talk about professional nursing programs and tracks in community-based care, they specifically hire new graduate RNs into ambulatory care. That's outside of the model that we've typically thought of. We think of a new graduate nurse going into an acute care, tertiary, quaternary setting and functioning in that role. But if we are getting upstream of healthcare and really focusing on prevention, early detection, addressing chronic conditions before they end up in these acute care settings, we're seeing that shift start to occur nationally for the first time that I can see in history. 48% growth in community-based care. 40% growth still in acute care, so the growth is still there. But that shift is occurring because in ambulatory care, that's where prevention, health promotion, early detection occurs. And in fact, UT Southwestern in particular has invested in a nurse residency just for ambulatory care. So
I'm sorry. I don't know what that is.
Oh.
Okay. The examples are kind of, they're in. Yeah, they're in the community. I mean, are they going? I guess in my mind, I'm kind of confused. First of all, I'm sorry, I don't know what ambulatory care means, but I just want to know are they out there or are they?
Yeah, it's public health. It's so nurses in the community work in a variety of settings. They could work in our local mental health authorities in community-based care and case management.
Homes going out.
Absolutely, home health care, hospice, palliative care. Addressing care through our public health departments. We have an affiliation agreement not reflected because that list has grown since the document even came out with our Tarrant County Public Health Department. We're engaging with the Denton County Public Health Department. So it's really the roots of prevention, health promotion, primary care.
That's not the glamour area of nursing, is it?
I think it's your perspective of nursing because it can be the most rewarding when you are impacting populations where they live and work and play and you're keeping a population healthy. And this is something as professional nurses.
It's the God's work, nursing, right?
So I think also we've thought of hospitals and clinics.
Yeah.
And so this is where if we can keep them well here, then they're not going to go be in the hospital. And like she said, it's increasing. But yeah, she's using acronyms and nursey talk. So
I think it's great. I need to hear it, I guess, and know what's out there for me as
I'd love for you to come on a site visit. That's what we should do, Dusty, is have you in Fort Worth. We'll invite you out to what community health nursing does. Love to do that.
Great. Okay, so you're here with one program, and we still have another program, and so we really need to deal, unless somebody has something burning to say. Question? I don't want anyone to not be heard. Okay, so we are 3.2.6B, and I need to have a motion.
Madam President, this is Drew Riddle. Oh, go ahead, Dr. Edwards.
You can second.
Okay.
This is Allison Edwards. I move to grant initial approval to the University of North Texas Health Science Center Baccalaureate Degree Nursing Education Program in Fort Worth, Texas, and impose the conditions and requirements in the attached letter and board order attachment number 1.
And I need a second.
I'll second. This is Drew Riddle.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, if you will please vote, members.
It's not coming up.
It takes it. Oh, good.
Okay,
Go to
so-
your main screen again.
Yeah. Oh,
There you
we
go.
Okay.
Manny and,
All in.
okay. So it's unanimous and it passes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead with the second one. We think we have an understanding of who you are, but we still have to go through because it's a separate item on the agenda. Okay, so we'll consider proposal to establish a new nursing education program, agenda item 3.2.6C, University of North Texas in Fort Worth Master of Science in Nursing, Psychiatric Mental Health Nurse Practitioner Program. Dr. Varnell, Tim Sherman. So under section 301.157 of the Texas Occupations Code, the Board of Nursing is responsibility to prescribe and publish the minimum requirement standards for a course of study in each program that prepares registered nurses or vocational nurses. The board has received a proposal. Okay. My terminology is not correct, sorry. For a Master of Science in Nursing Mental Health Nurse Practitioner Program in Fort Worth, Texas. The purpose of this hearing is to allow an opportunity for interested parties, individuals, organizations to present testimony to the board in order that it may determine whether the proposal from the University of North Texas will meet the minimum requirements established by the board. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website, of the opportunity request to present verbal or written testimony related to this hearing and the instructions for doing so. Board staff has received no such requests. The proceedings today will be presented in the following manner. Persons who have presented on behalf of the nursing education programs will be given 20 minutes to make their presentation. Please make sure your comments are concise as possible. At the beginning of your remarks, please tell us who you are and who you represent. And if you're addressing particular parts of a proposal, and please identify them before you begin. If you wish to submit written testimony or to supplement your oral remarks with written testimony, you may do so at the close of this hearing by submitting those comments to board staff via email. And so with the representatives, please stand and raise your hand. And do you solemnly swear to or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the Board of Nursing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Okay, thank you. So we'll now recognize Dr. Varnell and Tim.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm going to cut my remarks a little short, so in my script, for the sake of time, but it's still morning, so good morning, Madam President, member of the board, and staff and guests. The purpose of this agenda item is to request board consideration of the University of North Texas Health Science Center College of Nursing proposal to establish a new Master of Science in Nursing Psychiatric Mental Health Nurse Practitioner Program in Fort Worth, Texas. UNT-HSC has partnered with the City of Fort Worth on many health initiatives, including mental health and substance use disorders, and the Psych Mental Health Nurse Practitioner will be a welcome addition to their programs. It is note that because of this partnership, the Psych Mental Health Nurse Practitioner students will have the opportunity to be part of an interdisciplinary team, which is a unique opportunity for the nurse practitioners to get excellent clinical experience. The college has been approved by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board and SACS to launch the MSN to Psych Mental Health Nurse Practitioner in fall 2025. The College of Nursing application for accreditation through the Commission on Collegiate Nursing Education has been accepted pending a site visit for the MS program. I believe it's moved to spring of 2025. Is that right, or is it still fall? Still fall. Okay, so fall 2025. Cindy Weston is still the founding dean. Besides her teaching and work experience, Dr. Weston is the immediate past president of the Texas Nurse Practitioner Association. And I just wanted you all to know. Dr. Weston is a family nurse practitioner, and Dr. Tracy Hicks is a psych mental health nurse practitioner, as well as an FNP. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she will serve as the program coordinator for the program. Of note, concepts critical to the Psych Mental Health Nurse Practitioner program will be aligned with the National Psych Mental Health Nurse Practitioner Competencies and Guidelines, ASIN, Essentials, National Task Force Criteria, NOMF, the Role Core Competencies in the American Nurses Credentialing Center. The anticipated date for enrollment of the initial cohort of 18 students is fall 2025, with a continuing enrollment of one cohort of 24 students in year 2. And at this time, I will let Dr. Weston take over, and Tim will add it. Tim helped me with the second read of the proposal and did an excellent job, and I appreciate his support.
Thank you. I'll take a moment just to say a few things before handing over to Dr. Weston. It was an excellent opportunity for me to review this proposal and see how this program will prepare graduates for advanced practice as psychiatric mental health NPs. My position with the board is as a nursing consultant for advanced practice, and one of the responsibilities I have is to review applications for APRN licensure in Texas and any relevant supporting documents. So I considered that responsibility when reviewing the proposal, and this proposal offered us a unique opportunity for board staff to see what kind of information we would receive back if we had concerns or questions about an application and other documents submitted by a graduate. And I can say that a graduate of this program would definitely meet and exceed the minimum expectations for APRN education per our board rules for licensure in Texas. And then it would be, I don't anticipate any concerns from my end on my responsibility in reviewing such applications from this program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, introduce yourself.
I'm Cindy Weston, the founding dean and professor at the University of North Texas Health Science Center. And my team remains the same with me, and Dr. Tracy Hicks may be adding some comments as well. Some of the unique aspects, I think, of our MSN Psychiatric Mental Health Nurse Practitioner program is a focus and a thread throughout this curriculum on social determinants of health and their impact on mental health and behavioral health. With an emphasis of emotional intelligence as well, which we view as important for psychiatric mental health practitioners. It will also incorporate unique and special populations through the program, such as individuals who are surviving with HIV, hepatitis C, chronic comorbid conditions, as it relates to their mental and behavioral health conditions. The other opportunity that we have, again, as an academic health science center, and some of the strengths that we carry at Center is threading through an emphasis of substance use disorder, which is often a concomitant diagnosis with mental and behavioral health conditions, and an expertise that Dr. Hicks carries herself. And then finally, again, I would just mention the strength of the clinical partnerships that we have formed and that we continue to in our North Texas area for the educational pathways for these students, including the new psychiatric facility that will be opening in 2025 in North Texas. We have developed strong relationships with Tarrant County MHMR, which is the second largest local mental health authority in our state, second only to Harris County. And they employ and have many psychiatric mental health nurse practitioners as well as other behavioral health providers. We've also formed that same relationship with Denton County MHMR, also in our area. And then we've been engaged in conversations with our state hospitals, not to go back on, you mentioned our state supported living centers, which we have contacted in the Denton area, Dr. Edwards, but we've also reached out to our state hospitals, and the director of the APRN program and the medical director of all the state hospitals at HHS have engaged in conversations of, again, this concept of pipeline development specifically to the needs of our state. One of the things we learned from them, which we are exploring with them, is the need for psychiatric mental health nurse practitioners with education in forensic care. Forensic meaning qualifying an individual for competency to engage with the justice system. That's not historically included in psychiatric mental health programs. You're not specifically going to see that reflected in the curriculum, but the curriculum is malleable to being able to include that as we advance these discussions with our colleagues at the state hospital systems. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Hicks for any comments.
Well, hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Tracy Hicks. I am a dual certified nurse practitioner in family practice and mental health, and I also established in 2020 a certified community behavioral health center with grant funding from SAMHSA. So I heard all your questions, and what our nurses tell me when they come to the practice is they wish they had had that information before they went into the acute care setting, because what we're doing is integrating primary care into mental health, and we plan to thread that through the curriculum in the psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner program. Thank you.
We welcome your questions.
Well, I'm in West Texas, and so I see that you have an agreement with Tahoka. People around here, you may not know where Tahoka is, but it's about 30 minutes from Lubbock, and I drive through it to go to my family planning clinic in La Mesa that's 60 miles, and it's 30. And so there it was, so I was like, well, that's great. And I do family planning, and I use MHMR clinics all the time. And also, one of the things that I do is I'm an FNP doing women's health, but I do a PHQ-9 and a GAD-7 on every patient. I do not get reimbursed for it. I don't care that I don't get reimbursed for it. And since COVID, I have so many patients that I refer for counseling, and there's still that stigma, well, I don't want medicine, but I cannot tell you how many in those social determinants of health, how important that is. And I love these MHMR clinics that we have, and we don't have enough. And so in looking at this, it looks really good. So, you have some questions, anybody? Mm-hmm.
A question about the clinical placement. And I see all of your various clinical affiliation agreements, or those communities that have offered at least support for having clinical students. Dr. Hicks, are you going to place the students, or are they going to be responsible for finding their own clinical placement?
No, we have placements for them, but if they have a placement in mind, we help them with that as well.
Great. Thank you.
Anyone else? So, Dr. Hicks, where were you before this?
I was at Texas Christian University. We had a BS in the DNP program there, and we graduated our first cohort with 100% pass rate. And the program focused on leadership, community implications, all the things you've voiced concerned about today. And students have been very successful with that emotional intelligence piece, which I was happy to have at UNT as well.
That's great. Thank you. I was trying to keep up with my forms that you filled out on here, so thank you for that. So any other questions or comments? And I feel like we're acting like this is just a non-issue. We spent so much time, but in seeing your first program and the depth you have, and you've talked about the student support. And I just got an email this week about how board scores are going down for FNPs that APEA put out. And in our program, we used a lot of the APEA, but I know there's not as much available in psych as there is for FNP, but you have to have community, you have to have primary care because these patients have mental health, but they're primary care patients as well. And those psych mental health NPs have to understand the primary care aspect as well. So,
yes. And I actually piloted the APA program at TCU, and so you have to have that communication piece in there. It's doable, but you have to have that broad communication and really engage the students and empower them.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions, statements? Okay, so let me get to my right place here. If we have no further questions, can I get a motion on 3.2.6.c in starting this new Master of Science in Nursing Psychiatric Mental Health Nurse Practitioner program at the University of North Texas in Fort Worth?
Madam President, move to grant initial approval to the University of North Texas Health Science Center, HSC Fort Worth, College of Nursing, CON, proposed to establish a new Masters of Science in Nursing, MSN, Psychiatric Mental Health Nurse Practitioner, PMHNP, program in Fort Worth, Texas, and impose the condition requirement in the attached letter and board order. See attachment 1.
Thank you. And do I have a second?
Daryl Chambers, I second.
Thank you, Daryl. Okay, we have a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, if you'll please vote. And it passes unanimous, so congratulations. Thank you. When we have to go to lunch, if we don't get there. What time?
No, we have no time for a break.
Okay, we've got to have a 10-minute break. We're just going to go quickly. If we're back before 10, I think that would be good.
Before 10?
10 minutes.
Okay, back before
Yeah.
11. 20, 10 minutes, 11:20.
Yeah, try to be back by 11:20 or sooner. Thank you. To 3.2.6A, Harden Simmons University in Abilene, Baccalaureate Degree Nursing Education Program. So Dr. Hooper.
You sitting there?
This is a public hearing for a new nursing program under Section 301.157 of the Texas Occupations Code. The Board of Nursing is charged with the responsibility to prescribe and publish the minimum requirements and standards for a course of study in each program that prepares registered nurses or vocational nurses. The board has received a proposal from Harden Simmons University to establish a new nursing education program in Abilene, Texas. The purpose of this hearing is to allow an opportunity for interested parties, individuals, and organizations to present testimony to the board in order that it may determine whether the proposal from Harden Simmons University will meet the minimum requirements established by the board. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website, of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony related to this hearing and the instructions for doing so. Board staff has received no such requests. The proceedings today will be presented in the following manner. Persons who will be presenting on behalf of the nursing education programs will be given 20 minutes to make their presentation. Please make your comments as concise as possible. At the beginning of your remarks, please tell us who you are and who you represent. If you are addressing particular parts of the proposal, please identify them before you begin. If you wish to submit written testimony or to supplement your oral remarks with written testimony, you may do so at the close of this hearing by submitting those comments to the board staff via email. And will the representatives of Harden Simmons University Nursing Education Program please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn in? Aye. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the Board of Nursing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. The board recognizes now Dr. Hooper. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Behind every board report, there is a story. Well, I have to tell you the story. In 1979, 3 universities in Abilene established a consortium called the Patty Hank Shelton School of Nursing. And they, great school. I visited there at least 2 times. Beautiful school right next to Hendricks Hospital. And they function very well and have done well. In 2014, Abilene Christian University, one of the schools, decided they would like to become their own nursing school. The previous arrangement was that students would enter as a university student in one of the 3 universities and take their liberal arts there and then go to the nursing school and finish and got their degree from the university. So Abilene Christian established their own program, and they've been functioning now these years. And currently, the second school, Harden Simmons, is wishing to be their own program also. So this is what this proposal is about. The third university is McMurray. So first, I'm sure you're wondering what's going to happen to Patty Hank Shelton. The name will stay there. I'm not sure about all the arrangements, but McMurray will still be with the school. So I'm talking about Harden Simmons establishing their own program, and they will be establishing a BSN program with the plan to begin in spring of 2025 with an enrollment of 30 students. All decisions affect the original campus at Patty Hanks. Harden Simmons is a private Baptist university founded in 1891. Approximately 2,500 students are enrolled at Harden Simmons, and they have health professions, liberal arts, sciences and mathematics, and business and professional studies. So this will also have a school of nursing or a program of nursing. The program will be full-time, face-to-face, with faculty supervised hands-on clinical learning experiences. The long-range plan is to enroll 30 to 40 students each fall. Personal conversations with hospital administrators in Abilene validate a serious need for more nurses in the community. Sandra Welling, PhD, RN, moved to Texas to be a part of this new program. She is an experienced nurse educator and administrator. 12 prospective faculty members are interested in teaching at Harden Simmons. The planned curriculum and program documents meet Board of Nursing requirements. The curriculum is based on AACN Essentials and the BON DEX. 14 clinical facilities have been secured for practice. A video of the nursing facilities was provided. It indicates that they will have all facilities adequately prepared. They were under construction when the video came in, but as soon as they are established, I'm going to go there and have a visit. And Dr. Welling told me that they already have been working with CCNE, and CCNE will be coming on a visit in about a year from this fall. So they're getting ready for that part. Patty Hanks Shelton was accredited by CCNE as 3 individual universities. This is very unique. And so as they become independent, then they seek their own accreditation. So I would like to introduce you to Dr. Welling, and I'll have the others speak as they wish. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hooper. Is this working? Can you hear me? So thank you, Madam President and Board of Nursing Committee, for this opportunity for this presentation. I especially want to thank Dr. Hooper and Dr. Ayers, because I'm sure you've all heard this many times. This would have been totally impossible without their assistance, and there are many emails, even on the weekends, and telephone calls. So again, thank you for your assistance. I want to introduce myself. I am Dr. Sandra Sexton Welling, and I am the founding director of nursing and the associate dean of the College of Health at Harden Simmons. I've been a nurse almost 40 years. I don't feel that old, but I am getting that old. I've been in academics for 17 of those years, mostly in leadership roles. I've been a SIM coordinator, a faculty, associate dean, and then a vice president of academics throughout my career. My specialty has always been rural health, and also with focus on addressing social justice issues and servant leadership issues. I moved to Texas for this position. I was in Michigan and then South Dakota, in very rural area, 3 hours from Fargo. I always say 3 hours from the nearest Costco. That's how people judge things around there. So I received a phone call from a friend who said, "You got to check out Harden Simmons. You are Harden Simmons. The mission is what you believe in." So I accepted the position. My mother is from Texas, so when I called my mother to tell her I was coming here, she said, "Oh, you're going home." So now my husband's fearful that she'll be moving in with us. But so that's how my journey, and this is our home, and this is where we'll stay. I have developed 9 programs throughout my tenure. This is in 7 simulation labs. I've helped design and build them. I'm also a CCNE reviewer. I've been doing that for 10 years. So I am old, I guess. And this is my last. My husband said this is my last. This is where I want to end my career. So I love nursing. I talk to everybody about nursing, and I think we need more nurses out there. So this is my passion. Nursing education and nursing is my passion. But I want to give time for my colleagues and our leadership team to introduce themselves. So Dr. O'Connell.
Yes, good morning, and thank you so much for having us here this morning. My name is Dr. Janelle O'Connell. I'm the Dean of the College of Health Professions at Harden Simmons. I am starting my 30th year at Harden Simmons this fall, and I couldn't be more proud or more blessed to work at a wonderful institution as Harden Simmons University. I came to Harden Simmons in 1995 as part of the inaugural faculty for the Department of Physical Therapy. At that time, we had a master's program. And in 1999, I became the program director for that program, and spent over 20 years in that position and saw that program go through many, many transitions. Now, in 2019, we established the College of Health Professions, and I was blessed to be named the dean of that college. Within that college, we have 4 bachelor's degrees, including the new, hopefully, nursing program. We have 4 master's degrees, and we have 2 doctoral programs. We also have an advanced certificate in cadaver anatomy, and we run a residency for an orthopedic residency for physical therapy. Let's see. So I've worked closely with Dr. Welling to help establish this program. I've been consulting with her and mentoring her. She didn't need a lot of mentoring as far as establishing a program, but just to help her get used to and understand the workings at Harden Simmons University. So we've worked together on the budgets and the facilities and hiring faculty and those types of things. So thank you so much for allowing us to present this morning.
Well, good morning. Thank you for taking the time for us and listening to our story. My name is Eric Bruntmeyer. I'm the president of Harden Simmons University, and I've been there now. This is my 9th year. Enjoyed growing with the university. Prior to that, I was at Dallas Baptist University as a CFO I was there 15 years. And prior to that, I was an attorney in Fort Worth for 7. So kind of a circuitous path, but we need nurses in West Texas. I don't know about the rest of the state, but we need West Texas nurses who are educated in West Texas and stay in West Texas. And that's one of the biggest hurdles that we've got to overcome, and that's why we're doing what we're doing today. I also want to divulge to you that I'm also a board member, one of 3 board members on Patty Hanks Shelton School of Nursing board as well. And so I speak only as the president today, but certainly I want you to be aware of that.
Hello, I'm Chris McNair. I'm the Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs at Harden Simmons. I'm a neuroscientist by training. I've been in higher education for 38 years. I have been the Provost now for 8 years. Before that, I was the Dean of the School of Sciences and Mathematics, which included our health professional programs at that time. But I've been a department chair, faculty member, and it's been a real joy to watch our health profession programs grow and seeing West Texas kids stay in Texas after they get trained instead of everyone having to reach out and recruit them from all over the world, which is a daunting task we know that you all face. Appreciate the time that you're giving us today. We thank you for this opportunity, and we're very pleased to present this program for you. We have had nursing at Harden Simmons since the 1940s, and so we want to continue that tradition with our own nursing school. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have several of our friends, family, and the faculty are in the virtual world watching us today. They had previous commitments, so the faculty were unable to come, but they are here. I also want to take this opportunity to introduce, we have 3 representatives from our community who wanted to come and support us. So I want to introduce them to you. Robin Wertheim is the District Director for Representative Stan Lambert, District 71. Thank you. Thank you, Robin. So we have Dr. Emily Goolsby. She's the Director of Education and Nursing Workforce at Hendrick Health, and her office is located in Abilene. Thank you. And then we have Visha Coleman. She is the director, this is long. She is the Director of Acute Care and Emergency Services at Texas Health Harris Methodist Hospital in Cleburne. She is also one of our alum. She is on the Harden Simmons University Board of Trustees, and she is currently newly the chair of the academic committee. So thank you. I want to thank each of you for coming and supporting us. So some of this is a little bit of a repeat. So we are a private Baptist university located in Abilene, Texas. We are known for graduating Christian leaders, and the program will graduate Christian nurse leaders. The university started in 1891, but the nursing program actually has been in existence since 1945. At that time, it was the Hendrick Memorial Hospital School of Nursing. Then in 1979, that is when they switched to the Intercollegiate School of Nursing Consortium, as Dr. Hooper mentioned, and that is when the 3 schools came together to form a consortium. Then, in 2004, the name was changed to the Patty Hanks Shelton School of Nursing. And then we talked about in 2014, that is when Abilene Christian left the consortium to become their own program. So as Dr. Hooper said, the students enter their freshman year. They complete 2 years in their respective schools, all pre-nursing courses, and then the last 2 years they go over to the consortial school or to the Patty Hanks Shelton Nursing School. Students then, but they still remain Harden Simmons students, and they graduate from Harden Simmons. So that's very, very unique. In 2022, the Board of Trustees voted for Harden Simmons to start their own nursing program. So now the students will spend all 4 years on the Harden Simmons campus, completing all 4 years. And that was a request from the students and parents, saying that they felt disconnected when they would leave to go to the consortium school. So that was really a request from constituents. So we all know there's a nursing shortage. We need 3.4 million nurses in the United States. But in Abilene alone, Hendrick needs right now 1,000 nurses. So there is a huge need in our community, and that's right now today. We, when I first came when I first moved to Texas, I went out and talked to community members. I secured 25 letters of support. I met with everybody. They understand the need that we need nurses, and that we have essentially a healthcare, or could have a healthcare crisis. We have secured a $2.8 million endowment. That's unrestricted funds, which is unheard of, just for the nursing program. Since the proposal was submitted, we also have secured an additional $1 million to assist with the purchasing of simulation equipment for the newly revised Sim Center. We were really blessed. We had 12 applicants for the first 4 positions, and we have secured the first 4 contracts, and they have been signed. In fall, we will start working on they will start in August, and in fall we will have a whole semester to really build out the curriculum and to have participation from all of the faculty when designing the actual coursework. So our faculty are a mix. We're, again, really blessed. So we have a mix of expertise and a mix of, we have one nurse practitioner, and then we have somebody who is retired from the military, who is, her husband's being transferred to Abilene. So she will be starting also in August. We plan to hire 2 additional faculty in spring of 2025 when we start the program. We've also hired last September and October, we hired a sim clinical coordinator who has been building out the simulations and who has been working with some of our clinical partners to establish additional clinical experiences in that area. And then this is a very unique position. In October, we hired the Director of Compliance and Student Success, and that individual has immense experience in student relationships. She works directly with admissions, so she's kind of a liaison between nursing and admissions. Between her and I, we meet with every prospective student. Sometimes we meet together, depending on our schedules. She will be responsible for a lot of advising. She will also help maintain clinical compliance for the students. And then we've also secured an administrative assistant. So our curriculum is 120 credits, 57 general, 63 nursing. Our clinical is 1,080 hours. 720 of those are in clinical, and the remaining are in simulation. So it's 34% in simulation. Our program is founded on servant leadership, and our mission is directed towards servant leadership. And we have servant leadership principles threaded throughout the curriculum, and they're also threaded throughout our program outcomes. We've established and mapped to the essentials of baccalaureate education for professional nursing practice. Those are the new essentials. So as you said earlier, we are really lucky because we got to start in the very beginning. We didn't have to make any changes. So that was awesome. We've also included the values of ethics, safety, diversity, and confidentiality, and health promotion, prevention, rehabilitation, maintenance, and restorative health. We've integrated the QSIN competencies, which are the quality and safety education for nurses, and then the DEX. We've, as Dr. Hooper said, I've communicated with CCNE, and we are scheduled to have a site visit in fall of 2025. We have currently 14 clinical affiliation agreements, and we have 3 more that have been sent out, and we're just waiting for those to be signed that they have agreed, and that would be Dias Air Force Base. We actually had Dr. O'Connell and I had lunch with her on Monday, and then the the criminal justice system and the county jail. I personally met with every clinical partner, and all clinical partners understand that we have a practice education gap, and they all want to work with us and all the schools really to bridge that gap, because we know we need safe practice. We need to deliver safe practice. Our physical resources, we're very excited about the resources. So we've renovated a 13,000 square foot space with labs, break rooms, workroom, offices, and a large student lounge. We have 1 large learning lab, and then we'll have 6 simulation rooms that will end with 3 debriefing rooms. So the students will have simulation rooms. So they'll go from the simulation right to the debriefing room, which is right across the hall. So we've arranged it that way. We also have a dressing room for standardized patients, because we plan on using standardized patients. We are using the adaptive Creighton competency evaluation instrument which is a valid instrument for all of our simulation experiences. So we would like to admit 30 students in spring of 2025. So these students are currently at Harden Simmons. They're sophomores, and they will have a graduation date of May 2027, and then fall of 25. A new cohort of students who will begin taking, they will start taking courses, their initial nursing courses in this August, and they will be graduating, and the plan is for them to graduate in 2028. So that's a brief summary, a very long proposal, but a brief summary of our proposal. So we welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, Harden Simmons.
Yeah.
First of all, I was super impressed with the level of enthusiasm in the community and all your letters of support. Wow. And that jumped out right away. So lots of enthusiasm for this program. And then just to commend you on your Christian faith mission in such a secular world, that's refreshing. And that was just threaded throughout the proposal, and your mission and your values and everything you do. The alumni wanting to come back, you said you've already got 4. That's great. Well, I mean, again, that's impressive. I'm going to mention to you, like I mentioned to UNT, Abilene has a SSLC, a state supported living center.
Yep.
Do you have a clinical affiliation agreement?
We do not yet. We've talked to them, and so I've been in contact with them. They had some change in leadership, so
not unusual.
Yeah. So the individual I had talked to initially is not there anymore. So, but we've actually, it's interesting that you mentioned that, because Representative, I keep changing his Lambert's office, has actually made that contact for us with that new individual.
Oh,
so,
that's great.
but yeah, so we and Dr. O'Connell, we are doing clinicals there, right?
Yes, currently our physical therapy program does clinicals at the State Support Center.
What would be really cool is if you had the PT and the nurse together. working with that patient population, have that interprofessional model, because you just don't get that opportunity, even in an acute care setting all the time, to work alongside. That's awesome. Love to hear that. Thank you. I also saw you had Abilene Taylor Public Health Department. You had Hendrick Home for Children. Just really some great experiences for the students. PDF, page 282, I think you need a key for the initials. You have initials on that CET on your clinical evaluation tool, but you don't have a key like for signatures.
Sure.
So,
Sure.
you know, if they put their initials, they just need a signature at the bottom.
Okay.
And I think it's on your resume. I'm not sure it's your resume. It said found director. That's
okay.
just a typo.
Sure.
But found director, I wasn't sure if that's what you meant. Okay, so on page 141, the progression policy is super stringent. You have a grade of B, correct, for them to progress.
Yes.
Why?
Clinical or for excellence. So, and I have in the past that is what I've used as a B average.
Do you think you'll consider changing this after your first two cohorts, or once you have a cohort set for the NCLEX? Do you think you'll maybe change that policy?
So we're constantly. Process improvement is big with the board and with CCNE. So that is, we will be evaluating that continuously. In fact, after every semester, we'll sit down and evaluate progression. I also would like midpoint, because we are a new program, and I've done this in the past, midpoint in the semester to collect data and analyze that data. So I think that would be key to our program, is really to analyze the data and see where the students are. So
that's tough. I think you also on PDF 188 talk about 2 decimal places, which kind of isn't, your rounding,
right?
Kind of isn't consistent with the stringent policy. So you may want to tighten that up or clarify that. Maybe just 1 decimal place, because you are being so strict with the B progression, just to be consistent in your grading policies. How many I couldn't find the number of withdrawals that you allow.
The withdrawals?
How many withdrawals do you allow?
I'm sorry?
In the upper division program. Like they drop a course without penalty. 2. 2? Okay. I think most, I think across the state it's generally 6. So again, it's pretty stringent.
Okay.
And that's without penalty, right?
Correct.
2 withdrawals? Okay.
Correct. So your recommendation is to look at, reevaluate
some other programs, but generally what you see across the board is about 6 withdrawals with no penalty. Now after the drop date, totally different animal.
Sure.
But let me see. Plagiarism, your plagiarism policy. I didn't see any mention of how you are going to view AI.
Yeah, that's great. So since this has been submitted, we do have an AI policy that we developed. So that is, and it is consistent with the entire College of Health Professions.
And it prohibit the use of AI?
It does not totally prohibit, because we have learned that we have to embrace AI. So by embracing AI, the policy does outline that it outlines some limitations, but it's quite extensive. But we've all learned that AI exists and that we have to embrace it. So it's not a punitive policy, and it's not negative. We tried to gear it more along the lines of that the limiting the use of AI.
Okay.
Because we all know that
medicine's using it increasingly for diagnosis, but
Yep.
just we've got to address it, right?
Absolutely. And we do have a policy now.
Good.
So
Thank you. Love page 147. I have never in any proposal seen online lecture guidelines.
Oh, yeah.
Great. Really super. I mean, they must be seated. Their camera
Yeah.
must be on. I was like, and you must be dressed appropriately. Fantastic. So glad to see that. I see a lot of netiquette, policies and email etiquette, but the online lecture guidelines, way to go. That was great.
Thank you.
Okay, I think this might be a typo. Page 148, disability services, or 158 of your PDF, talks about, I think you might have grabbed this from your PA school.
Okay.
It says physician assistant services profession, so you just plug in School of Nursing.
Sure.
Right. And I did not see a preceptor orientation.
There is we have a preceptor orientation and a preceptor manual.
Okay.
That was not probably we do have a manual, preceptor manual, and then that in that preceptor manual the preceptor will sign off.
Perfect.
So
Okay.
yes.
Super important too.
Yes.
I think that student counseling services, you addressed impairment.
Sure.
Page 150. Oh, okay. Last question, I promise.
That's okay.
A little confused on the evaluation tools. Which courses are you using? Are you using one evaluation tool for all courses?
Yes. Yes, we are. The evaluation tool is progressive, though.
Okay.
So it starts with the introductory.
I saw
So
that.
those foundational courses, ultimately, it's just blooming up. But ultimately, the introductory courses will have one tool, and then we will switch. It'll be ultimately all on one tool for documentation purposes. But there'll be 3 levels.
Right.
Same thing, but moving up from introductory to remediation to mastery.
I just want to make sure that works for the community and your public health settings, because when I was looking at your concept map and then your introductory levels, I would just, community is such a different animal that I would just make sure that it makes sense
Absolutely.
for your community clinical.
That it works
because
for.
you do have some great placements,
Yeah.
clinical affiliations there. I think that's it for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam President, I have some questions and comments.
Sure.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. I'm Ken Johnson. I represent LVN Education. I wanted to say that I felt this was a very good, proposal. But I do have concern, and that's with the grading policy.
Sure.
Right, 80 or above to progress in the program. Right. We want to make nurses, but at what, or we want to have excellence, but at what cost, right, to producing nurses. I don't believe this is the standard for the area. I did actually look up other learning packets from other universities that have BSN programs. Texas Tech, a C. Your neighbors to the south, Angelo State, is also a C. The program Patty Hank Shelton, which is where you guys are coming from, theirs is a 75 to pass, which seems quite reasonable. It's concerning to me. I try to put myself in a student's position. I think a B is kind of like a graduate level grade, and this is an undergraduate program. I understand excellence. But when you apply for a job as a nurse, they don't ask for your transcripts. They don't say, hey, what kind of student were you? They look at that license. Are you a safe nurse? And, when you think about grading, a C meets the minimum standard. Now, I'm not saying go to 70, but it is concerning to me, especially from a student's point of view, especially when you can choose where you want to go as a student. I want to be a nurse, and if I go to Texas Tech or I go to Angelo State, it's not going to require a B to get my licensure, right? We're good at every class that we take, right? And so I think about those nurses or those nursing students that would maybe take a course that they're not so good in. Like, for instance, me, it would probably be like OB, right? Like, I'm not super fantastic in that area. And so do you want to hold somebody back because they didn't make a B when they would have been a perfectly fantastic nurse in one subject that they didn't do good in? And so it is kind of concerning to me with that grading. Would you be willing to at least start your program instead of like going through and waiting to see if somebody has to get dropped? Would you start at a lower percentage? Would you be willing to do that?
Absolutely.
Could I speak to?
Yes.
Could I speak to?
Oh, yes, sure.
I came before the Texas Board of Nursing back in 2017 as the chair of the board for Patty Hank-Shelton School of Nursing. We were just put on probation. We couldn't take a class in, and we were told by the board, "You need to tighten it up. You've allowed way too many students in who are on the bubble, and you're risking your future." And so I know that's a tender spot for us, and certainly a sore spot. And when I shared before the board, I said that is a minimum standard. That is not the maximum standard. We will not be back because we have failed 2 years in a row. And so whether we're a little bit tense about that or concerned about that, we did shore it up. And you look at our passage rates now, I think we're at 93%. We've had 100% in the past. So we have responded to your directive. And so certainly I think there's adjustments that we could make. But please know there's history behind that.
Sure, of course. I completely understand that. But at the same time, these other universities that students are graduating from, they're not at an 80%, but they have, Texas Tech, for instance, has a 94.85% pass rate, and they are not at an 80% grade. So it is doable. So I understand the excellence, but if you want to make nurses or excellence, there's going to have to be some give and take.
And we have time to look at that.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. The faculty all come back in August, so that we'll put that on the agenda to discuss.
But otherwise, I think the proposal's great.
Yeah, thank you.
And I really appreciate how the decks have been woven throughout the program. That's really, really good to see. It was actually very easy for me to see in your proposal, so thank you.
Great, thank you.
Madam Chairman, I just have one question, if I could. Kathy Boswell. It relates to grading. It's your clinical grading. Have you had experience in some of the programs you have developed just doing pass-fail rather than a numeric grade?
I've done both. So we've done numeric grading and pass-fail. So the faculty, when we met, this was their recommendation. They wanted to do the pass-fail. So the pass-fail would be based, they would have to reach a competency in all of those areas with remediation. So we have an extensive remediation plan that we have built in. So that's why the pass-fail, you have to pass the course in order to pass the course, you have to pass the clinical piece at a pass-fail.
Okay.
Yeah. I've seen both.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Personal experience, it works better with something more objective.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, folks. Welcome. Thank you for being here today. I have a question, and I'm looking at this, excuse me, through the eyes of a student, in particular that first semester, first time nursing student. They've had a couple years of college under their belt, right? But they're coming to your program. And I see on here about grading, and you have weighted items, and there's certain weighted items that ultimately result in the potential to earn 100%. And then you have pass-fail items that don't count in the weighted grade. And unless I've read it wrong a couple times, which is highly possible, it seems a bit confusing that there are a lot of additional things as part of a course that are not part of a weighted grade, but actually may make the difference in me passing the course or not. So I could earn 95 or 100% in my examinations in my class assignments, the comprehensive exam, the clinical judgment exam, but then I didn't get 100 on the math dosage calculation exam, and if I read it correct, that means I don't pass the course. And so that may be purposeful by design, but it took me a few times of reading it to figure out if I'm interpreting that correctly. So my suggestion would be, if that is the way you decide to design your curriculum, that you're really, really clear on the front end that you can earn 100 in the class and not pass this class because of the performance on one particular item that's not part of that overall grade calculation. I don't know if I'm explaining.
Yes, I understand that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yep. And since then, we've also looked at the, like, I think one was 13%. So we're going to shore that up. That 13% is, and shore it up to like 20%, you know, making it more consistent. I like whole numbers. Just makes more sense to me. So.
Okay. Any other questions, board members, or statements, or? Okay. If we don't have anything else, could I get a motion on agenda item 3.2.6A?
Madam President, this is Ken Johnson. I move to grant the initial approval to the Harden Simmons University Baccalaureate Degree Nursing Education Program in Abilene, Texas, and impose the conditions and requirements in the attached letter and board order.
Thank you.
Attachment 1.
Do I have a second?
This is Rick Williams. I second.
I have a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, if you'll please vote. Nancy.
It hadn't come up.
It didn't come up.
Oh, click back on here.
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
There's the newbie.
Motion carries and it's unanimous. So thank you very much for being here. And I was with a university that went on conditional at one point too, and we came back stronger and better, and you learn from those. So I appreciate you sharing that information, and I think we always take it to heart. So yes,
Thank you.
Yes, nobody wants to be there.
I want to add, this is my 12th state that I've worked with, and this is a phenomenal process. And the time that everybody puts into making sure that the programs are stellar and competent and are delivering excellence is unbelievable. I've told I've told other friends that in other states, and so I just want to thank you for this process, and thank you for Dr. Hooper.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you for that. Congratulations.
I'd just like to add that when the consultants read the proposals, we're only looking if they meet the requirements. What you bring to them is a great consultation, and we appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we know we're running short. We have some new staff that we want Chris to be able to, and we're glad the staff has been with us all morning, and you may be thinking of all the stuff that's at work on your desk, and yet you're here. So we'd like to meet you and have her introduce for us. I'll let her get to her spot for that.
Sure, yes. So, board members, I'll make this brief, but I do want you to have a little bit of FaceTime with our new staff. As you can see, we've been very busy in hiring and recruiting, and we're really excited to have such a robust new cohort of staff with us today. Let me get to my notes here. All righty. So, and staff, thank you for your stamina and resilience in hanging out this morning. First, in enforcement, I want to introduce Joshua Jones. He is an investigator. Where are you, Joshua? Hello. He holds a bachelor's degree in criminology from William Patterson University and is working to complete a master's degree in higher education administration. He has worked with Texas A&M University, Collin College, Indiana University, Purdue University, Indianapolis, and the U.S. Army. Welcome. Next, we have Casey Putman. Is Casey here?
Can you wave?
There's
Yeah,
Casey.
okay. Mhm.
Hi, Casey. She's a program specialist who started in June with us. She has an associate degree of science from Paris Junior College and is currently working on a bachelor's degree in health science from Texas State. Her previous employers include HealthLink Outpatient Services for Baptist Medical System in San Antonio, Hunt Regional Medical Partners, Surgical Associates in Greenville. Welcome, Casey. What's that?
Oh.
Congratulations. Yay. Okay, and with Casey, we have Shauna Armendariz. And Shauna is a program specialist also. She earned a master's degree in criminal justice and a bachelor's degree in forensic psychology from Southern New Hampshire University. She's previously worked with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice and the Marine Corps Community Services. Welcome, Shauna. Okay, and we have Shuan Chris, who goes by Chris Yee. Hello. He is an investigator. He holds a bachelor's degree in criminal justice with a minor in politics and law and legal studies certificate from UT San Antonio. And he's previously worked with Gordon Law Firm and the U.S. Army. Welcome. And last but not least in enforcement, we have Manny Casas. Manny. There's Manny. He holds a doctoral degree in education with a minor in management from North Central University. He's previously worked for the City of Schertz as the Assistant Chief of Police and the U.S. Army. Welcome, Manny. Okay. And anyone else here from enforcement that I did not introduce? Okay. Excellent. Okay, and operations. I'm not sure if Doug is still here with us. Don't see Doug. Okay. And Sydney's not here. Teresa, is Teresa here? I don't see Teresa. Okay, how about Donovan? Nope. Okay. All right. Moving on to nursing. Dr. Danette Verwert is our newest addition to our education team as an education consultant. She is new to Texas. She moved from Washington State. She has a Bachelor of Science degree from Northwest University in Kirkland, Washington, a Master of Science from University of Washington, and a PhD in organizational leadership with a focus in higher ed from Northwest University. She completed her dissertation on a phenomenological exploration of nursing faculty's experience of ethical challenges in their administrative duties. She's got a rich clinical background in several areas of nursing. She's consultant in healthcare. She has edited textbook chapters and was an assistant, then associate professor at Northwest University. We're really glad to have you. Welcome. Then we have Beverly Swanson. Is Beverly still with us? Hi, Beverly. Beverly is our newest addition to our team in APRN licensing as a license and permit specialist. She has previously worked with the Department of Information Resources, and her other work experiences include retail and administrative correspondence for the IRS. She graduated from Austin Community College with General Studies and Business Administration associate degrees, and in 2023 from Texas State University with a bachelor's degree in marketing and a minor in mass communications, psychology, and sociology. Welcome, Beverly. And then in nursing practice, we have two new practice consultants. First is Sherry Weaver Morales. And Sherry has a Bachelor of Science degree from Immaculata University and a master's degree from Widener University, and is currently enrolled in a doctorate of public health at Walden University. She comes with a varied background in bedside nursing practice, nursing education, legal nurse consulting, and most recently working for the Defense Health Agency. Welcome, Sherry. And then we have our newest addition, Dr. Kathy Smith, who is our Director of Nursing. She has earned an Associate and Bachelor of Science degrees in nursing from New Mexico State, a master's degree from Texas Tech, and a Doctor of Education from Mary Hardin Baylor. She has an extensive background in pre-licensure and graduate education, as well as in nursing practice, both as an RN and as an advanced practice registered nurse. She most recently served as the Director of the Graduate Program for Texas State University. Welcome, Kathy. And then we also have Mary Jane Philpy Dollins. Mary Jane, she is a practice consultant, and she completed her bachelor's degree in women's studies from Vanderbilt University and a master's degree in nursing from the University of Texas at Austin. She's previously worked with St. David's Medical Center here in Austin, as well as the March of Dimes. Welcome. Okay. And then last but not least, I want to introduce you to Courtney Carruthers. Courtney is our most recent hire announced today. She came to work with us from Peak Performers, which is a temp company, as an assistant in HR. So much of the hires that you met today are in great part due to all of her hard work and demonstration of all of her expertise. So she is now working in HR permanently. We've recruited her, and we're delighted to have her. She has a rich and varied background in the fashion industry, in animal pet sitting services, and many others. So we're delighted to have Courtney with us. Thank you.
Welcome, you guys. This is great.
Did I miss anyone? I would hate to do that. Okay. All right. Great.
Well, thank you for being here this morning and staying through. We usually have this at the beginning, but we had those technical difficulties. But you did see what we do and how we do our meetings, and why it matters, the work that you do for us, helping us with our meetings. So we will adjourn now. For a short time. We need to be back by 1 because we have open forum and we do have people coming. And our DPS guy bought some pizza. And he has it out there. He put 4 pizzas out there that everybody could, when there's enough, grab a piece.
And he's guarding them very carefully.
Yes. He wouldn't let us contribute. He's just such a great guy, and he's just always here for us, and we feel safe and protected having him here. So.
And board members, if you're not up for pizza, there is a small canteen on the 6th floor, and your badge will let you in, and it has a variety of off-the-shelf lunch items that you can grab.
6th floor?
Yeah, 6th floor.
We probably don't have enough time to go next door to Jordan Building and be able to get in line and out. So.
Just have a question. This may be a enforcement.
I think that works. It's going to look kind of funny.
Is there air? Filter. Nurses.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the board, I'm recognizing this time as the beginning of open forum. Normally, this is an opportunity for the public to voice observations and opinions about the regulation of nursing, the approval of nursing schools, and/or nursing practice issues, which fall under the purview of this agency. We welcome ideas or recommendations about issues in nursing practice or education. The information shared with us will assist the board in its regulatory role. The mission of the Texas Board of Nursing is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that each person holding a license as a nurse in the state of Texas is competent to practice safely. Keep in mind, the board's jurisdiction is limited to the approval of schools of nursing, examination and licensure of nurses entering practice, and the regulation of practicing nurses. Many aspects of healthcare, such as the operation of hospitals and the licensure or practice of healthcare providers other than nurses, are beyond the board's purview. In eligibility and disciplinary matters, the law provides that the board act on the basis of admissible evidence, which is secured and presented within the requirements of due process in the Administrative Procedures Act, the APA. Therefore, during this forum, we cannot receive information about any pending case. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website, of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony related to the hearing. At this time, we invite anyone wishing to address the board during open forum to step forward, identify yourself, and present the information that you wish to share with the board. At the conclusion of we will close the open forum. So at this time, we have a request from Sarah Furlick.
Copies of my testimony in case I run out of time. I'll try to talk fast.
Do you want me to start the time?
What we usually do is you have 5 minutes.
Oh, I was told 3, so good. That'd be great. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Sarah Furlich. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. I'm here today as a mom of a recent nursing graduate as well as a professional. I'm a special education teacher specializing in learning disabilities like my daughters. Texas has a long history of recognizing that dyslexia and ADHD are independent of intelligence and do not determine one's ability to achieve a challenging career like nursing. An entire generation of students like my daughters have grown up in an education system that offers accessibility that mitigates the impact of their disability and allows them to demonstrate their mastery of course content. Licensing boards must come into alignment with these practices. Students spend years and thousands of dollars pursuing a career path, demonstrating success, meeting the demands of these training programs that you are responsible for. And then they have that accessibility blocked in their final step prior to employment. Currently, the NCLEX only offers text-to-speech features that are designed for the visually impaired. The Texas Board of Nursing even sends an accommodation applicant a warning notification that if they are not already trained in the JAWS program, they should not use it as it is difficult and takes a great deal of practice to become proficient. While we appreciate y'all's desire to be transparent and warn these testing candidates so that they might be more successful, such an acknowledgement is a confirmation that we are not providing that accessibility required under the Americans with Disabilities Act. The Texas Board of Nursing offers a human reader, but that solution is problematic as well. Human readers limit the testing locations and delays registration compared to their non-disabled peers. We have had many reports of poor reading proficiency, such as difficulty pronouncing medical terminology and the human reader doesn't provide the level of adaptability that a true text-to-speech program does. Most importantly, a human reader is more stigmatizing to the individual with a disability. When a student has been using a technology their entire college career and access to that accommodation is then switched to a stranger reading to them in a room one-on-one, in the most important assessment of their educational career, it is intimidating and distracting. The additional financial burdens placed on our individuals with disabilities are also unacceptable. My daughter has had the same accommodations since she was in first grade. She has been tested for disabilities every 3 years until she was in high school. She moved into college with the same accommodations, and yet 4 months prior to graduating nursing school, we had to find $3,500 to pay a private evaluator to get a new assessment that affirmed the same thing we've always seen. And that was because her testing was more than 3 years old. We are a family with the means to provide her with that redundant testing, and I also have the professional capabilities to know what we would get would meet the requirements of this board or the national board. The majority of nursing candidates, however, do not come from such a place of privilege. State agencies must work together to remove unnecessary bureaucratic burdens. The Texas Board of Nursing can accept and recognize the already established accommodations and documentation requirements, so we must find a way to do that. Nursing is a career founded on a core belief that all individuals deserve the same level of patient care, regardless of race, creed, ethnicity, gender, or ability. Your practices towards the nursing candidates must also embody these same principles. Thank you for your attention to these matters for the next cohort of nurses.
Thank you for coming in front of us today and for bringing this to our attention. I am aware that the staff has talked with you and worked closely with you, and for your daughter, I've also am aware of the fact that she did pass her boards, and that was very, very exciting. I myself have grandchildren with disabilities and also a son with the same, and he's older, so we didn't have a lot of help during those times, and I was his advocate during that time. So I appreciate the road that you've traveled and what you do for other students, since you said that is what your profession is as well. So we think that it is an issue. I know that we've talked with National Council, State Boards of Nursing, and Pearson VUE, and we are aware that they are student advocates, and this is to the forefront for them, and that they are working on that. Of course, that hasn't helped students in the past, but hopefully will help students in the future. So thank you for being a voice and an advocate for those who don't always have it. Do you have anything else? Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else? I don't have a form from anyone else that was going to be here. Yes. Okay, did you fill out a form?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll get you one.
Yes.
You can go ahead.
Okay, you want to come here to, oh, thank you. And of course, so you don't have to fill it out right now. You can come to the forefront here where we have the microphones. If you want to sit here, since there's two of you with the microphones, you can, or you can stand. So it's up to you.
We can stand.
Okay.
Go ahead and use your. Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Chelsea Hinman, and I'm the program director at the Gatehouse, located in Grapevine, Texas. And joining me is our program services director, Lindsay Kinsey. So we are here to talk about the Gatehouse program and what we are doing in the DFW area to assist single mother students as they are completing their education. The Gatehouse program has been established in Grapevine, which is a small city right in between the DFW Metroplex, since 2015, and we've always been a program that has been committed to permanent positive change for single moms. After COVID, what we started realizing is a lot of the ladies that were applying into our program, they were saying that they were needing to go back to school. And so after doing some additional research, we were seeing why. With the increase in inflation, but also just the earning potential for single mothers, we were finding that a lot of single moms were wanting to go back to school to finish a degree. And of course, as you can imagine, many wanting to go to nursing school. But with the way that nursing school is set up, it's very difficult for single moms because they're also balancing needing to work because they're responsible for childcare, rent, food, all of those other things. So as a direct result of that, we have launched our education track, which started this last fall, that Lindsay will talk a little bit about.
So again, my name's Lindsay Kinsey. I'm the General Counsel and the Program Services Director for our organization. As a direct response to the economy and these students, and also just the research that we were finding that single student mothers highly likely to drop out of school because of some of these barriers, predominantly childcare. We created what's called the education track with our organization and have since partnered with several universities that have accelerated nursing programs and are looking to build that base of interest with different universities that have those single student mothers that need some of the basic assistance that they can't, that they're forced to either choose, do I work full time or do I go to school and finish my degree, so that they can end up becoming permanently financially sufficient for their family. So the education track at the Gatehouse offers up to 2.5 years of free living expenses for these single student mothers and their families, along with free child care, transportation or technical assistance with their vehicles, free legal assistance. As we've noticed, a lot of these members are going back to school because there has been a change in their family dynamics, such as separating from a spouse or becoming a single mother for the first time, and they're needing legal assistance in either a family setting or potentially even a landlord-tenant setting, because so many people are now having their rent go up substantially and they can't afford to maintain those leases. We also provide critical services for them, such as counseling, both for them and for their children, so their children can receive play therapy for that transitional time. They're enrolled in the GCISD school district, so our kids are able to be kindergarten ready because we partner with a early learning academy. So these children that were having to go either to daycare or to certain different types of alternative childcare so mom could afford to continue to go to school now have a place to become kindergarten ready. So we offer multiple different opportunities, and we welcome as many single student mothers that want to get their degree so that they can go and work in their communities and also be a financial assistant to their communities as a taxpayer, not as a tax consumer.
And even though our program has only been, the education track has only been working since last fall, we actually just celebrated 2 nursing students that graduated this last May, both of which passed that Inlex first try. Both are employed at local hospitals, and both are going to be leaving our program making more than they've ever made before in their life.
Debt-free.
Debt-free, that's right, debt-free.
So what's your funding?
So we are a 100% private funded organization because we do have a faith-based component to it. So a lot of corporations in the DFW Metroplex, as well as a lot of private donors, fund our program. Our program really is a big experiment in how can we help a lot of these single mothers that are trying to either, so we also have a career track for single mothers that have already received an education but are really need to get back into the workforce. But obviously we're here to talk about the education track today. But these families, what we're noticing with the numbers is that a lot of these mothers that are single mothers trying to either get back into the career force or trying to finish school have been deeply affected by the economy, the inflation, the rent increase, and the skyrocketing childcare costs. Oh, I didn't mention that. So we have 96 apartments on our campus, so we can actually host 96 families at any point in time. And then obviously it is based on their course material. So one of our partners that we have right now is UTA, and we have several of our students going through their accelerated nursing program. So some of the programs are quicker and they're able to graduate faster, reduce that debt because they're being able to live rent-free and childcare-free as far as those payments go.
You know, historically, when students are struggling in school, it's because they're working too much and they have family issues going on. And so we've had schools here this morning talking about the success of students, how they have counselors and funding and a food pantry and just many, many things like that, because it's just not about the tuition and the books.
Correct.
And so those other things matter. So thank you for sharing this. This is very, very, it sounds great.
And if any of you are in the DFW Metroplex planning to visit, we would love to give you a tour of our. So within the comments that were provided prior to this meeting was included our digital flyer. So you can feel free to reach out, and we would love to schedule some time for you to visit our campus.
Where are you located? I know you're in Grapevine, but where in Grapevine?
We are at the very top north end of the DFW airport. So our property actually sits on 61 acres at the very tip of the DFW airport. So one of the things that obviously is a barrier for a lot of our students is transportation, because there's not a lot of public transportation in the DFW area, which is why we also offer transportation assistance for a lot of our members as well. We want to remove any of those barriers that are going to prevent them from getting their degree and being able to walk out and take care of their family.
And so who are some of your like corporate supporters? Or faith or?
Well, we have a lot of churches that donate on a regular basis. We have a permanent endowment fund that also helps with our organization, but then we also have support from different organizations such as Kimberly-Clark. They provide, we used to have a campus on store. They used to provide diapers, toilet paper, all the free products, as well as regular donations. We've had PepsiCo be a part of our organization. We have a lot of different companies. BNSF is one of our biggest supporters. So we have quite a few corporate organizations that give to our mission and have for the last 9 years.
Well, thank you for sharing that.
Thank you so much for having us.
We have a question.
I do. I'm sorry. This sounds amazing. I'm curious, capacity-wise, where you are right now. Are you at your 96?
So we're actually so we graduate people so quickly, and then because of the way our program is structured is we do want to make sure that they have admission into their core nursing. So they have to have either finished their basics and have a letter stating they have been admitted into their nursing program. We also allow other health degrees as well. So all that to say, we've just graduated a bunch in May, and so we're not at capacity right now. So that's why we're hoping we can get more different schools involved that have these accelerated programs or have AA programs where they can become a registered nurse, because we do have partnerships with Baylor Scott & White and Texas Health Resources, so that they can get in to some of these facilities and then be able to go back to school under some of their programs within these hospitals that will help do tuition reimbursement, so that they can go get that full BSN.
That's amazing. Very good. Thanks for sharing all of this.
Yes, we're very excited, and all of the candidates that are coming in that are doing our health and nursing programs have been so successful, and they're all graduating in what we call our Tarrant County living wage bracket, which is what a mom with that amount of children, based on an MIT calculator, would need to be able to earn in order to be completely self-sufficient.
I work with families in the Tarrant County area, and so this is a good resource. I'm glad to learn of this. So
come visit us anytime. We'd love to have you.
Be great.
Madam President. Rick Williams, represent consumers. Wow, this is a awesome program, and I think it would be super help to many people. Question is, how do you receive your people? What's the recruitment process to get somebody to you?
Talk about referrals? Sure. So we receive referrals from all over the place. It is still, our education track is still fairly new. So we are still trying to get the word out about this program, because many places, when they hear about it, they go, there's a catch. This is too good to be true. I promise it isn't. Come visit sometime. But we receive referrals from schools directly. We have other agencies, other nonprofits that will often refer. Churches will refer, but in many cases, a single mom in need will just do a quick Google search, find us, and apply that way.
Could you tell me the name of the
The Gatehouse.
The Gatehouse. Okay.
Yes, and if you want to check out our website, it's Gatehouse, GATEHOUSEDFW.org.
Okay, thank you.
Just for content or clarity's sake, this is the pet project, the giving back effort of Matt and Lisa Rose. Matt was the CEO of Burlington Northern during his time in in the business world, and so this is their pet project, is to help their community get these moms back on their feet and be financially supporting themselves and their kids. So we're very thankful.
And what is their name again? Matt and
Lisa Rose.
Rose?
Yes, ma'am.
I think that's great, and then it pays it forward.
Yes, and what we're finding, and this may be something, as you said, for consumer research, the whole purpose behind this is we are actually spending less per family to get them to self-supportiveness than if they were to stay on government welfare for those same 2 years. So what we're trying to do is continue to refine our process to make it cheaper and cheaper to be able to support this family for a short period of time, and then they never have to go back on government assistance. So that same family, if they stayed out in the community would have to pay more to keep that family afloat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please fill out the forms so that we're a little backwards on that, but thank you so much. Okay, so I think we'll start with Kristen's report. Okay. Which is one point. Oh, 1.9. What? Well. Yes. Okay, we're not going to do Kristen's report. This is so strange because that usually is the first of every meeting, and so it didn't happen today. So we're going to go ahead and have Odessa College come forward for 3.2.6D, which is a baccalaureate degree nursing education program in a public junior college. And is Dr. Hooper, are you doing that? All right.
Looks like we need another.
Let me find my.
Thank you. While we're getting seated, I'm filling in for Dr. Donnelly today. She couldn't be here for a funeral in their family. So I'm happy to fill in for her. And this is another
I have
story.
to.
Yes. They don't need to be sworn in. I don't think they need to be sworn in. We're not approving them.
Okay.
Sorry.
I have paperwork for that.
We'll trust them.
Okay. Okay, but I trust you.
Yes. In 2017, the legislation passed Senate Bill 2118 that allowed the coordinating board to identify certain public junior colleges to offer baccalaureate degrees. One of the fields that was mentioned was nursing. So this bill allows public junior colleges that meet the requirements to seek approval from the coordinating board and from the Texas Board of Nursing. Now, we have no purview over post-licensure programs, but since this is kind of a new thing along the way, we know that board members would like to hear this proposal. And the way we handle this is that we get the proposal from the program, and the education consultants review it and determine if they have met all of our requirements for curriculum at that level. And then if they have, we notify the coordinating board through a letter analyzing their proposal. And then the coordinating board will pick it up at that point and move forward. They wait for us because they want that from us. This is very, very good. And when I give a later report, talk about a meeting that we have with the joint agencies, you'll understand why it is important to know this. So we did read their proposal thoroughly. 2 of us read it, and Dr. Donnelly wrote up an analysis of the proposal and sent that to the coordinating board, and then they are able to move forward for its approval. Since the bill was passed, this will be the 17th public junior colleges that have sent us a proposal for an RN to BSN program, and they are in function. I think there was some concern that this would pull enrollments away from BSN programs, but that hasn't seemed to be the case. Knowing students from years of teaching, they want to go back to the place where they got their first degree, and they're very comfortable with that. I taught in an RN to BSN program, and the students, if they like the faculty, they like the school, they want to go there for more degrees. They developed a master's program, and they asked, when are you going to develop a doctoral program? And we said, we're not, because that's way out of our range. But it is an interesting thing, and certainly these programs have done well. Odessa College was established in 1946, and the Associate Degree Nursing Education Program has been in operation since 1962. Odessa is accredited by SACS, and the nursing program, the Associate Degree Program, is accredited by ASIN, and that's the Accrediting Commission for Education in Nursing. I could tell you more about that, but I'll skip it. So one of the requirements in the bill that was written to allow junior colleges to establish a BSN is that they would have to have accreditation. So a program cannot have accreditation until after they've started. So most of the programs get approval and they start, and they're already in contact with the accreditation organization to arrange to become accredited. So that's their next step down the line. The NCLEX pass rate for the past 5 years have been between 87 and 95%. So the ADN program is functioning well. We always look at that. The RN to BSN program plans to enroll one cohort of 32 students in year 1, which would be 2025, and 32 in year 2, which would be 2026, and proceed from there. There will not be a program that will be waiting for a pass rate, but they'll probably get that accreditation behind and then maybe make some adjustments. The entire didactic program curriculum in the proposed RN to BSN will be offered online, and the program will have 2 clinical courses that require on-site clinical attendance in health facilities located in the Permian Basin. Most RN to BSN programs provide their program online, but it's beneficial if they can have some hands-on clinical practice, and they are usually in areas of community health and leadership management. So I'll let them tell you what they have in mind. I do want to say, too, that in watching these RN to BSN and community colleges, that it's been going well for them, and I will guarantee to you that since they are following our rules, they have a sound program, because anybody can develop an RN to BSN program. It takes very little approval or regulation, because once a program gets outside of the licensing area, we have no regulation anymore, and even the coordinating board doesn't regulate the nursing curriculum, and that's why they want us to do that. So I'm going to ask the people here to introduce themselves and tell you a little bit about the RN to BSN program. This is not for an approval. Staff have already approved the curriculum and it's gone. But we know that you like to know about these programs. And if you ever want a report of all of them at some point, just to know how they're doing, we'd be glad to provide that for you. Okay.
Thank you, Madam President, and the board members. My name is Dr. Otoader, and I am the program director for the RN to BSN program at Odessa College. And I have other the faculty member here, and I have our school vice president here as well, and our associate dean as well. I will let them introduce themselves, and then we can get into the meat of the RN to BSN program.
Thank you, Madam President, for having us here today. We want to, and all of the board members, my name is Lori Fierro Iverson, and I'm the Associate Dean for Health and Science at Odessa College. I just want to give a little brief introduction. I, too, am from West Texas. I'm from Fort Stockton, Texas. And then when I graduated high school, I went to the University of Texas, El Paso, and received my nursing license there. I practiced for about 10 years in adult critical care, where I received a University of Texas Tyler master's degree in nursing education and slowly transferred into education. So now I sit for a whopping 5 months as the Associate Dean for Health and Science at Odessa College, and I want to give you a little bit of insight into what Odessa College offers in the health and science field. Currently, right now, we have 7 working programs in the health and science, such as fire EMS, physical therapist assistant, surgical technology, radiological technology, the licensed vocational nursing program, and our associate degree in nursing. We're in the process today, as stated, to begin an RN to BSN program, as well as relaunching a respiratory care program and a bachelor's degree in healthcare management. So Odessa College is a wonderful community college that's offered in the West Texas area for the underserved community. Low socioeconomic people, disadvantaged students are the ones that attend our schools, and they come in underprepared, but they leave Odessa College prepared and ready to work in the workforce. We're very proud of that. We're very proud of all of our pass rates in our health licensure programs. We do extraordinarily well. I think that is directly related to our dedication that our faculty give to our students. I think they go well above and beyond the needs of most students. We not only help them academically, but we've helped them economically as well, as most of the colleges now offer food pantries and assistance. Within our nursing community, or within our community, we have about $200,000 in scholarship funds for our nursing students in particular. We were also very blessed to have a brand new health and science building that will be opening actually in a few weeks. We'll be ready to move in and take students for our fall. It's a $41 million state-of-the-art health science facility. And the one great thing that I can say about this facility is that we have on the first floor a simulation hospital, where it is meant that all of our current professions must work together at the same time and learn how to talk to one another, how to give report to one another, how to transfer patients, how to run a hospital with one another. And it is something I think that's been lacking in most nursing programs and in most healthcare programs. We work in silos, and I'm happy to say that Odessa College doesn't. We work very, very well together. We run mega codes together, we run mass casualties together, so that the students become comfortable in talking to one another and knowing that they're going to give the right information through practice and through constant connection with one another. So we're really proud of that fact. I will also introduce Dr. Tremaine Anderson Silvas. She is our Vice President of Instruction.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam President and esteemed board. My name, as mentioned, is Tremaine Anderson Silvas, and I serve as the Vice President for Instruction and have done so for the past 4 years. I would say I'm not a nurse, but I'm dangerous enough because I've sat in so many teaching demos for nurses that I think I should have a designation. Hopefully after this I will. I will say I'm honored to be the VP of Instruction at Odessa College, and the approval of the Odessa College Bachelor of Science in Nursing program is just not an initiative that is really a milestone for us at the college, because there is a critical need in our region, in the Permian Basin. I too grew up in the West Texas area, and so we know that the need for nurses is acute. And so we pride ourselves with serving 33,000 square miles within the region, which is bigger than the state of Maine. That's our service area for Odessa College. And so the demand for qualified nurses in our region is acute, as I said, but the healthcare landscape and the distance in which the people that we're serving and populations is something that this team is ready and geared towards making an impact within the region. So the introduction of Odessa College BSN program is designed to bridge this gap that we've seen, and we want to provide a steady stream of nurses to meet the needs of our local hospitals and clinics. As Lori has mentioned, this fall we are going to open up our new health sciences building, which was the doing of the college. People just came to our aid. Medical Center Hospital Systems and our other partner, ORMC, was a part of helping us with fundraising the $41 million. We also had an individual family that has been big approvers and proponent of Odessa College that did provide money for the opening of the building. And then Odessa College ourselves gave money for this building that we're opening up in the fall. And so it's 83,000 square feet facility that will have our students represented in all of our health professions areas. And Lori represents the School of Health and Sciences. And so we will also have some of our academic curriculum programs like anatomy and physiology and chemistry that will work along with our health professions within the hospital and within the building as well. And last, but really not least, I want to say that as an administrator, we can't do this work alone. This leadership team that is sitting with me at the table this afternoon are the people that really have done the hard work. They are exceptional. They have brought this program and its vision to fruition, and so I want to tell them thank you to Lori Fierro Iverson as our new Associate Dean of the School of Health and Sciences, Dr. Maiwa Otuada, our program director, and then our founding professor here with the BSN program, Mrs. Dawn Johnson, for all of the hard work that they have done. And in conclusion, I want to quote our president, Dr. Gregory Williams. He says, oftentimes, all the time, he says, in the United States, we're not doing enough in higher education to help enough students. And so that's why we're here today. At Odessa College, we recognize this challenge and are committed to making a difference. And so the launch of this BSN program is a testament to our dedication to providing accessible, high-quality education that empowers not only our students, but empowers our community. And so we're glad to be here and look forward to the questions that you have for us.
I want to say one more thing about Odessa. When Lisa and I worked on their different paperwork, it's like, what are they going to do next? Because they were just asking recently to extend they have dual credit in the high schools, several high schools, and they were asking to extend that to another site. And we're probably over scrupulous in determining, but then turn around and they want to do an R&B, what next? We're going to continue to ask. Dr. Benton, I think I need to visit the school.
Any questions or statements, members? Okay.
Madam President, I can see. Hello, I'm Ken Johnson. I represent LVN Education. I'm actually from the region. I work in San Angelo now, but I actually taught at Howard College in Big Spring. So I believe this is fantastic that you guys are bringing this to Odessa. The town needs it. It's gonna increase the BSNs in the workforce there. It's difficult to get nurses to want to come out there. There's a lot going on in Odessa, but as far as West Texas, that's it. And so this is going to bring much needed staffing, especially to MCH and Odessa Regional Medical Center, and to the surrounding areas, because I think Andrews is out there, right? They've got a hospital in some of these rural communities. So I thank you for starting this program. It's going to be fantastic.
Madam President? Hi, I'm Rick Williams, represent consumers, and like my fellow board member Ken, I've lived out in San Angelo as well, and when my kids were little, and we would get in the car to go to San Antonio. Once you leave San Angelo, your Brady was a pit stop. So I'm very familiar with West Texas and including the Odessa area, because I've been to that area and seen signs for the mid-towns that you are going to be servicing. So it is awesome to bring skilled nurses to these areas because it is sorely needed, and good health care should be for everybody. So thank you for what you're doing.
And I would like to speak, talk more about the program. So what we did that got us here was to identify the need in the community, and also listen to our clinical partners and our students as well. And we identified the need to start this RN to BSN program, and we took it to our Board of Trustees, and we just went on from there. But just like everyone else has said, this is a big need in the community. We are very enthusiastic about this. The community members are looking forward to these programs. A lot of them have called and reached out asking when we're starting this program, because we have very low number of baccalaureate prepared nurses in the Permian Basin. Very low, very, very. And there is a big need for the baccalaureate prepared nurses. So we're very, like I said, we're very happy to take this to the next level and kickstart the program as well. Yeah.
Madam President, I just had one more question. So the first year, the student enrollment is going to be 32 students. Of those 32 students, how many are going to be recent graduates from the Odessa, or are you just going to take seasoned ADNs as your first cohort?
So we're going to have multiple people apply to this program, including the recent graduates and those that have been in the workforce for a very long time. And one of the admission criteria would be that you have a GPA of at least 2.5, and then must have taken all the gen ed courses, and then also have letter of recommendation from, could be faculty or like someone, a hospital administrator. And so those are some of our admission criteria, but we really wish we could expand the program more than that, but it's going to be a very competitive program to get into, and that's because we have a very large number of nurses trying to get in, but we'll try our best to admit as much as possible.
So you're not going to have like reserved seats for new graduates, like the top of the class or something like that?
No, not necessarily, because we want this to be very transparent, and we don't have a reserved seat for anyone, really. A lot of nurses have been working, and they've been registered nurses for like 30 years, and they don't have a baccalaureate degree, and they have so much experience, but they just need this to get to the next level. So like I said, it's going to be a mixture of recent and, long-term, grad nurses, yeah.
And I would also like to say we are currently working on a program now. You mentioned, Mr. Johnson, that it's hard to retain and recruit to West Texas, and we know there's a shortage. We're working on a Grow Your Own program, and so we're looking at, even within our nursing faculty, we have some that are LVN, RN, and having a set number of seats available for them to go into the BSN program. And then we're looking at other, if they have the BSN, how they can do an MSN at another affiliate that we're working with. So we're working on growing your own. That's kind of what's upcoming and next for us. We have other programs within our college that we have Grow Your Own in, and so we're wanting to do that with the nursing program as well.
And Mr. Johnson, I wanted to speak to that as well. So yes, we do have a few that we were looking at for our faculty to go in specifically. Those are our registered nurses that are teaching in the LVN faculty right now, that if they have their prerequisites completed, then they will get preferential treatment to get into the program, so that we'll reserve those spots for them. But our problem, and it's a problem at every institution, is that master prepared nurses are the most difficult in nursing education to find. So that was something that when we discussed this program, is what we really wanted to focus on. And so what we're starting with first is within our own faculty. And so once everyone becomes BSN prepared, then our goals are to help with tuition reimbursement and covering tuition costs with other universities to cover a master's degree. And that's what we feel will get our faculty to stay in the area and to stay in nursing education. And that way we can start to grow our programs, but they're not going to leave. And that's our biggest problem. The other thing is that we are looking at our different community partners. So we looked at Big Bend Regional down in Alpine. We have talked to some of the other Pecos County Memorial Hospital. They all have specific nurses that they would like to put through the BSN program. And so we said, let's come to the table, all of us within the hospital, and say, okay, if you have one, then we'll accept one here and one here, so that we work collaboratively, because we still service that huge area, and we want that community to also know that your needs are heard, and we are here to service you as well. So not just for the Midland Odessa area, but really for our community altogether. When Maiwa started this whole journey, she has really stressed about anyone applying. And I looked at her last night and said, you will have a waiting list. You will always have a waiting list. Because I think she saw it grow, and she saw the interest just immediately become obvious as we got closer. And the calls that we get every day are, when can we start taking our prerequisites so that we can start the program? So we are looking at every avenue, but ultimately, first and foremost, we are looking at our own faculty to grow them as well, and to keep them as educators.
I'd like to add, good afternoon, Madam President and members of the board. I currently serve, I'm transitioning from being in my 7th year, going into my 7th year of the, having been a faculty member of the LVN dual credit program, and transitioning to being a founding BSN faculty member. But I can attest to that, because it seems as though when this program was presented and our community started to hear that it was in fact coming and it was real, it almost seemed like there was this hope that it was doable. They had heard about it, and there was some there that they worked alongside that had attained this degree, this BSN, and now that it was at this college that they've gone through, and they've gotten their CNA, and they've gotten their LVN, and they've earned their ADN, their RN. Oh my goodness, they have this this BSN program, and even some that had Mrs. Johnson as a teacher, an instructor. There's this hope in the community, like we can reach this, and they're eager and they're excited and they can't wait, and they feel like now they can do it. And so we're just so excited to have seen this interest, and it is, I'm I can't wait to see the waiting list, because there is going to be a waiting list, and it's unfortunate and fortunate because we already know that there's a need, but certainly it has grown to something that I think we just thought that there was, and we knew statistically that there was a need, and we heard about it, but like the inquiries daily, even from the students that are there in the programs, they stop by our offices and they're like, what do you know now? Where are we at? And things like that. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you very much. Is there any other questions, board members? So this was an information only, and so congratulations to you. We look forward to seeing the population increase for those RN to BSN, and it really matters that those programs be quality, and it has hurt my heart in the past that I felt programs around the country have not provided the quality for many of the, it's just almost like a rubber stamp. Mm-hmm. And then those students came to our graduate program and they didn't have a good foundation. Sure. And we want them to build on those community learning goals and those leadership that they needed so that then they can do graduate work if they choose to do that. So I appreciate the fact that you're taking it very serious. So thank you. Okay, congratulations.
Thank you.
So that we stay on too. Okay. All right. Okay, so we will now go to Dr. Benton's 1.1 Executive Director Report.
Thank you, Madam President, board members, and members of the audience. A full copy of my report is posted on our website. In the sake of efficiency, I will just hit some of the high points. On a national level, the Nurse Licensure Compact has grown since our last. We are now at 40 states and 2 territories who have enacted. The most recent state is Connecticut. Their implementation date is TBA, but the compact continues to grow. Let's see. In the report, I've provided you a link to a very short video that the National Council of State Boards of Nursing has posted on their website to really reach all of their stakeholders, patients, public, nurses, nurse regulators, to really explain what the role of regulation is and how it impacts patient safety. And their slogan is, "Your moment is our mission," and regulation exists in that space between the nurse and the patient. So if you have a chance, take a look at that link. Let's see. I want to give a shout out to Christine Riley, our nursing practice consultant, who wrote the feature article in the latest edition of NCSBN's Leader to Leader. She drafted and published an excellent article on AI incorporating artificial intelligence in nursing education. So go, Christine. There's some articles of interest that I've included in the report. I won't read that to you. Let's see here. I do want to mention, we'll report on it more thoroughly when we get to the agenda item, but the governor charged the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board in April to establish a task force on healthcare workforce issues. And Catherine Thomas, our former executive director, was appointed to that task force. And they have met twice so far. And we have another member in the audience who is a member of the task force, Dr. Jason Valerio. They will be meeting again with a workshop on Monday the 22nd, and our staff have been attending, but we'll give more of an update later in the meeting. There is mention of our 3 new board members, and included are their bios. I also want to mention that Catherine Thomas was recently honored, coinciding with the Texas Nurses Association annual meeting. The Texas Nurses Foundation hosted an awards ceremony for leaders and legends in nursing. And Ms. Thomas was among those who were awarded this Lifetime Achievement Award. The bulletin has been posted on the website, and all of our licensees have been emailed that it's ready for consumption. I want to highlight that there is a feature article authored by Dr. Edwards on clinical education opportunities in the care of people with disabilities to transform attitudes, knowledge, and skills. It is excellent and a great resource for education programs who are looking for ways to incorporate more of those valuable learning experiences in their programs. The bulletin also features a summary of Board Member Carol Hawkins Garcia's capstone project and her recent achievement of a master's degree in bioethics at Harvard University. And yes, and many other valuable informational articles. Now that we are not having to be limited by the number of physical pages, our bulletin's becoming longer and longer, but that doesn't mean that it's distilled down in importance. So we encourage all licensees to review it. Operation Nightingale. So this is still consuming a great deal of time and energy of our staff in every facet of the agency, every department. We continue to have a web page available for public to learn what it is and what it's about. And you'll see in our upcoming agenda item, our exceptional items request for our next biennium budget, we are requesting additional funding in the next biennium to support the work required to tackle this event. I attended a meeting in June with other executive officers of state boards of nursing, and we did have a presentation from members of the team, the federal team, FBI agents, and staff from the Office of Inspector General. And what I can tell you is that it's not over. They are confident that there will be additional programs named, and that is the whole reason why our staff is working so diligently to review the curricula of programs, particularly in Florida, that seem to not, when we do the investigation, are not found to have substantially equivalent education to our rule standards for licensure in Texas. So I would caution RN to BSN programs to critically evaluate the pre-licensure education of any associate degree RNs who apply to their schools. And I think that's it. You have a copy of how busy our staff have been, all the meetings that they've attended, and stats from our website, and stats from some of the discipline, and also statistics from our nursing jurisprudence exam. Be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions, board members? Thank you. It's always a great overview, so appreciate that. And then you'd already introduced our new staff, so that was great. Yes, so now it's 2:00, and we'll move on to agenda item 3.2.7, consideration of proposal to establish an apprenticeship track at South Texas College in McAllen, Texas, associate degree nursing education program. Ms. Gloss? Oh, that's fine.
Thank you, Madam President, board members. The purpose of this agenda item is to request board approval for a nursing apprenticeship. I'm sorry, I started before you. Do you need to do the swearing in first? This is an action item.
No, it's action, but we will just do a motion.
Okay, all right.
So that's what
So the purpose of this agenda item is to request board approval for a nursing apprenticeship track at South Texas College in McAllen, Texas, for their traditional associate degree nursing program. The plan was developed by a team of nurse leaders at South Texas College and Doctors Hospital at Renaissance Health, here known after as DHR Health in Edinburgh, Texas. The Texas Workforce Commission previously determined that nursing could be classified as an apprenticeable occupation. This allows the U.S. Department of Labor funds to be applied to nursing education in Texas. The process for being awarded funds involves approval of a sponsoring healthcare facility, followed by approval of a nursing program based upon their meeting all Department of Labor requirements. Texas Workforce Commission reviews and monitors the plan and issues the funding. Texas Workforce Commission requests board approval of the apprenticeship plan to ensure compliance with board rules. The major difference between the apprenticeship track and the program's traditional 2-year ADN track is 24 additional clinical hours per week for apprentices for a total of 2,500 hours. These additional clinical hours will be with a nurse preceptor at DHR Health. Both tracks will complete the program in the same time period. South Texas College is requesting to begin this track in the fall of 2024. And I know they have approximately 400 in their enrollment for this fall, but they will not all be apprentices. They have criteria for that. So I would now ask representatives from South Texas College and DHR Health to introduce themselves and share the key points about the apprenticeship proposal and to answer any questions you may have.
Good afternoon, Madam President and esteemed advisory board members. Again, my name is Jason Valerio. RN is my profession, but nursing education is my passion. I've been in the nursing academia for about 25 years, and I've been with South Texas College for about 24 years. Texas is considered my second home. I got here through H-1 working visa, and I've been teaching in the Philippines, where I graduated from University of the Assumption. So when I got my green card, I followed my passion and applied right away at South Texas College. I've been a nursing ADN faculty for 11 years, 5 years as a program chair for the ADN, and dean for about 9 years. This would be my 18th day of serving as the Regional Healthcare Liaison for South Texas College. Nursing and Allied Health is one of the 5 campuses that we have at South Texas College, and we offer 14 different healthcare programs. And in all humility, it is the only community college in the state of Texas that have 5 bachelor's programs in the state of Texas, and our newest and the 5th one is the RN to BSN. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Ricardo Solis. I'm president of South Texas College. I've been here for in McAllen area. I've been there for as president almost 3 years. Prior, I was president in Laredo College for over 6 years. It's a pleasure to be here, and of course I know you have the information before you. South Texas College, we are the largest college system in South Texas, and as you saw the numbers, we are certainly the largest in nursing program and one of the largest producers of nurses in the state of Texas, and we pride ourselves in that, in focusing in the health areas. When I arrived about almost 3 years ago as president in South Texas, we made it a priority, and with my board, I obtained their commitment to ensure the 2 areas that my focus would be was technology and workforce, and especially health and nursing. that was our focus. And I'm here primarily just to provide testimony and enforcement and commitment that South Texas College, we are certainly behind all of the nursing programs. We're going to put all the resources necessary to ensure that the nursing program continues being a success. That is my priority, and I'm very confident that it will continue. And we're providing making sure that my testament that South Texas College has the resources, the financing behind it. It will become it is a priority and will continue. We're confident that this new innovative program of apprenticeships in nursing, which is very unique in the entire nation. We know it's a lot of additional work, but it does bring in additional students. This is one of our biggest hardships in South Texas, one of the fastest growing regions in Texas, a very young one, but still poverty is still very rampant. And with this type of additional type of assistance, it certainly would be quite a bit of an incentive to get the top students to make sure that they succeed and remain in the nursing program. And that's why we were very interested in pursuing this apprenticeship program. And again, we are confident that it will succeed. And again, we're here with our partners of DHR. Also as a testament that they have also are very interested and have committed in making sure that this partnership will be a success. And of course, we are role models, the state of Texas, our apprenticeship programs throughout the nation. And we're very proud of that and being part of this, this new innovative movement. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Madam President, board members. Elizabeth Diaz here with DHR Health. I currently serve as the Director of Employee Education. And like Dr. Valerio and Dr. Solis have mentioned, we are here because we are part of a great partnership. It's just a continuation of the innovative solutions we have to create workforce specifically in healthcare. I do want to preface, we've been before the board with an apprenticeship, but I do want to say that this partnership is a unique once more because STC is a leader in apprenticeships. Healthcare is new in terms of the nursing program, but they have done such a wonderful job in all of their other apprenticeship programs. So I know we have a great partnership to be successful in apprenticeship. So just wanted to mention that to the board. And so with this apprenticeship model, we are hoping to have 20 students to join this unique model. Again, we understand that it is life-changing. We have rolled out our first cohort, and within 2 months, we have seen such success. And so we can only hope for the best of this traditional, giving us 2 years to assimilate students into the workforce, into a hospital setting, into nursing. And so we thank you for taking our proposal today.
Good afternoon, Madam President and board members. My name is Nori Zapata, and I serve as the Senior Vice President of Education and Career Development at DHR Health. I am extremely pleased to be here again supporting the Apprentice Nurse Program. I am alumni from STC's ADN program, so I have enormous pride in partnering with STC and DHR.
I also would like to mention that what's the driving force behind the establishment of this nursing apprenticeship program is that when I hear about 46% of the nurses have left their position in the past year, and 1 out of 5 nurses are changing their profession in its entirety, and 34% of the newly licensed nurse will leave their job are leaving their job within a year. And when we hear from them, according to research studies, it's because of inadequate training, support, burnout, inadequate staffing. We need to do something, and I'm hoping that with this nursing apprenticeship program, this will be a game changer, and I'm hoping that this will be an initiative in order to address the prevailing issue of nursing shortage. And also I would like to mention that according to the 2023 Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies, among the 8 regions in the state of Texas is the Rio Grande Valley that will suffer the most nursing shortage until 2036. That's why we believe in this program, and as early as now, I'm hoping that this will be a game changer in our region.
Any questions, board members? Yes.
Hi, thank you for being here this afternoon. My name is Drew Riddle. I represent APRN Practice. I have one comment and one question. I'll start with the question. For those individuals that are enrolled in the program that are in the apprenticeship program, should they be unsuccessful in completing coursework or continuing in the program? And this may have been articulated clearly, and I just missed it, so I apologize if this has been laid out in your proposal. But from the health system, from DHR's perspective, is there commitment in some way to finding another opportunity perhaps for them to be part of your workforce in another capacity? Or if from the college perspective, in terms of either remediation or bringing them back perhaps in an off-cycle admission, or you know how these things can sometimes get a little bit tricky. I just, help me understand what that looks like when I'm not a traditional student, but rather I'm a student in the apprenticeship program, but don't meet academic progression milestone.
That's a very good question. As far as South Texas College ADN program, we do have a progression guidelines that we need to follow. That in the event that student will not be successful, they have one chance to get to be readmitted into the program. A lot of times we give them one-to-one advising. We do have a guidance counselor for them. A lot of times they would try one more time, or if not, we're very fortunate that we also have LVN to RN. So some students, they will try the LVN, or we also have the paramedic to RN track that they can try earning a paramedic, and after earning a paramedic, then they can transition to paramedic to RN.
And on the employer side, definitely we do find a way to contribute to the should that be that they have to take a semester off. How can we assimilate them to support them in their endeavor to complete their education? So certainly we do have, you talk about the PRN status to be able to come in and commit, whether the student has some kind of CNA, some kind of MA, phlebotomy, that may be something they can contribute in the meantime. So certainly there is a pathway for them. And you talk about the unsuccess, there's 2,000 hours that they have to commit also and complete. And so that's something that, we take into account to say that the student, although academically, may need some time away, as an employer, we work with them certainly to find an avenue for them to contribute.
Great. Thank you. That clears it up. And my comment would be, should this be approved and you guys go forward with great success, I'm sure, I would encourage you to talk about this, publish about this, ensure that everyone else in America understands what you did, what you didn't do well. If you're willing to admit some of the hiccups and bumps along the way, because the model is quite unique, as you know, and you've already articulated, certainly in the state of Texas for sure, and possibly in the U.S. right now in this kind of robust apprenticeship model. So I would encourage you as a citizen of the state to let's let Texas be out front and show what is possible when the partnership works well.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, the establishment of nursing apprenticeship program, we started this in March of 2022. And I would like to thank the Board of Nursing, the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, the U.S. Department of Labor, the Texas Education Agency. On January 30 of 2022, former Texas Workforce Commissioner Julian Alvarez called for a meeting, and all the stakeholders talk about how can we make RN an appreciable occupation. So it took us 2 years in the making, and in all humility, South Texas College is the first approved U.S. Department of Labor nursing apprenticeship in the nation.
Remember when you were here? Yes, and we didn't know, and you didn't know. I mean, you were trying it, and so good for you. That's great.
I would just like to add, yeah, certainly I think, and I'm glad you mentioned about on the national level, that's one thing I do. I'm a promoter at heart and an advocate about programs, and there's clearly Texas is on top of every program out there. And we know that the nursing apprenticeship, if it was easy, everybody else would be doing it in the nation. And as you know, we're the pioneers in the nursing apprenticeship. And just like I mentioned earlier, we started many other apprenticeship programs at South Texas College, and not only in the health, but especially in other areas, in the technology areas. And we're very proud. We have over 20 different types, and all been successful. And that is clearly the model, the trend now that students are demanding. And we know that the nursing is probably the epitome of of challenging. But again, we know that here in Texas, we love challenges, and we love to demonstrate. And that's why we're bold, and we're going to take all the steps necessary, because we know this is an additional, even more robust program than the normal nursing program. And that's why we take in every measure to ensure success, to get the best students possible, and of course be, again, the shining star of having the best programs in the nation. And I assure you that we will deliver. And again, thank you for trusting us and believing that we will deliver this type of program. And back to the comment, we certainly will be sharing as much as possible all the outcomes and the best practices and challenges, but most importantly, opportunities for all the other colleges in the state of Texas as well. Thank you.
Madam President,
Mm-hmm.
I would be remiss if I also didn't thank DHR for your coming from a corporate background. I know the challenges it is on your side as well to have the staff and dedicate the time to partner with the college. So both kudos to the college and to DHR. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or statements, board members? Okay, so this is 3.2.7, and it is a motion item. Do I have a motion?
Madam President, this is Ken Johnson. I move to approve the apprenticeship program at STC ADN Education Program in McAllen, Texas, to begin in the fall of 2024 with monitoring as indicated in the attached board letter and board order.
Thank you. And do I have a second?
This is Maisie Jamison. I second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, if you'll please vote. The motion passes. Great. Congratulations. It's 7. Mr. Vanderford, if you could do 7.5 for us. And then 7.6, and it has Mr. Johnston also. About the matrix.
Oh, thank John.
Okay.
I think he's prepared.
Okay.
No, I'm good. He never had this meeting.
Oh, okay. So we're standing. All right.
Want to be able to see everybody.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, this first agenda item, in attachment A, you will find proposed amendments to your disciplinary matrix. These amendments are consistent with the board's Nightingale initiatives. The proposed amendments include language related to a violation of 301.451, which you will recall is related to practicing nursing under a credential or a diploma that was issued unlawfully. Additionally, there's language in the third tier related to the certification of a nurse to say that they meet the requirements for licensure but don't. There's also some cleanup related to the board's view of noncompliance for remedial education orders. And finally, the addition of denial of licensure or denial of renewal of licensure will be found in the potential sanctions under B1. These changes are consistent with board precedent, and they serve to give notice to licensees of the board's view of these kind of violations. These amendments are also designed to assist SOA with determining recommended sanctions. I'm happy to answer any questions about the amendments to the disciplinary matrix.
So basically, our matrix has worked, and now we have some issues that are different, and we need to have a little bit more process in being able to deal with these new issues.
That's right. As the board members will recall, in one of the proposals for decision today, the FOBI PFD, there were issues related to the interpretation of these kind of issues about not having equivalent education or going to a school that was found to be fraudulent, and how is that incorporated into the disciplinary matrix, which is required for SOA to be able to determine a sanction. So that is the guide for the board and the guide for SOA. So this is designed to nip some of those problems in the bud and make sure that the sanction is consistent with what the board wants, the board's will, and the board's precedent. And Dr. Riddle, you had a question as well.
I do. I've read about Operation Nightingale. I've heard presentations several different times about it. I'm still personally a bit confused. So I'll bring in the lawyers to help me not be confused, I guess. So I know a lot of this has happened in Florida, so we can pick on Florida since we're not there. So I'm a person in Florida. I want to become a nurse. I go to a program in Florida. I graduate from that program. I want to get my license in Texas. I apply here only to find out that my program was fraudulent. I recognize there's a difference in that scenario than I illicitly obtained nursing education, lied, otherwise didn't do the right thing to become eligible for licensure and sign an affidavit on my application that, yes, I did all of these things. Is that differentiated in these rules?
In a sense, they are.
Okay.
Ultimately, the result of either of those issues, right, either of those factual scenarios that you've put forth should result in someone not practicing as a nurse.
Sure.
There has been an amendment as well, which I forgot to mention, to the aggravating factors, and those relate to fraud, any kind of fraud or misrepresentation on the part of the applicant, which is distinct from fraud or misrepresentation on the part of the school.
Got it. Okay, that helps clear it up. Thank you.
For the new board members, if y'all vote to approve these proposed rules, what happens next is that they are reviewed sort of through a process with the governor's office, but ultimately under the laws that are in place for rule adoption, they go out and are published for the public to review and comment on. And those comments have meaning if they come in to the board during this comment period, where they have to be reflected on, either agreed with, disagreed with, adopted, republished, or whatever. But failing this opportunity for the public to comment on the rules, we're advising you have the authority to adopt these rules. These rules are within your authority. They don't run afoul of any kind of antitrust issues that's sort of been completely sanitized out of this type of rule, that then it's re-adopted as the law of the agency, and then it will go into effect. And I just wanted to say that what we have are these statutory procedures designed to give the public notice, give them an opportunity to comment, and give the board an opportunity to review those to see if any changes are made or if they agree or disagree with those. It's routine information for some of the board members that have been here a while. Maybe some of y'all that are new might want a little background on that. That's all. Any questions about that?
Yes, so this is when it goes to the Texas Register, and we have those things. And this happens after legislative sessions. We come out and we have a statute and we need to do, and now we're seeing these legal issues, so we need to have that process kind of shored up. So, okay, so could I have a motion on, let me get my number, 7.5.
Madam President, this is Ken Johnson. I move to approve the proposal of amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 213.33 as set out in Attachment A, with authority for the General Counsel to make editorial changes as necessary to clarify the rule and board intent and to comply with the formatting requirements of the Texas Register. If no negative comments and no request for a public hearing are received, move to adopt the amendment to 22 Texas Administrative Code 213.33 as proposed.
Thank you, and could I have a second?
This is
Daryl
Maisie.
Chambers. Oh,
Okay.
go ahead. This is Daryl Chambers. I second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. If we have no comments, if you'll please vote. And motion carries. Thank you. Now we'll move on to 7.6, consideration of proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 211.7 relating to the executive director.
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, these are proposed amendments to the executive director portion of the rules. So you will recall that the executive director portion of the rules gives the executive director certain delegated authorities from the board. There's sort of two circumstances that staff is suggesting some amendments be made here. The first is an order that's designed to inactivate a nurse's license due to a lack of substantially equivalent education. These are people that have gone to school and are missing various portions of nursing education, likely a lot of hands-on clinicals, and these are some of the students who have been associated with the Nightingale schools. The board ratified one such order today. The second situation arises when there is a nurse that is subject to a temporary suspension. So these are nurses that either by statute or by facts constitute a continuing and imminent threat to public safety. Right now, the executive director is authorized to accept those orders on behalf of the board, but only after the temporary suspension hearing has taken place. So what can arise is that a nurse who is subject to a temporary suspension gets notice from our enforcement department, and that's because they've either tested positive for a drug or some other very serious violation has happened, and they want to enter into a monitoring order, say an enforced suspension. The staff can't enter that order until after the temporary suspension hearing has taken place. So that leads to a potential delay in the time that this person still has the authority to practice, even though they've decided that they're willing to stop practicing. So to avoid that gap in time, staff is recommending that the executive director is authorized to accept those orders for nurses that are subject to a temporary suspension to minimize that inefficiency leading to the longer time of those people to practice. Likewise, with the other orders that we were discussing, the orders inactivating a nurse's license, these are nurses that have been determined and have agreed do not meet substantially equivalent educational background. And therefore, there's also a public safety incentive or strong public safety incentive to remove these nurses from practice as soon as they're agreeable to those types of orders. Just like the other orders that the executive director can ratify, such as TPAP orders, remedial education orders, the executive director reports on those at board meetings, and you've all seen that in your board. This would be the same. The executive director would report on these types of orders. Happy to answer any questions about those amendments.
Any questions? Statements? Okay. I need a motion on 7.6.
Madam President, move to approve the proposal of amendment to 22 Texas Admin Code 211.7 as set out in Attachment A, with authority for the General Counsel to make editorial changes as necessary to clarify rule and board intent and to comply with the formatting requirements of the Texas Register. If no negative comments and no requests for public hearing are received, move to adopt the amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 211.7 as proposed.
Thank you. And do I have a second?
This is Maisie Jamison, I second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, please vote. And it's unanimous. Motion carries. Thank you. We'll go to 7.4, report on May 8th, 2024, board member and staff site visit and review of Inlex PN and Inlex RN examinations. Ken, Chris, and I don't see Denise.
Thank you, Madam President. So board staff and board members every other year are provided the opportunity, their nurses, to attend one of the Pearson VUE testing sites for NCLEX and actually review a condensed version, or as long as they can have the stamina to it's a lot of questions, go through the NCLEX. And really the purpose is to give member boards who use the NCLEX an opportunity to, have a day in the life of a tester and experience the environment, experience the check-in, the security, and then, of course, a review of the item content for consistency with the regulations in that particular jurisdiction. With each item, there's an opportunity for the individual to provide feedback directly back to NCSBN if they do come across an item that they believe maybe is not fully consistent with Texas Board of Nursing rules and regulations or statute. So Ken Johnson was our board representative, and Denise Bembo, Elise McDermott, and I were there as staff. It was a very long afternoon. Denise provided she couldn't be here today, but she provided some of her review comments. She believed that the location was accessible. We were in South Austin with ample parking, and very clear directions were provided to each of us so that if we had been a very nervous tester, we wouldn't get lost or not be able to find the building. There was ample security. There was someone present at the check-in who was there to assist us. He was diligent in checking our ID and making sure that we were fully and properly registered. They, of course, made us leave all of our personal belongings in a locker before entering the testing center. They checked eyeglasses for spyware. It's quite intense. So that just kind of gives you a gist, and I'll leave it at that and pass it to Mr. Johnson for any comments he has.
Thank you. It was quite a day getting to do that. It's because you're going through the same process again. I mean, you're going through the same process that students go through. I wasn't even taking it for licensure, and I felt a little bit nervous going in there because they really do exactly what the students do. You're following that same procedure. As far as the tests go, I took both the NCLEX RN and NCLEX PN, and I felt that they met the standards and they met all the rules and regulations of the Texas Board of Nursing.
Thank you, Ken. Yeah, I think
Go without saying.
we were relieved that it was an unscored exam.
I would have passed.
Okay. That's just, it's an informational. Yeah.
Okay.
We can move to maybe e-health advisory.
Oh, wait. Yes.
We do that.
Mm-hmm. So Paul has been helping me cover the eHealth Advisory Commission that I am a member of. I couldn't go to the last two meetings. They are public, open meetings, and so he was able to observe. And so I'm going to let him give us an overview of that last meeting. And that is, let's see, 5.3.3.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. For those of you that don't know, especially the newer members, the eHealth Advisory Committee was established back in 2016 to advise the Texas Human Health Services Commission on strategic planning, policy, rules, and services related to the use of health information technology, health information exchange systems, telemedicine, telehealth, and home telemonitoring services. The committee's tasks include advising on the development, implementation, and long-range plans for healthcare information technology and health information exchange services, including electronic health records, telehealth, computerized clinical support systems, health information exchange systems, as well as other forms of health information technology. The eHealth Advisory Committee has 3 subcommittees, which are interoperability, telemedicine, telehealth, and telemonitoring, as well as behavioral health. This last meeting was held on June 17th of 2024. During that meeting, they approved the minutes from the March 11th, 2024 meetings. They announced that they are now full with the addition of 3 new members, bringing the total to 22. They considered the eHealth Advisory Committee bylaws and amendments, the last version, which was approved back in 2021. The primary changes this time were to put the bylaws in a language that most currently match the agency template, as well as reflecting on the most recent eHealth Advisory Committee rule changes, which are changing the abolish date. It's now viable through December of 2025. And they changed the expiration date on the members serving as chairs to December 31st, allowing them to serve for 2 consecutive terms. It was also identified during this meeting that the bylaws do not request an expert on AI in any of the committees, and the agency has requested to hold off on addressing that further based on legislative input. There were also concerns raised about data integrity and the lack of high-quality data in all aspects in all the different committees. especially when it comes to emerging technologies, including AI. The subcommittees reported, the Interoperability Committee has met twice since March. During April, they identified 6 potential topics for the next EHAC training, which is scheduled for this fall. That included image sharing, funding for connecting providers and hospitals to the Health Information Exchange, behavioral health landscapes and the use of certified medical records, the relationship with national users of other health information exchanges, data usability at the national level, as well as direct trust and its use in data sharing. They also discussed image sharing for radiologic uses and the Atlas direct payment program. During May, they discussed their planning for future meetings. They will continue to evaluate image sharing, the Atlas incentive program, and the proposed federal mandates that will affect interoperability, patient matching, and data integrity that are coming up. The telemedicine subcommittee discussed the proposed amendments of House Bill 2727, which includes the eligibility for home monitoring. They discussed telemonitoring data as far as what is available and the transparency of that data's use. There was a conversation regarding corporate greed in telemonitoring. They are also holding off on AI discussions. The Behavioral Health Subcommittee continues to identify issues with interoperability, a shortage in the mental health workforce, and decided that it needs to be looked at holistically and have community collaboration. After the subcommittees gave their reports, they discussed planning for the 2024 eHealth Advisory Committee biennial report that's due to the legislature, and that's due in December. They were looking for volunteers to help write the report. I did not volunteer to do that, President Shipp. Then they discussed the EHAC educational program, which is also going to happen later this year around October, looking at the target audience, which is state employees, legislative members, as well as other committees from other agencies. There was a discussion on the implementation of House Bill 2727, which was adopted in 2023, which directs HHC to add federally qualified health centers and rural health clinics as providers of telemonitoring services for Medicaid. That goes into effect January 2025. There was a DSHS update on health information technology and public health. There's multiple changes on the federal level that will go into effect later in the year. There was an update on image enablement in Texas as far as sharing x-rays and images of that nature with a potential savings of $5 million or more a year, but they need more data. They didn't entertain any public comments and scheduled the next meeting for September 13th, 2024. And this was for informational purposes only.
Thank you. Paul likes this kind of stuff. I haven't really been a major technology person in my life choices at the moment. And so it's been great for me. I couldn't go to the last 2 meetings. It is open meeting, so he couldn't go in and vote, but he could give us this information. And so it took over a year. Elise McDermott did this, and then it's a fairly new committee, task force, and so it took over a year for me to be on when Elise went off. And so I'm going to talk about them putting Paul on from our board, but I don't know when that will happen. And so I've appreciated very much the fact that he has been sitting in on these meetings for me.
You were quite welcome.
And I just sent you a most recent email so that you'd be up to date as well. My partner in crime. So, great. Okay, thank you for that. All right. Do you want to do this? Can we do this one? Yes. Okay, let's do 5.3.2 and then we'll take a break.
Okay, Madam President, board members, and members of the audience, this advisory committee has not met since our April meeting. They're meeting next Thursday, but for the benefit of the new members, this advisory committee is a steering committee of the Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies. It's comprised of 21 members from different disciplines, educators, there's a nurse researcher, there are members from other state agencies, which I serve in that capacity, nurse employers, healthcare organizations, et cetera. The committee serves to guide the accuracy of reporting data and research results conducted by the staff of the Workforce Center, to develop priorities and an operations plan for the center, to provide policy recommendations to assure an adequate nursing workforce for Texas, and identify any issues concerning nursing professionals that need further study. So if you're still have a lot of energy after 1.5 days of meeting, take a look at their website. It is rich with lots of data reports that are great tools for policymakers, for people looking at where do we need education programs for nursing. All kinds of data is out there on the faculty shortage, on the state and regional supply and demand. So we are very thankful to have such a robust and proactive workforce center in Texas. Not all states have this in place. In some states, it's the Board of Nursing who is tasked with doing all of this, which is more than a full-time job. So this is just informational only. I'll report back after they meet next week at our next quarterly meeting. Be glad to answer any questions you have.
Okay. If there's no questions, then we'll break until 3, and that's when we have our board development presentation on a collaborative RN LVN care model. Okay, so see you in a few minutes. We're supposed to have our general counsel in the room with us, and there he is. So this is 9.2, Board Development Presentation on a Collaborative RN to LVN Care Model. I'll have you guys introduce yourself, but, okay, Dr. Benton.
All right, so I'll just give a brief introduction to our guests, and I'll just give you a little background. The Texas Nurses Association puts out a publication periodically, and I came across an article that summarized their big project, which was implementing, this RN LVN care model in an acute care setting. And this is something that we've been hearing about is happening all over the state, particularly in cities where RN shortages are quite acute. So Dr. Mary Lee Potter's journey into nursing has been fueled by a passion for learning. She's earned 4 separate certifications, completed her MBA, and most recently in 2019, her PhD at UT Health Science San Antonio Graduate School of Biomedical Sciences. She was recently awarded a South Texas Nurse Image Maker Award in May of this year. With over 24 years of nursing experience, Dr. Potter works alongside nurses to help them develop themselves professionally while building and highlighting the nursing profession. She continues to work in the acute care setting and gives back to the next generation of nurses as an adjunct faculty member in the Accelerated BSN program. Her most recent endeavor includes a nurse-led clinical trial of pre-market technology that launched in June of this year. And next to Dr. Potter is Adam Ramirez. He is an LVN for over 10 years now, after serving as a firefighter and EMT for 6 years, where he helped train new firefighters in emergency field care and mass casualty care. He began his nursing career in acute care with the Department of Veterans Affairs and hospice, has worked in corrections, and as a private duty home health nurse before moving back to acute care for the federal government. After that, he joined the Texas State Guard and was the training and operations officer for the Texas Medical Brigade, where he trained Texas Military Department soldiers on emergency field care, mass casualty incidents, tactical field care, trauma management, emergency field operations, and disaster management. During this time, he also joined the Licensed Vocational Nurses Association of Texas and became a board member. After honorable discharge from the Texas Military Department, he worked as an urgent care nurse and specialty wound care nurse, while also teaching in CNA's patient care technician and medical assistant classes. He's also created and delivered continuing education courses for LVNs, and he currently works in acute care as a clinical support resource nurse at Methodist Healthcare System in San Antonio, sits on the board of directors for the Texas Nurses Association, and is a student at Alamo Colleges studying to become a registered nurse. And he also participated in our most recent work group that upgraded the differentiated essential competencies for Texas graduates. So welcome, Mary Lee and Adam, and I'll let you take it away.
Great. Thank you so much for allowing us to be here today. Really just to tell you our story of the RN LVN model. Now, I have to say, Adam and I do not do public speaking, and so we're going to take this more as a conversation versus a presentation. So I think it's important to start by letting you know who we are. So we are part of Methodist Hospital Metropolitan in San Antonio. We are located just north of downtown. In fact, the Alamo is only 1.5 miles away from us. Our patients come from primarily about 34 zip codes. We are licensed for 378 beds, but our average daily census is around 330, 340. We have approximately 1,600 employees, with about 750 of them being nurses. Our hospital was built in 1973, so we just celebrated our 50-year anniversary last year. And we are part of the Methodist healthcare system there in San Antonio. Methodist Healthcare has 9 hospitals, soon to be 10, and over 84 care sites. So that might be freestanding EDs, ambulatory care centers, and our footprint goes from Atascosa County up to Fredericksburg. Methodist Healthcare System is half owned by Methodist Ministries and half owned by HCA. Methodist Ministries is nonprofit, and they are the largest provider of uninsured and medically disadvantaged participants in 74 counties. So they give a lot back to the community. HCA is one of the largest hospital corporations in the nation, with over 184 hospitals and more than 2,000 care centers. So it's a unique blend of services, but it works well for us. Well, as you guys know, something happened in 2020 that created a lot of chaos in the hospital setting. We, in 2021, in the healthcare setting, really were struggling with how are we going to staff our hospitals. During that time, many nurses left the workforce. And in fact, one of the studies, the 2022 National Nursing Workforce estimated over 200,000 nurses left the bedside during that time. We personally, in our hospital, were losing nurses also during that time. I think during 2021, probably our highest turnover rate topped out at 25%, which is huge. So we have nurses leaving the bedside. We're having to think, how are we going to get nurses back into the hospital? Turn to the nursing schools in our areas. Although they're producing RNs, they're not producing enough RNs to really make a meaningful difference to our need. The other thing is, even though COVID happened, our population growth in San Antonio continued to grow almost 1% every year. So now we're sitting at about 2.5 million people in the San Antonio area. So we have a need for health care, but we don't necessarily have the resources for it. So what are we going to do? When we considered even what was happening in the different nursing schools, the American Colleges of Nurses had a statistic out where in 2021, they turned away 92,000 qualified students because they did not have placement for them in nursing programs. So a huge opportunity that we were fighting against. So we had to think through, what had we done in the past and what could we do in the future? So we thought about our LVN colleagues. So taking something, an old model, making it new and relevant. So I've been a nurse for quite a while. Back when I entered the nursing workforce, the RN LVN model was part of the footprint. It was a natural thing to have LVNs in the hospital with you. The doctors were used to them, the RNs were used to them. Then about 15 to 18 years ago, depending on which hospital setting you were in, LVNs were removed from the hospital setting. And that was true not only in the San Antonio area, but throughout Texas and across the nation, LVNs were primarily removed. So we had to think, how are we going to bring LVNs back into the acute care setting? Things have changed quite a bit since they left. And what kind of education are we going to need for them? We had some goals. One, our goal was to be able to work the LVNs at the top of their scope of license. 2, create safe patient care or continue with safe patient care. And 2, improve our nursing retention. So we looked at 2 specific models. One was Model 1, where the LVNs take a primary load of patients. They manage that load of patients in conjunction with an RN partner to help them manage those aspects that are outside their scope of practice, and or when those patient conditions change and they need that RN to come in and assist. Model 2 is what I think many people think of when they think of the RN LVN model. It's a model where the RN and LVN take a group of patients together. They look at the patient needs, and that RN delegates to the LVN what they want them to do throughout that shift. Things like different care elements or maybe medication administration. So we looked at the models, and we determined that we were going to start with Model 1. But before we even got there, we had to look at what were our educational needs, how we were going to educate the LVNs. And I will say our main focus was educating the LVNs. Now, what we knew from this 2019 perspective was less than 1/5 of all LVNs worked in the hospital setting. So that was not their normal workplace or their not normal workflow. How were we going to ramp them up and be up to speed with the level of acuity for the patients that we see today? Now, I will tell you, and Adam's going to share with you some of the things that we did. I don't think, in fact, I know, we didn't take into consideration the knowledge deficits with the RNs and the knowledge deficits with the providers as we were launching this. We were really focused on the LVNs and helping them, but the picture was greater than just the RNs, just the LVNs. There was that consideration with the RNs as well.
So, I'm sorry, I'm struggling with a little bit of allergies. I apologize. I think this one. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay. So in October of 2021, for 2 of our units, we began our Model 2. Now, remember, Model 2 is where an LVN and an RN are assigned together to take a patient load. And with the RN delegating certain tasks to the LVN, such as medication administration. We found out upon feedback from our floor nurses that this was not going to be a successful model for us. So we came together and had to come up with a decision. We launched in April of 2022, Model 1. And remember, that model is where the LVN takes primary care of the patient, and but still is assigned an RN, we would call an RN care partner, where they are in constant communication throughout the shift. And the LVN will go to their RN care partner for any patient care that might be beyond the scope of practice for the LVN, or any changes in status, things like that. So we launched that in 4 of our units, and we learned some valuable lessons from both those care models. We learned that there was some challenges with the knowledge deficits in the scope of practice, not just for LVNs, but RNs and LVNs. Even our seasoned RNs had not worked in a setting where they were partnered with LVNs. So also our seasoned LVNs, it was also had to kind of help with that transition with them from, let's say, from vocational nursing school, where they had not had that clinical practice in hospital settings, to help kind of re-educate them and help train them into working into a hospital setting. Our providers and other members of the healthcare team as well, we had to kind of provide that education for them, as even our seasoned LVNs had not worked in hospital settings before. So upon our onboarding for our LVNs, we learned from the first few cohorts that the onboarding strategies, they had to be refined over the last few years. And that's for both RNs and LVNs. They have what we call a CBSO, and that's clinical-based skills orientation, their competencies, and their procedural checklists, and they have to complete before or while they're onboarding. They have to complete these. They complete this during facility orientation. So one example is, like, for instance, IV certificate or IV insertion skill is something that we teach to kind of help to prepare that LVN to work in that hospital setting. And this kind of gives them that education and kind of helps them become successful in that setting. So in addition to that, we had a lot of questions from not just LVNs, but both RNs. So we came up with the LVN orientation guide. Now, this is information kind of at a glance. You look at this, and the LVN is can look at their scope of practice, basically what you cannot do in this setting. And it not only does it help the LVNs, but also their RN care partners know, what can my partner do? What are they going to need help with throughout the shift? In addition to those documents, we came up with additional resources. Now, these referral guides, as we call them, they have links directly to the Board of Nursing rules and regulations. These are these are meant to help set up our LVNs for success. So that way, these kind of frequently asked questions as they had are available to them, at the palm of their hands. And
Have
so in
you
addition to-
identified anything in those position statements that give you all particular heartburn that you would want to share or anything like that?
Well, that should be a whole nother discussion.
In addition to,
Well,
sorry, yeah.
In all seriousness, we do go back to those position statements quite a bit, because when a question arises, we go to the document of truth, right? So that's going to be the board rules, the position statements, things like that. And we look at them because, trust me, we screw them up in our heads all the time. So we don't let the script get to the patient, but things are gray and we have to clarify a lot. And so that's why we created those, because they would ask us, and it's like, okay, well, Mary Lee and Adam are not always there. You need to know where to find the answer when we're not there. So whether it's on the position statements for, say, managing central lines, right? Nurses, we've taught them IVs. So they're like, well, why can't I manage a central line? Well, there's a reason why, and we're going to take you there. Or giving them the names of our policies and procedures. So what Adam didn't mention yet was when we brought the LVNs back in, remember we had taken them out. So when policies got updated, that wasn't written into the policy update. So we had to go back through our policies and now add that verbiage back in, what the LVN responsibilities were or were not. And so I'm not going to say it's perfect, but it's always a work in progress, and making sure that we are creating as clear as possible rules and guidelines for helping direct care. And again, we positioned a lot of this early on towards the LVN, but let me tell you, our RN colleagues were messing it up just as much as far as what the expectations were. Because if we drill backwards, when we think about people graduating from nursing school in the last decade, this model has not been taught, because remember, it got removed. And so it wasn't something like, oh, well, in this setting, you might experience this care model. That just wasn't there. So there was a lot of misunderstandings. I hope that helped.
So in addition to the resources that we had provided, we added some layers of support to ensure that our LVNs are successful in this setting. So one of the layers of support is what we call the clinical support resource nurses. So after our LVNs complete orientation, which could be anywhere from 8 to 12 weeks, we implemented what we call the CSRNs to kind of help as a resource for our LVNs. We have our new graduates. We have our experienced LVNs that are newly hired. We have our experienced, they may be new to the clinical setting there in the hospital. And we are there as a very, very accessible, kind of as a support to them. And they can actually request us to follow them for, let's say a few hours if they feel that they are not 100% confident, we kind of help to get them there in their confidence in their practice. And this helps kind of manage those gaps in knowledge and just an added layer of help. And it kind of helps to ensure, again, their success. In addition to that, we have our Licensed Vocational Nurse Council. We meet monthly. We go over a lot of documentation standards. We review those. We review updated policies. We have clarifications in our role within the facility, scope of practice. We also discuss initiatives in the hospital and how to implement those initiatives, and again, our documentation standards. And so there's a lot of opportunities that our LVNs have in order, to be successful. And so, kind of going back to that CSRN role, as I am one of those clinical support resource nurses, and there's a small chart here, kind of on our touch points on what we touch on with them, and it's a little probably hard to see. I apologize, but some of the main things I do touch points with our LVNs is like time management, with critical thinking, documentation, and communication, which is not only communication with like our physicians, but communication within the healthcare team with their RN care partners and, respiratory therapists, and also when to ask for help. The red lines we consider our new graduates, which have less than 2 years experience. And then the blue we call our seasoned LVNs, which have been practicing for over 2 years. I'm going to turn it back over to Mary Lee.
So just to go back to the beginning, we had some goals. The goals were to help transition the LVN back into the hospital setting, working at the top of their scope of practice, which we feel like we've done a fairly good job at doing that. One, making sure that they have the resources, that we've given them the additional education to help be successful for our level of acuity with our patients. And we needed to make sure that we were maintaining safe patient care. So if we look specifically at hospital-acquired conditions, infections, medication management, documentation standards, even care experiences, we have not noted any real differences between the units that have RNs and LVNs and the units that do not have LVNs. And even if we look at time before implementation to after implementation, no real differences. That one's not really a fair comparison because prior was COVID, and that's all different. Everything was different during that time as far as managing patient care inside the hospital setting. So really what we wanted to focus on was nurse engagement and nurse turnover. So in many organizations, they do a twice-a-year survey, and that's what we do for our nurses. We ask them and get their feedback twice a year, once in May and once in October. And so I'm really going to talk about May because that just happened. When we look at our nurse engagement, HR tells me anything when you can move the number 2 digits up, you are really doing well. So between 23 and 24, our RN engagement went up 3 points, and our LVN engagement has gone up 4 points. Now, it's not where we want it to be. We want it to be even better, but we feel like we're moving in the right direction, helping them feel that they're not only engaged in the environment, but they have a safe place to be a nursing professional. And turnover. So in HR, they also slice and dice that information in a couple of different ways. So one way is through annualized rates, and the second way is through 12-month rolling rate. So that annualized rate, if you're not familiar, is sort of like a point in time. So May to May, what was that? Where the 12 months is just what you think. It's that average rolling month. So if we look between May of 23 and May of 24, for our LVNs in particular, we had over a 50% improvement in our turnover, and going from 40% all the way down to 18%. And actually, an email came across right before I came today, and our LVN annualized turnover rate was down to 15% as of June. So really, really tremendous headways there. And our rolling 12 months for our LVNs, it's a year-over-year 26% improvement as well. Our RNs, not as quite as drastic year to year, but remember I told you in 21, we were up to 25% for our annualized, actually for our rolling 12, and we were at down to 18%. So really moving great strides forward through our support mechanisms, and we hope to continue to move that forward. So we're happy to answer any questions that you guys might have. I know we went through it really fast, but please let us know. And thank you for allowing us to share our story.
I have a question. So I'm thinking back, and I'm thinking Magnet is why LVNs left the hospital. Am I correct about, we went for Magnet status, and so.
So that was part of, yes, that was part of it.
At Metro, where that happened. I was working at Metro, and that's why. I was one of those LVNs, so I ended up in an office physician peer review because I couldn't stay on the floor, and I was from my experience straight out of LVN school in Corpus. The model there was all of my med-surg training was at the hospital. So there was kind of like an articulated agreement between the hospitals there and the colleges there that the VNs did their actual, because my 12 years of LVN was only in the hospital. So when I moved to San Antonio, I was in staffing pool as an LVN. So what worked was at the hospital down in Corpus, we had both models, but the floor I was on was Model 1, where I was assigned my patients. I know who my RN was. I was given stable patients. So my patients, the assignment, they knew I was coming in as an LVN, so I wasn't getting a patient that was going to need blood, that was going to need cardiac meds pushed IV, because that's outside of my scope. So I was almost an extra set of hands to my RN when she had those tough patients, and she said, hey, come in here and help me. So, and I also found myself where that new RN coming on the floor was assigned to me, so I can help her with her skills straight out of school. So the model works. It's just that I don't know if you do it or not. I know HCA, for the most part, owns Galen, so I don't know if y'all talk with Galen. Or maybe St. Philip's have the LVNs come, because when I was teaching at St. Philip's, we did at another, but not with Methodist. We took our LVNs through, and like here in Austin at ACC, we go to St. David's. We go to right now we're doing I'm doing clinical rotation on the weekend at St. David's. So they have to know how to do IVs. They get all that experience. So I think putting it together with the schools, they'll come to you with those skills, understanding they contribute to the plan of care. You don't create the plan of care. You contribute to. So we're teaching what you can do in your scope and what's outside of your scope. So that may be something to look at. But to your point, that's what happened to me at Metro. It's odd, and I ended up being in the office. But and then when I got my RN, I literally get off work and walk across the park and go to SAC in evening program and got my LVN to RN. But it's an excellent model. Critical thinking, clinical reasoning. I had all that as an LVN. So the transition to RN wasn't as hard at all. Like, I breezed through my classes, knowing my meds and all that.
Yes. So it's an excellent program. I don't know why they did that to us, Well, that's a big conversation, but I will say that for purpose of Magnet, because when we all started bringing LVNs back in, we did ask that, and they have for magnet purposes, it's about where are you going? How are you helping your nurses mature in their profession? So it's not really that you cannot have LVNs in your hospital. It's what are your plans with your nurses? And we do have LVN clinicals in our hospital, both with Galen and some of our other programs that are nearby. But historically, over the last decade, the LVN programs did not do very many clinicals in the acute care setting. They were in other settings. And so the same level of assessment was just not there when we started bringing the LVNs back in. And so we really needed to help ramp them back up. And it has been very successful.
That's good.
It looks great. I mean, it looks like a lot of thought went into that and meeting their needs. And when they get in, you see, like you assume, and then, oh, we're going to need to do some more work here. So I think, we have LVNs on our boards. I can tell you as a new RN years and years ago, if I hadn't had LVNs to help me with my skills and all at the very beginning of that, and I've always just loved the team,
It does work very well.
It does, very much so. And to your point, ma'am, I know we have new RNs now, new grads that started off at LVNs. They said the same thing, that working in that hospital setting helped them so much prepare for that RN role. And they're very successful.
Okay. You have a question?
I do. Slide about, you're kind of reviewing the model under the outcome measures. And using this model, and I guess before just RNs, I guess in my brain I'm trying to figure out mathematically what are we talking about? Are we talking about 5 nurses that's the control group before, and 5 nurses, 3 RNs, and 2 LVNs now that you're sort of looking at? I mean, what happens to the ratios, I guess? What are the, yeah.
So it didn't change the patient ratios. So your ratios are based off the level of acuity on that particular floor. So whether you're in ICU, which our LVNs are not in ICU, but if you're in ICU, your standard is going to be typically 2, sometimes 1, and occasionally 3. If you're on a standard floor, the ratio might be our optimal would be 4, but our contingency is 5. And so and we have floors where that's the case when it's both RNs and LVNs. And really the biggest success factor there is how well do people communicate. They have to be able to communicate well with each other and to be successful. But that's true whether it's an all RN model or an RN LVN model.
So it's still 5 nurses.
Yes, so the ratio did not change.
You're talking about patient ratios, but I'm talking about what's the licensure scope of the nurse to that ratio?
Oh, the RN to LVN ratio? Is that what you're asking?
I think you. No, if you have like say you have it's 4 to 1, and you have 20 patients. That's 5, and you have 5 old model 5 RNs, right?
Okay.
You got 20 patients now. How many nurses do you have? 5 still? 4 to 1? And several of those are LVNs.
Ideally we would want 3 RNs and 2 LVNs. Occasionally we have to do 2 RNs and 3 LVNs, and then we do like this trio thing and make sure that we're ensuring safe patient care.
It might be 6, 3 and 3. Is that what you meant by that?
Yes.
And there's no outcome measured differences in how
we have not
that you
identified.
Found.
Yes,
yeah.
Correct. But remember, outcome measures are related to many, many things. So it's not just about the type of nurse that's caring for them. It might be the type of patient, what they brought in with them. It could be a number of factors that play into those. But at this point, we have not seen any differences by adding in that LVN partner.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, good afternoon.
If it's okay, I'd like just to ask some questions, if you don't mind. Hi, I'm Kathy Boswell. I'm from the Fort Worth, Dallas area, and we're seeing a lot of these residency type programs with the LVNs and kind of reintegrating them into the hospital setting. So as far as a timeline, when they come into these roles, what type of a length of residency or I know there's some intensive training on the front end, I'm assuming, from what I've seen. What's your timeline before, that you have seen that they would have reached a point where they don't have to go through all of you measure their outcomes, but they're kind of caught up, I guess is what I'm asking.
So when we brought the LVNs back into system, I think much to your discussion and a lot of people's comments was the LVNs were really very skilled. When we brought the LVNs back into the hospital, we did not find that to be true. We found that they were very timid, they were unsure, but we need to take this in the light of where we're at today with our inpatients. Our patients are sicker. They come in with so many more comorbidities right now that they're complex. So yes, we give the LVNs stable patients, but in my mind, anybody in the hospital is not stable anymore. You're there for a reason. And so they have to partner in well with their RN partners so that they need good assessment skills. So when they're seeing those patients change, they go get that RN and pull them in. So their orientation originally, I think the idea was that it was going to be less. We did not find that to be true. So we give them as much orientation as we give our RNs. So during this time also we came up with the clinical support resource nurse, because there's lots of statistics out there about that new graduate nurse leaving the bedside within that first year. And we were having that same issue. And how do we help them bridge that gap between school and reality and working on their own? So they might have a preceptor for that 8 to 12 weeks, which is very important. And you think you're good and you're full of confidence, and then wait, I have to take a patient load by myself, and you're not going to be at my elbow anymore. So that's where we built these clinical support resource nurses that are an extension of our orientation. So they don't have one-on-one, but they have touch points. So Adam knows all the LVNs that are getting ready to launch, and he's going to meet with each one of those LVNs on that first week that they're launching, and he's going to have consistent touch points. Or say I'm a nursing director, and I say, hey, Adam, this nurse Julie over here, sweet as gold, but she's really struggling in her time management. I need you to partner with her for a few hours and kind of walk her through time management again. Because our goal is to make these nurses successful, because when they're successful, our patient outcomes are successful. So I can't say it's been a hard rule one way or the other. We have some overarching rules, but then it becomes an individual issue.
One other question. Did you notice any difference in, say, a new VN graduate versus one who maybe had trained in a hospital when they were in school, but then they went to work in a doctor's office or a long-term care, wherever? Have you noticed a difference in their performance, or is it pretty much?
I'm going to let Adam say.
So I've noticed that some of the seasoned LVNs who have previously worked in the hospital and have kind of come back to the setting have been very successful. They really have. There's a little bit of updated policies and things for them, but for the most part, I've seen that they have been successful. The new grad LVNs have mostly jumped in and been and are very have a lot of initiative and very much self-starting, and they're very eager to learn. And I was really impressed to see that they have this mentality of, you know what, I'm going to prove myself, and they do.
Thank you.
I did. Yeah. Hi, I'm Melissa Scott, and I'm an LVN. Started, as she said as well, I started on med-surg right out of school in 2002. And so it was a much different environment, but I'm very thankful for those experiences. I worked med-surg for 6 years and changed the course of, my experiences. And so I applaud you for doing this. This is great for new VNs and for seasoned nurses wanting to come back into that setting. And again, communication and collaboration, working together, that's the key to these positive outcomes, like you said. So I applaud you for what you're doing, and I hope to see this more and more. Yeah, this is great.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Ken Johnson. I represent LVN Education. I wanted to thank you both for being here and presenting this today. I was very excited when I saw that you were going to be here and sharing this information. It's nice to see, and you get to share this with the world. I mean, I know our YouTube channel isn't as big as, say, Mr. Beast or anything, but but you know, other facilities can see that you're doing this. And it was nice that you could share this information to show that LVNs are still relevant, and they can be relevant in the hospital setting. I believe in my heart that it should certainly be more than 1/5 of LVNs. I think they should be working in the hospital more. It's cost effective. I know that you stated that you haven't seen any changes, or you don't have statistics on the outcomes for, you know, CAUTIs and some of these other issues, but what about patients and what patients are saying that have been to your facility? What about your HCAP scores? Have they gone up now that you have more staff caring for them, basically, or at least more licensed staff?
So I'm going to preface this with, those are issues that are affected by many factors, right? And
Sure.
so, although, let me start with the LVNs. A lot of positive feedback. So, of course, most of you are probably very familiar with the DAISY Award, right? So we do the DAISY. I cannot tell you, so many of our LVNs have won a DAISY Award or have been recommended for the DAISY Award. So huge win there as far as the connecting with the patients. And I don't think the average patient really completely understands the difference between RN and LVN. They just know this person is kind to me and they're helping me, and they're helping me get things answered. And so I think the LVNs in general were just so excited to be back in the hospital setting that they have really engaged well with wanting to be there and helping us face the challenges that we have. HCAP scores, I'm just going to be honest, sometimes we do great, sometimes we don't do so great. And that's also a very complicated, and although our staffing is better, it's still not ideal. Again, San Antonio is a very big market. We recently have had 2 hospitals open that are not in our system, and we have another one in our system opening this fall. So you're taking resources and you're spreading them even thinner across these care centers, which are needed because we probably don't have enough hospital beds for the amount of people that live in our area. So I can't say that it's been just golden all the way through, but we have made some improvements for sure.
Sure, but just sharing the information in general, just showing that it can be done, and it can be done successfully, is great. Are you planning on publishing, if you can get the data, the outcomes,
So I
versus say like magnet
am
hospitals?
working on drilling down to the data to make that more substantial and have more robust findings around that. So maybe.
Because we can show this is a model that could lead the way.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other questions, comments? Okay, good work. Thank you very, very much. Okay, board members, we're going to take care of some of these on page 6, and that is Dr. Hooper, 5.3.5, report on the July 9, 2024 meeting of the Joint Regulatory Agencies in Austin.
Yes. If you remember when I was talking before about the coordinating and our coordinating board and our working with them, in one of the Sunset visits, I think it was 2007, we had many recommendations, and one of them was that we assure that we are not duplicating any approval requirements of the other agencies. And so we did work with Texas Workforce Commission and the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, getting to know each other and what our requirements were for initial approval and ongoing approval. We set up tables comparing to make sure we were not duplicating anything. One thing that was interesting was that as we compared, we found that the same area of process, we looked for different things. So we couldn't let those go. And so we have worked with them and developed a good relationship so that we keep the others knowledgeable at all times about new programs we're looking at, or programs that will be coming to our board, or programs that are in trouble, so that they will also know because they regulate them. So this was one of those meetings. We met on July 9th here in this building the first time, so we could have an in-face meeting, but we also had people online who were up on the wall. So I counted, I think we had 14 people in attendance, the highest ever, because they want to come. They want to know what we regulate and our requirements, and they want us to know about their regulations. So it's been a really good experience for us. I usually tell them of the NCLEX pass rates. I tell them of programs that are on warning or conditional or ones that have gotten off warning, so that they're aware, because they're regulating some of the same ones and they need to know the situation. We will have another meeting probably in January of 2025. We try to meet twice a year. But it's a good experience and it's been worthwhile.
Were you going to say anything?
I just wanted to commend Dr. Hooper. She has been leading this group since our 2007 sunset, where we were, required to make sure that we're not duplicating regulations among the 3 agencies at the time that have a touch in regulating nursing education. And she has been the glue that has kept these agencies communicating with each other. And she is the ringleader to say, hey, here are our approval maps, show me yours. And so I just want to say thank you and really recognize the hard work that goes into that.
Yes. That's what I was thinking in my mind. I said, this is so I wasn't here in 07, but that's so sunset that we need to stay in our lane, but don't duplicate. Great.
I think we'd be hard pressed to find another person that could have, done it as excellently and as efficiently as Dr. Hooper did, and basically created that table and told them
Thank you, Dusty. We never hesitate to call them. I saw Andrew Loftus out on the street one day, so I stopped him and we talked about dual credit.
That's great. Okay, under Advisory Committee Task Force, 5.2.1 Advanced Practice, we don't have a report. Nursing Practice Advisory Committee, there's no report. And the task force to study implications of growth of Texas nursing education programs. The report on the future of nursing in Texas 2024 Nursing Summit, stakeholders moving towards alignment. Chris?
Okay, I'll be very brief, but the Monday after our April board meeting, the board, in collaboration with the Nurses Association and the Texas Organization for Nursing Leadership, hosted the second Texas Nursing Summit, and this was really a lot of heavy lifting of all board staff. Everyone had a part in it, and with that, I do want to give special recognition to Elise McDermott and Sierra Williamson, who managed everything from registration to the evaluations. It was a sold-out event held at the UT Commons Conference Center in North Austin with representatives from the profession, from workforce, from education, from other regulators in nursing. It was a World Cafe format mixed with some panels and some presentations, and it was hosted over the course of a day and a half, we had a welcome from Representative Donna Howard. It was a very energizing and positive experience. So during the World Cafe discussions, each table of approximately 5 individuals with a host, which I want to thank Kathy Shipp and Dr. Porter Edwards for being table host and facilitators. They would guide the table in discussing a question that was of issue, either related to nursing education, workforce development, or nursing practice. And so we are at the stage now where we've harvested gobs of notes from these World Cafe discussions. And luckily we have 2 very energetic doctoral students at the University of Texas Medical Branch Galveston under the leadership of Dr. Beth Ulrich, who are helping to pull all that together to identify the themes. And we've been meeting with them every other week to get updates. It's really fun to listen to them have epiphanies over issues that maybe are not so new to some of us seasoned nurses, but still very relevant. Just to have fresh eyes, recognize what some of the barriers and challenges are. So our goal is to have a written report to you at the October meeting. That's been their assignment. So, and we will hopefully have some novel recommendations that we can share and post on our website. So I'll leave it at that. There's a much more detailed summary in our July bulletin of the 2 days that gives you kind of a blow-by-blow of the topics discussed, the speakers. It was a great event. So anyone who attended, thank you very much. Your participation was valued and your input is going to be used.
It was great. They did a great job, and they just represented the board so well. And TNA, Dr. Bumpus, spoke, and Nurse Tim is a nurse who provides continuing ed for all kinds of programs, and like our faculty use them, and he was one of the speakers, and he was just phenomenal, with what he had to say. Did you have anything?
No, just it was sadly Elise McDermott's swan song, but it was very well run, very efficient, considering the number of participants.
Yeah, a lot of people. I had Senator Hinojosa, Chuy Hinojosa from South Texas area. His health legislative aide was at my table several times. I don't know how the rotation went, but that was just great. So legislators even sent some of their people there. So it was good, very good. Okay. So now we have 7.3, consideration of physical 2024 internal audit activities. And so our board member Daryl Chambers was in on that. Chris was in on that. Hammett was there. And then we have Jeff Jones and Daniel Graves. And for our new board members, you guys, if you could introduce yourselves. And it's good to see you back.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am Dan Graves. I'm a partner with Weaver. We are the outsourced internal audit firm for the Board of Nursing. As of approved at last meeting with me, I have Jeff Jones. Jeff is one of our managers, and he is assigned to assist with all the work that we're going to do, we have done, and the work we're going to do going forward. So in your packet, you should have had a couple things from us, one being our status report. That's the one-page document that just outlines what the fiscal year 2024 internal audit plan is and the status. And so as we were taking over and transitioning from our predecessor, we've reflected that the one internal audit that was conducted during 2024 over information technology services, that was presented by our predecessor last meeting. We have three things that we're significantly undertaking this year to complete internal audit activity through August 31st. The first ones being 2 follow-ups of prior internal audit findings. And so as part of our practice and conformance with the internal audit standards by the Institute of Internal Auditors, we are following up on open findings. So there's 2 reports, one for human resources and one over performance measures that have findings that were issued by our predecessor. We're following up on the agency's activity to remediate those findings. And so we're in the process of those. We should have those completed by the end of August and be able to report those to you at the next. We are also conducting a risk assessment. And so the purpose of the risk assessment is to evaluate the risk and assist in the evaluation of risk of the agency over all the activities that are significant to the agency and what you do. And because you exist and have your mission, we're evaluating those processes to develop a audit plan for fiscal year 2025 and everything going forward. We'll develop a 3-year plan to have a methodical approach to internal audit activity, but we'll only be asking for 1 year approval of 1 year's worth of activity at a time. That way it gives us the ability to adjust and reassess every year. The last thing that we have under our need to do list for internal audit is there is an annual internal audit report that is required by the Texas Internal Audit Act that needs to be completed and filed. Once we have the internal audit plan for 25, then we can include that in the report. Also, the state auditor's office has not published the guidance for what goes into that report yet. They always do that about the first week of August. And so once it's published, then we can, follow along and comply with their requirements. As part of our status report, we've included a table of open findings. We find that that's just helpful for board members to be able to track and see what is open. And so you'll see we have 4 that we've included, 3 for the human resources management, 1 for performance measures that we're following up on currently. We also have listed the information technology services, but that's grayed out. We do that in compliance with the Texas Government Code 552.139. Those are information security, and so we don't disclose those in open public records as it's sensitive to the agency. And so anything we do with that, we'll have to take care of in a closed session in future meetings. The last thing that Hemmett and Ms. Benton and the rest of, and I guess Mr. Chambers as well, asked us to present on is just an overview of the risk assessment. And so I don't know if there's a PowerPoint presentation. We sent it over in a PowerPoint, but at a minimum, it should be included in your handbook.
It's in their materials.
In their materials.
Item 7.3.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can bring it up. We see it.
Okay. So I just wanted to go over our process with you so that you can have a better understanding of what we're doing as part of our risk assessment and our first major undertaking as your new internal auditor. So there's 4 phases to the risk assessment. We've completed 2 of the 4 already. Those phases are a planning phase where we work with and identify a risk assessment team. So when we come in as a new internal auditor, we are not coming in with the idea that we can tell you exactly what your risks are and what's high and what's low. That'd be a little bit foolish on our part. And so our risk assessment methodology is a facilitated risk assessment. So we've worked with the agency management to identify representatives from all areas of the agency to participate in the risk assessment process. So that was our first phase. Second phase was we looked at what risks are most influential and relevant to the agency that will be included in the agency's risk assessment, as well as what are the significant processes, so those major activities that the agency does to complete its mission. Things like payroll, human resources, IT, purchasing, all your big processes plus the ones that are unique to the Board of Nursing itself. Phase 3 we'll conduct on the 29th. We've already got it scheduled on the calendar. It is going to be about a 4-hour meeting with the risk assessment team to review all of the significant activities and assign risk rating scores to those activities for those significant risks that we've already identified. So we've already sent them over packets, given them homework. It's lovely when your auditor gives you homework to go do. But we ask them to be prepared so we can have an efficient meeting. Once that's done, we'll enter into phase 4, where we review the results, perform some analysis, create some calculations to come up with the quantified scores from a high to low, and then we work on developing an internal audit plan that's that 3-year plan that we talked about. On the next slide that you have in your handout, you can see the risk assessment team and who will participate in the risk assessment process. So we tried to get like I said, a broad perspective of who's going to participate to make sure that we have adequate representation from all areas of the agency.
That was my next question. Who's on that list? There it is.
Well, there you go. The next question you might have is, what are the significant risks? So if you'll turn to the next page.
Hey, there it is.
The next page are the risk categories that we are including. And so you'll see we're including financial stability, fraud, reputational customer experience, operations complexity compliance, human capital, and information technology. And so those are pretty broad. So I'll just give you some brief descriptors of what we mean when we talk about those. So financial stability and fraud, we're talking about accuracy of financial records, the ability to accurately report and forecast and monitor budget, as well as fraud considerations. Under reputational and customer experience, the reputation is the perception of the agency and not only the public side, well, and all stakeholders. So that's the public, that's agency employees, and that's legislative bodies, anyone who could have a stake in what the Board of Nursing does, as well as a customer service type. Are we serving the people that the agency is meant to serve? Are we doing that well? Operations complexity and compliance, that includes anything from, are our processes designed to be scalable, to comply with regulations and to align with the regulatory standards and the legislative standards that we have to align with? Human capital is, do we have the right people in the right place with the right training? And then information technology is probably the broadest, including reliance on information technology, our ability to adapt to change in IT environment, as well as information security considerations. So when we assess those risks, those are the things we have in mind when we talk about, for purchasing, what is the financial stability and fraud risk? Is it high? Is it low? We look at both probability and impact, which are the requirements of a risk assessment in compliance with the internal audit standards. So if you look at the next page, you can kind of see how it all folds in together. This is just a sample of what our risk assessment workbook looks like. You'll see across the top the items that say F&E and REP, so that's financial and economic, reputational, operation compliance, human resources, fraud, and you'll see the P's and the I's. That's the probability and the impact of those risks, of how they influence the areas, and you'll see the areas on the left-hand column. In this example, we have cash handling and revenue. So this is just an example of what that looks like. We'll have all the significant activities in the left-hand column. We'll evaluate and assign risks from a high to low scale, and then we do our calculations after that. And we do some analysis on, does this look right? Do we have everything where we think it's in the right place compared to our experience at the other agencies we've done this for? Does it make sense? With that, then the next page, you'll see the outcome. We generate this lovely report with this beautiful, green, gold, and red scatter plot, and you can see what ends up shaking out to be high or low. And then once that's done, we look at and say, what is the agency already doing to monitor these things? So for instance, in technology, if you're already having third-party audits come in, does it make sense for internal audit to spend time to do that? Probably not. So then we develop a plan based on monitoring that's already taking place, other activities, and then we help develop a plan to allocate internal audit resources to help monitor and manage those risks. And that's the risk response plan on the next page. You can see where we develop that and document what we're going to do to address those highest risk areas. So that's a flyover view of the internal audit risk assessment process and how we get to and how we will develop that plan, and wanted to just give you some insight into that. And at this point, those are all the plan remarks I have over our status and where we're at with internal audit activity, and all questions.
No, I didn't have any questions. Obviously, I already kind of went through these slides with you guys Tuesday. But yeah, it was great to, as a non-nurse, it was great to be on a call and talk about things and acronyms that are used that I actually understand, because we're talking about accounting. But yeah, looking forward to the findings and kind of what you guys had to present, once everything's done.
I personally am sort of tired of getting these homework assignments that have micro, printing, that you have to.
Typical lawyer.
Mhm. Yeah.
Leave it to the attorneys, yes.
Well, so we're used to some of these kinds of reports where red is serious and green we're okay, and I just know we're changing. You guys are new to us, and so part of this is fact finding that is going to be there. So thank you for this and helping us see. It's just a busy time with all of everything that's going on, and I know him and what he's got going on as well. So you guys just got on it. I mean,
We did. We didn't wait around. We know that the LAR is coming, and we need to get in and get done before the LAR hits. That was the big thing for us.
yes, and that's what I was thinking, that same thing for the LAR. I just was trying to, can you just give me just kind of a little example about how fraud would happen here?
Well, I mean, fraud, so as you look at different processes, I'll just use purchasing because it's easy and everybody's
Okay.
probably somewhat familiar with purchasing. A fraud in a purchase, did we... So fraud is an intentional act of deception. And so if through the purchasing process we intentionally did not follow the right procurement rules through the state of Texas, that could be a fraudulent activity. And we can look at and assess the potential for fraud to occur in a process. That's what we do in the risk assessment.
Okay.
We go perform the audit to validate whether it did or did not occur, or what the controls around that process, the checks and balances, are they designed and operating effectively to prevent fraud? And so that's the purpose of the audit. When we assess the potential for that in the risk assessment, that's how we consider fraud, is any sort of intentional acts of deception or error that would occur in a process. So same thing could happen with a licensing. Did we approve a license where we shouldn't have, and we did that intentionally? That would be potential for fraud.
Okay, great, thank you. Any questions or statements or comments? I see a lot of people with some homework on their list, all of our managers and directors. So, thank you. Okay, I don't think this isn't a voting item. This was just report and discussion.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you very much for your time. Now, will we hear from you in October also?
Yes, you will.
Okay.
We'll have our annual report
Okay,
to approve, and the audit plan.
okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and do. So, 5.3.1 is National Council of State Boards of Nursing reports on the annual meeting. So it's August 28th through 30th, and the NLC is the day before that. And so I will be a delegate. Maisie will be my alternate. Chris will be a delegate, and Nicole from Oh,
She's attending.
oh, Hemmett's going to be the alternate for that. Okay. Yes. And then Nicole is from APRN is attending. Yes. So Dr. Hooper's attending because she's on leadership succession. Do we have anybody else? So, and in that,
So, board members, in this report, what you can see attached is a slate of candidates who are running for office for NCSBN offices. And the only other item of business that was included in the business book that you won't see here for the Assembly to consider is approval of Prince Edward Island nurse regulators to become an exam user, which just means that they would like to use the NCLEX for licensure in their region. So the purpose of this report is for you to consider approving the delegates that President Shipp presented to vote on these issues after hearing and considering the discussion.
so in the past, when we have read their information, your information is in there, we know them, we've seen the work that they've done in the past, and how they are representing their agency as a board member or as a staff. We look at those things as well in deciding. And then, we have other entities besides our states, that are doing the, using the NCLEX, which is really good because it just standardizes more of practice for the NCLEX to be used by more entities. So if I could have a motion, 5.3.1A.
Madam President, I move to direct the delegates to vote on, and I'm sorry, this is Mary Landrum, to direct the delegates to vote on these issues after hearing and considering the discussion on the issues.
This is Ken Johnson, I second.
Okay. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, if you'll please vote. And the motion carries. Thank you. Last year, the situation came up that was not expected, that we have a nurse licensure compact, and then we had an APRN compact, and the APRN compact does tie some practice to the APRN being able to be part of the compact, and it has not passed in all the states. And so there was a lot of significant discussion. Kathy Thomas made a statement, I made a statement, a lot of people, pros and cons, and that did not pass. So the APRN compact is still moving forward. So sometimes things come up that are at that time, some things we don't know, that are going to come up. And so we definitely will work to represent you well in that. So I think at this time, do you want to do the LAR? 7.2 is consideration of proposed legislative appropriations requests, the LAR, and you heard our auditors discuss the fact that that is coming up. The exceptional items for fiscal years 2026 through 2027. You'll go to your computers. Got a report. You'll start? Okay.
So, board members and members of the audience, this is a big voting item, and we welcome your questions and discussion. But time is approaching for us to submit our legislative appropriations request. We're still waiting for the instructions, anxiously refreshing our webpage over and over and over continuously. And along with that, requesting our budget for the next 2 years comes the opportunity to ask for approval of budget items that, in staff's consideration and the board's direction, and of course guided by our strategic plan, are items that we believe we need to run our agency to continue to be one of the best state agencies in Texas and one of the best boards of nursing in the country. So the asks are not small; they are significant, and we acknowledge that. So you have a written report, and you have a list of the items, and they're grouped into 5 main categories. And of course, first is renewal of the Operation Nightingale funding that was issued through a regulatory response rider last session. Given that the work of Nightingale really has just begun, and there's a lot more work to be done, and what we're hearing in the environment, as you know, we heard from the FBI, more is coming. So we don't think that will slow down anytime soon. The second item is also is a request for staffing in various areas of the agency. First, you'll see a request for more investigators and enforcement. As pointed out through our annual report, you can see our caseloads per investigator have increased significantly. And what that means for nurses who are being investigated is it may prolong the time it takes for resolution of their investigation. You'll also see a request for a human resources specialist, a request for an education consultant, and then also 6 positions in operations. The third area, which I want to give a little elaboration on, is our initiatives to really modernize our information technology arm. And there are 3 projects under that category, and those include, first and foremost, and these are listed in priority, an enforcement database. Our current database is a legacy system. We are fortunate that we have a free licensure database that is called ORBS, that the National Council of State Boards of Nursing has created and helps us with. But we do need a more complex case management enforcement database that will work and speak to the licensure database. The second item is a refresh or a facelift, so to speak, for our website. It's time. It's been over a decade. We have lots of great content, but we firmly believe there are better ways to organize it so it's more user-friendly for our customers. And then the third is looking at an education database for the approval processes that our staff work through with remedial education providers, new education programs, curriculum changes, all these processes that require a staff touch for approval or preparation for your approval. You can think of it as sort of like an ORBS for education. Now, you won't have a price tag under that item, under IT, because we've partnered with Gartner, who is scoping out these projects for us, and we expect to have estimates for each of these items at the end of this month. So there will definitely be a big price tag for this one, we have no doubt, but we are just not able to put a dollar sign there yet, but it's coming. The fourth is a request from the Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies. You may remember, for members who attended, I think it was, I can't remember if it was our January or October board meeting, but Pam Lauer from the Workforce Center came and presented, and one of the things that we learned is that she is unable to fill all of her positions, not because it's not an exciting and passionate job, but because of the salary that she's able to offer. So we asked her to take a good look at her budget and let us know what she needs, because we fund the Workforce Center through a portion of each nurse's renewal fee. And they provide an invaluable service for policy and nursing across the state. And then the fifth is one I'm not going to speak to. I'm going to pass that to Emmett. Take it away.
Kristen, thank you so much. Members, item number 5 relates to the executive director's salary. Presently, the salary, this amount is set by the legislature. Agencies don't have the discretion to determine where this goes. So the request goes into the legislature to keep Kristen at a group 5, but to bring her salary at the maximum of that group. And so you see in the implication to agency fees what the difference is in bringing her up to the maximum. And as we're trying to do with all of our other staff across the agency, recruitment, and in this case retention, is critical. And also in looking forward, should aliens who are searching for intelligent life find Kristen and decide, well, you're coming with us to heal our home world, then the agency is better positioned to support a recruitment effort. But even the executive director salary also needs modernization. You've heard that the 88th legislature has done a 5% across the board salary increase for all state employees. They are doing another 5% in September on top of that, which makes it a 10. The one group of employees that were excluded from these across the board increases were executive heads of state agencies. So there's a phenomenon that's occurring, which is there's a compression of non-executive staff, or I should say non-exempt staff of that group for executive directors, and you're going to start getting staff salaries and positions surpassing that of the top of your agency. So this request looks to balance that compression and again help with retention, and also to provide the same level of support that all other state agencies were given by the 88th legislature. And I could speak on some fee impacts for all 5 items. Is that fine? Okay.
Sure. Please.
All right. So again, we have a total of 5 exceptional items, and again, credit to Kristen for leading the charge on making this request and also narrowing down the request, because we have many needs, but we have to set a priority. So we have a total of 5 items. The ones that we can absorb as an increase by our current amount of revenue are items number 1 for Operation Nightingale, item number 2 for staffing increases, and then item number 5 for the executive director salary. So those 3 items together annually come out to about 1.4 million, and across the biennium at 2.8 million. And that we have the revenue collections to cover that. We're required by a provision in the General Appropriations Act. It's called ALRC. Daryl, more acronyms for you. And that's called Appropriations Limited to Revenue Collections. So the Article 8 regulatory agencies, which is where the Board of Nursing resides in the General Appropriations Act, is obligated to follow ALRC. Regulatory agencies cover their funding by licensure fees. And so that has to cover what the legislature gives us back. So if we raise $50. We asked for $35 back, right? Obviously, the 50 covers the 35. The $15 goes back to the general revenue fund, and anything we keep asking to increase that has to be covered by the $50, right? So items 1, 2, and 5 are covered by our revenue collections because our population is continuing to grow, especially in RN and the APRN area. And so every 2 years we update our forecasts as part of the LAR. And then Daryl, another acronym, there's a thing called the BRE with the comptroller, which is a biennial revenue estimate. And so the comptroller also needs to forecast our revenue collections because that impacts his obligation to the next legislature to let them know how much money is available to spend towards all of these agency requests and anything else for the state. So we're doing two things here, but 1, 2, and 5 are covered under our current fee amounts and those collections because of an increased population. And as Kristen mentioned, item number 3 is pending results from Gartner. We have charged them to do two things for us. One is to give us a cost estimate because there are provisions in the General Appropriations Act that requires that agencies provide a business case or a business capability model to justify IT requests. These requests also align with the state's IT agency, another acronym DIR, the Department of Information Resources, with their technology initiatives. So we are being consistent with our strategic plan, DIR's strategic plan, their initiatives, our strategic goals to look at a modernization of 3 key IT functions. But again, Gartner will be doing an independent third-party objective business case review and then also giving us a cost estimate. And so that's what's waiting. We've been working with them, officially kicked off earlier this week, and it's going to be very busy with them and Gartner and our internal auditor. As Dan was alluding to that for their impact on the LAR. But we've been clicking on the LBB website all day. Refreshing the instructions aren't out, which is good because that gives us time to finish our work with Gartner. And then last but not least, item number 4, the request for the Texas Center for Nurse Workforce Studies. That fee is set by statute. The board doesn't set that fee, so we charge $5 to RNs and $3 to LVNs to support the very important work that TCNWS does. Pam and her group have been under-resourced for many, many years. Data modernization, data management is actually the state's number 2 IT initiative. She is making a request to get her caught up to modern times. And so this request to support 2 positions in her group don't impact nurse licensure fees. Only the legislature can authorize an increase. However, because of our growing population, we collect more than we're allowed to transfer to DSHS or the PAMPS group, the center, which is at the Department of State Health Services. So what this request is that there's a rider attached to the funding that the Board of Nursing transfers to another state agency. We're merely requesting to update that limit and the authority. It's an appropriation rider, but this doesn't require us to cover that revenue from the rest of your fees. It's already covered. Okay, so there's no impact to licensing fees for number 4. That being said, as Kristen mentioned, again, these requests are in alignment with our strategic plan goals, also the workforce plan within the strategic plan, and DIR's, the State of Texas, Top 10 Technology Initiatives. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
So align with strategic plan, and then what was the last one you said?
The DIR, the State of Texas Top 10 Technology Initiative.
When do you believe we're going to have the estimates for the IT stuff?
We requested that to come in by July 26th.
And with that website redesign, is that also going to, or would that possibly include like the aid? I mean, as far as like customer service goes, like some kind of search item, or I don't want to say AI, but maybe something that can assist with consumer inquiries about things at the board.
Yeah, that's a great question. So our website is about 11 or 12 years old. Newer sites have these functions built in. Of course, we're in the government space, but it's the consumers that need a more effective site to get the information that they need. And so these will be one of the areas that Gartner will be inspecting for us, Ken, and identifying that, you don't have this capability, you need this capability.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and AI, it's also in the state's top 10 initiatives, right? It's a reality, and we will be going down that road.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Similar question. I know that in our recommended action, we'll be approving these cost estimates that we don't know yet. So how are you going to manage that? Is there a concern that it might come in higher than what DIR would accept, or is that an automatic? How does that work?
I could, I'll give you a bit of a high-level answer to that, and I know Kristen has a good answer as well. But I think of all of these requests, this has been, number 3 has been the one item in the absence of this board having figures right before you that was going to have the biggest question. We can't even guesstimate what these costs will be, right? So we're left with this very vacant space. But in the motion before the board, staff would further look deeper within number 3 and its 3 parts to either reprioritize or reconsider any one of the items. And we are very cognizant of the fact on the impact of fees. And so it might be that we defer an item to another session. It might be that a cost comes in lower, and that we've got existing budget to take care of that. There are other alternatives where we could submit the business capability model that we will be getting back to DIR and have a second analysis done after the LAR is filed to get a secondary validation. And so there's multiple options, but I guess what I really want to say is the LAR is the beginning of the budgeting process. So once this is filed, which at this point may be early August, with the state, it's going to initiate a lot of questions from the governor's office and the LBB. Kristen will be testifying at a public hearing late summer, early fall, before the staff of the legislature and the staff of the governor. And then we'll be meeting with those members and their staff. And then come January is when the LBB, more acronyms, and Daryl's got all the acronyms down, the LBB, the Legislative Budget Board, will request all state agencies to update your LARs, your exceptional item requests, and that will be the actual document that will move forward towards committee. And so we'll still have another board meeting. There's a lot more analysis to be had. And again, just to emphasize, the LAR is the beginning of the budget process, which never ends.
Thank you. That's perfect.
You're welcome.
That was perfect, Hammett. The only thing I would add is that if you'll notice, the second part of the recommended motion while it would delegate staff the authority to make those final determinations based on Gartner's estimate, it would also require that we do that in collaboration with our board member who is our budget liaison, which is Rick Williams. And we've spoken with him. He's up for the task.
Thank you, Rick.
I was, just sidebar, I was also thinking we have new members, and so we need to look at putting them on committees as well, which we haven't done at this time. So when you said that, and all, because we did it based on 13 members and not 15. Yes.
Already getting voluntold.
Yes. Okay. So this is also, the thing about Kristen, a salary is we've worked really, really hard to get her into level 5, and now taking her to the top of level 5 is really, really important because she has lagged behind other agencies that were smaller than ours, and it was a lot of work to get her out of level 4 to go into level 5. So we really want to stay on that. Like he said, if something was not, if she, recruitment and retention. So,
Yes.
And usually in the spring is when I go, when they are presenting these things to the Senate and House, that then I talk about the fact that our board is behind this budget and these requests, and then I talk about her salary in particular when they talk about some of these other items and all, so just part of that process. So, any other questions or statements or? Okay, could I have a motion on 7.2?
Madam President, this is Ken Johnson. I move to accept staff recommendations for the list of prioritized exceptional items for the 2026-2027 legislative appropriations request, which includes the current 2024-2025 base funding, and approve staff in consultation with the board's budget liaison, Rick Williams, to make modifications to the prioritized list of exceptional items pending receipt of LAR instructions. LBB, governor policy letter, and base budget reconciliation calculation from the LBB, and cost estimates for IT items from Gartner Incorporated.
Okay, a second?
This is Mary Landrum, my second.
Okay. Great, so I have a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, if you'll please vote. And let the record reflect that Maisie Jamison is not present to vote. Okay. And
Mine's not working.
Is it not? Is it?
This is not populating.
Okay, Manny, what's your vote? 4?
There we go.
So motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Nope. It didn't work. There's an error. Maybe just do the right thing.
So we have. Okay. 5.3.4, report on the governor's and Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board Healthcare Workforce Task Force. That's a mouthful.
Yes, it is a mouthful. So, board members, I made reference to this earlier in my ED report, and so I'll keep this very brief, but the Governor Abbott charged the coordinating board with establishing this task force to help address healthcare workforce shortages and seek to expand opportunities and remove barriers that exist for healthcare programs at institutions. The task force is also examining the necessary tools students need to succeed in the field, as well as carefully examine how to address challenges for gaining faculty and preceptors for the future. They'll be working from the assumption that existing scope of practice remains as is. So the task force has met once, and as I said, our former executive director, Catherine Thomas, is a member of the task force. At the first meeting, Dr. Hooper presented, and from that first meeting, there were three main topics that are being explored and three main work groups developed. And those include expanding the pipeline, modernizing the production model, and bolstering faculty and preceptors. So each of those three groups is having their own workshop. The first one was held last Monday, and Dr. Hooper, Danette Verwoerd, Kathy Smith, and I attended that. It was really a great meeting, lots of good discussion and brainstorming. The second work group, which seems to have more of a focus on curriculum, will be hosted Monday. And Dr. Hooper, again, will be presenting. So I'm going to pass the baton to her. Ultimately, all of the work that and all of the information that's gleaned from these work groups is going to be, of course, documented in a legislative report that is to be delivered by October. Dr. Hooper, anything you want to add?
Well, I can dream a little bit, I guess, but for our visitors that gave the presentation, I can see a future model where RN students will be paired with VN students and be in the hospital. And whether anybody else will like that model or not, but
love it.
So we will have presentations on Monday from various people, and then in the afternoon we'll be in small groups coming up with discussion and then presenting the discussions, and then they'll have notes of those. So hopefully we'll collaborate and have some good ideas.
That's a short turnaround for this. Okay, that's just an information item. It's not a voting item. Okay. Okay, I just have 9. That's our 9s. Isn't that right? For the new members, so all my sheets are all color coded. It's like, yes, if it's blue, it's done. If it's not, it's left open and folds and red. And so if I don't have my markers, I'm in trouble.
You want to introduce him?
So I think he was here this morning. Oh, is he new? Yes.
ET form home.
Mm-hmm. Do you have that thing, what the procedure is? I was going to look that up. 9.1 while you're doing it. Okay, 9.1, review of board quarterly meeting evaluation. So for new members, at the end of every meeting, tomorrow when you leave, we're going to give you a board meeting evaluation checklist, and we do pretty good most of the time getting them filled out. And so what is okay, what needs improvement, suggestions for improvement, and the president compiles these. And so they're anonymous. So you've had a chance to look over these. I think that one of the things that is just always comes through is always the same. I could just almost repeat it as a fact about the agenda, the documents, the materials in advance, is just that Patricia does a great job. It's concise and clear. The staff is appreciated. The board members do their homework and ask good questions. Members come prepared and coming with questions and discussion. The staff consistently does an amazing job. We have a great group that helps us do our work. And Like number 3, reports were clear and contained needed information is the question. Excellent preparation by staff. Board members have said, again, great staff work. Avoided getting into administrative management details. Nobody said anything, that we just did our job. A diversity of opinions were expressed and issues were dealt with in a respectful manner. One person said, I feel that this board works well together and is respectful of our differences. I am so appreciative for all the different perspectives. Board members feel comfortable disagreeing, and several votes reflected this. So we don't always vote the same. It's not, today was 100%, but it's not always, and that's okay. And everyone's opinion is as valued as the other. And we're united in those, and I think that is huge, important. The chair guided the meeting effectively, and members participated responsibly. I appreciate the positive comments, that I do good at keeping us on time. I try with that, and just doing our task. And future issues were identified, adjusting to our new conference room. And that was today, the same thing, and we just keep getting better. The next page, all members were present. Last time, we barely had a quorum, and we have been waiting a long time for you new members. So we're excited to have our 3 new members here, and we had 2 new ones just from last year, the end of the year. And so now to have this great group is wonderful. And so the meeting began and ended on time, adjusting to the new conference room, and then the meeting room was conducive to work. And I can tell you, we have had a cold room. We've had things fall out of the ceiling in our old building, and so having this new building is just phenomenal. Although we're spread out. We used to be a little closer in, a little more intimate, and now, and having this to be in front of us, we're just hoping you can see us over it. And so it's definitely, and you have no idea all the cords and stuff we have up here. So we're getting used to it. And then also our Patricia has to stay up until 12:01 a.m. to reserve the room for the next time. Were you not doing that last night? For next year.
We got it?
Yes, I did.
Yay,
Yes.
Patricia!
12:01, when the rest of us were snoozing, she was waiting for 12:01. It's kind of
It's like
when
trying to get in the A group on Southwest Airlines.
Yes, it is. It's the very same thing. It's like check-in time. So, so kudos to her for that, and just a joy. And one other thing about the meeting room and everything, I tried to break for us at 11:30. We could go to the cafe just across the street, but if you go at 12, it's not crazy because everybody's over there then. And so just trying to keep the flow, because I want your time to be productive and all, and we'll keep working on that. Miscellaneous suggestions, concerns. Being part of this board is such an honor. It's an awesome group of professionals to be among. New members are increasing our board to 15 members. Dr. Benton is doing an excellent job as ED, and legal is doing a very good job handling Operation Nightingale. Yes. Yes, the things that are keeping you guys up at night. That is really something. Who would have thought? So anyway, tomorrow you'll be given one to try to get it, and if you can give it in to Patricia before you leave, that will help us do our job that we're supposed to evaluate that. Okay. Okay, so now we'll go to 9.6, nominations for Board Vice President 2025-2027. And so the Vice President will be elected from the board's membership at its October meeting in even numbered years unless a vacancy occurs in a 2-year term. Let's see, an individual may be elected to serve more than once. And may serve in consecutive terms. Individuals must be committed to attending regularly scheduled board meetings and functions in order to serve in the role vice president. So each individual interested in serving in the vice president role shall announce his or her candidacy at the prior July meeting, and then prior to the October meeting, each candidate shall submit a written statement to board staff outlining their qualifications and interest in serving in the role of the vice president. And board staff will collect and distribute these statements to the board's full membership prior to the October meeting. So is there anyone who wants to state that they would be interested in serving as vice president?
Madam President, I would like to run for vice president. I am interested.
Okay.
Kent Johnson.
So Carol and I were discussing this also, and I'd like to also run. Carol's term expires. She doesn't know if she's going to get reappointed. I'm at the end of my term, so this would help me carry out my term.
Okay. All right. So we have Ken and Allison. And you go off. You have 2 more years.
I believe so, yes, ma'am. 2027.
Because we talked about that, 2027. Okay. Then before the next meeting, then we will need to have information from each of you to turn that in to us, and then
We have a
is there
policy.
anyone else?
The board has a policy on the protocol for running for vice.
Yes, that's what I just said. Mm-hmm. So we'll make sure that you have that and that you can get that information to us, and we'll circulate it to the rest of the board. Okay? Let's see. Okay. And tomorrow morning, we will take care of 9.4 and 9.5, which is the annual performance evaluation of Kristen Benton, and then the annual board self-evaluation, and Allison does that. And
Do you want
yes.
to do that tomorrow?
And so I wanted to clarify, before, when we come up with our calendar